Damas y caballeros, estamos en vivo y en directo a todo color. Soy su tío Salo y como saben, siempre tenemos los casinos del tío Salo una vez a la semana. Esta semana tengo al gran Farhan, al gran Alex. Los tenemos 3 veces esta semana, 3 veces que están agarrando calor para poder dar para poder expandir en todas las clases que están dando para que todo el mundo pueda aprender. Así que vamos a darle el día de hoy. Recuerden, si les gusta, vamos a empezar con el análisis de Bitcoin porque es lo que estamos tradeando como enfermos nosotros. Y si ustedes quieren tradear Bitcoin con nosotros, les dejamos enlaces aquí abajo para que se puedan meter, usar un exchange desde Estados Unidos o cualquier lado. Se llama Blofin. Y también les dejamos abajo BitGet. ¿Cuál es la diferencia? Blofin no requiere KYC. Y aparte lo puedes usar y operar desde Estados Unidos legalmente. Y BitGet no puedes. BitGet tiene mejores fees, pero hay gente que simplemente no puede operar. Entonces, Blofin, ahí está. Ahí están los dos para que puedan y le demos para adelante que se va a venir bueno. Voy a traer a estos maestros y vamos a empezar. Como saben, estoy leyendo todos los comentarios y los que vamos a poner acá son del chat de YouTube de los miembros del canal. La razón porque es demasiada gente. Son miles y miles de ustedes y es muy difícil poder complacer a todo el mundo y apenas puedo satisfacer a mi esposa, pero esos son otros problemas. Así que no vayamos a eso, vayamos a empezar. Demos de la bienvenida a estos titanes, al gran Alex y Farhan. How are you guys?
Good. How are you, sir?
Doing well.
Good.
It's a good week.
Good. It's
Yeah,
a
very
good
good
week. Even though Bitcoin took a massive shit, I think that's where we want to start, right?
Right.
How are we
Imagine how I
looking at
feel.
how are we looking at this Bitcoin? At this Bitcoin, like Donald Trump says.
Bitcoin.
I love
How's
the way
it
he says
looking?
Bitcoin.
Oh my God, it's my favorite. Donald Trump really knows what he's doing. He knows how to get us fucking hype. We're
So
going to start
my
with you,
chart
Alex.
here. Yeah, perfect. So, yeah, Bitcoin's in a precarious spot. I'm going to share 3 charts that were pertaining to Bitcoin. Let me see here. So if we move to the daily here, we had this nice breakout. This was the last lower high, forming the lower low, and you can see the reaction after we broke that. It's been nice and steady up. It wasn't up until a few days ago. We found that rejection right around that 70K level, which has been pretty crucial, which happens also line up just with the visual here. Basically, bulls don't want this to roll over and this form another just lower high overall on the macro. We can see this if we go to the weekly. So the bear hopium would be that this is basically just another rejection at key resistance, and this will roll over, breaking these lows, confirming that this is a lower high. The bull hopium though right now is the fact that Bitcoin is technically still holding its EMA 9 on the weekly, which is exactly what we want to see, especially in a solid uptrend. You'll often see many people panic, like right around this time in January, February, when Bitcoin had a nice pump up and then a nice rejection, only to hold the EMA 9 on the weekly, also back testing it, leading to another breakout. So ideally, the bull hopium would be that this is what's happening now. And it's nice that the EMA 9 is slightly above meme support that I've drawn here. So ideally, we want Bitcoin to hold that EMA 9 along with support. We don't want it to roll over and break. I have right now 64,000. That would basically put it back in a range here, especially on a weekly, and it would look like a bad rejection. For now, the weekly still has 5 days. So obviously, there's a lot of time to even come down and bounce, maybe form a doji. But overall, yeah, that's what we don't want to see is Bitcoin rolling over here, just like we saw here and here. Let me switch to my other chart now. Ignore all the other lines. So you can see here that Bitcoin had a nice breakout, and then it rallied straight to this resistance zone. Right now, it's right around 69,000, 68,900. The rejection was pretty solid here, especially on the daily. We take a look. So that was a strong rejection. Technically held the 9, but we can't disregard how strong this candle closed, especially with this doji here. So we see here that now on this daily, we've lost support. It's now acting as resistance. On this chart, right, I have the rejection here at 69,000, and then right now the support that's now flipping the resistance is right around 66,900. So that's something I'm watching for. Ideally, the daily, if you're bullish, a simple thing is you ideally want the daily to reclaim the 9. And then if you're on more lower time frames for like trading, obviously on the 4 hour, the 9 would be a nice spot to reclaim. And then if we go and turn the 9 off and just cycle if we start dumping hard, another spot I'll be watching on the 4-hour is this EMA 100. You can see the reaction off of it. We ideally want that to hold. If we do have a nice rejection, that's going to be an area I'm watching, along with that weekly EMA 9, if you see here. I'll just throw it back up. Yeah, so ideally I'll be watching that weekly EMA 9 first, right around 65,000. If we do start dumping hard, then I'll be looking right around that 62 area as a potential opportunity zone. We can see the reactions off this meme line here. I'm ideally expecting the EMA 9 on the weekly to act as strong support, especially with the strength we've seen overall on Bitcoin. But a pullback, would be healthy and wouldn't surprise me. Another area for bears is, we could see a mini breakout on USD dominance, with just a simple representation here. The bull hopium would just be that ideally Tether's trying to make structure here, forming a low and then a higher low, and then a higher high and then a higher low here. This was the higher high, so is this potentially just another higher low? This is something I've been watching now for 3 weeks. So it's going to be interesting to see the reaction here. Ideally, we are at resistance. That could be opium for bulls on Bitcoin. But I do think that is something we should be watching as well, because this can dictate more than, let's say, Dixie, which is still looking, quite bullish. The weekly was ranging here, but now it's slightly trying to break out. So, yeah, interesting week ahead across the board for markets.
Absolutely. What do you got, Farhan? Fucking show me what you got.
Let's see
That's right. We need the Bitcoin to do well and not move into exchanges.
We won't let Elizabeth Warren touch your Bitcoins.
Your Bitcoins. Donald Trump just makes everything so much better. By the way, we had 4 years of just Biden. Everyone thought that he was just going to be like super peaceful and everyone was going to be super happy and there was not going to be like people fighting each other. But we still have the same. So why not have just Donald Trump throw all the jokes? Come on.
Right. Just have somebody just making us laugh on a daily basis.
Yeah,
exactly.
Dude, come on.
I miss the mean tweets, honestly.
Me too. Me too. I have to agree. Get it, Farhan.
The time where in that debate where they were like, "You disrespect women," and he goes, "No, just Rosie O'Donnell."
Yeah, he's phenomenal, dude. He fucking hates Rosie O'Donnell with a passion.
All right, so we have this little range right here on the weekly where we were going in between here, where this bottom of the range, top of the range, and the mid zone. We did break out from the mid zone. We rejected the top of the range. For now, we're finding support here at this line here, which I can consider the mid zone. We are finding support here, and you could sort of consider this as somewhat of inverse head and shoulders, with it finding support here at the neckline. So if we do continue to hold here, I would be biased towards us this median moving down, and then I think on the next closure we're going to be above it, which would then make the top 38.2% be a magnet for price action, which is currently around at $81,000.
And that's if you close basically where you are.
That's where, yeah. So if we continue closing above this line right here, then my odds on my system would shift dramatically towards $81,000.
Okay.
What supports that right here is that we have momentum starting to flip back up. We're getting a little higher low here, and we're continuing to flip up, and we're getting the jewel losing the sell signal. The only thing we're waiting for right now is to see it flip into a buy signal like this cyan light blue color. I'm guessing within the next close we're probably going to get that with how it's curved upwards right now.
Okay.
And then secondary to that is you can look on the RSI on this chart. This is Bitcoin CME futures, and right here you can see on the pi cycle indicator that we're above all of the major moving averages. We found our last support here at the green one, and we're getting a move down right now. I'm thinking if we do continue lower from here, we're probably going to find some support around this yellow moving average, which is around 65,100. Which in my opinion, this would be a very good opportunity zone. And right now, the high moving average is sitting at $85,000 on the weekly. Every time we find a top on Bitcoin, we find it around the high moving average, sometimes a little bit above it. Where we find it up here, we found the $69,000 high of $69,000 high up here. We found the $73,000 high consolidation zone around here. And the next high, I'm guessing that's going to be a little bit because with every daily and weekly closure, this moves up significantly higher. So I'm thinking that once we get around there, it's going to be around 100K. And then once we get a tap over there, this is basically the foolproof zone of selling on Bitcoin. Let's go to the
one more time. Say that again and show me.
This is basically the foolproof zone to sell on Bitcoin. Sure, it might move a little bit higher than this, but anything higher than that is just extra before you get a massive nuke. And in my opinion, it's not worth holding it. Because I can show you back and throughout the previous history. Here's the 2019 bull market. When we hit the top, we found resistance there. We ended up nuking down to $4,000 from 14,000. Then we ended up hitting the top in 2021 of around $64,000. We nuked below it, and then we ended up touching again. It held as resistance at 69, and we went all the way down to $15,000 after that. So right now, with every close, it moves up. And on the other hand, we have on the RSI.
What about the fact that you touched it already? And I'm sorry that I interrupted you here.
Yeah, we touched it right here, but then we came back and we found support at the green moving average. So whenever you find support here at the green moving average, it means that we're most likely going to get another touch of the top one.
Got it. So because you didn't lose the green one, basically that means you're not expecting the dump yet.
Yeah,
so
we held the green one and then we closed back above the yellow one. So every single time that we close below both of them and then we end up like regaining them, it leads to big moves. Like you saw right here, once we closed above this green, we retested the yellow, and then we had let me get the measuring tool.
I've been looking. If you're just playing the EMA, EMA 9, yeah, that's fucking wild. If you're just playing the EMA 9 when he gets above and below price with a confirmation, you would kill just with that alone, which is crazy.
Simple. Very simple.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I was saying though, on the RSI, we have 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, which is very significant because crypto likes to work in the power of 3s. Usually the 2 gives you like your previous resistance zone, and then the third one gives you your fuel to break that resistance zone. Like, yeah, and you can see right here how powerful hidden bullish divergence is.
Can you show us that and what it is, please?
Yeah.
What exactly is each one, and why are they 3 different ones?
There's 2 drives of 2 versions of bullish divergence. There is a regular bullish divergence where price makes a lower low, but RSI makes a higher low, which means that the sellers had to work harder and they were not able to push momentum down as much as they were before. Okay. That signal, then once you get a local low, the way to confirm a local low is you get 2 candle closures that are closed above the previous candle high open.
Okay.
So once you get 2 closures above that previous candle open, you have a local low confirmed. And if for a regular bullish divergence, if you have a higher low on the RSI, but you have a lower low, that gives you bullish divergence. The strongest type of bullish divergence you can get is within the bearish control zone right here. Whenever you have a bullish divergence in the bullish control zone, it means that sellers are running out of steam and they don't have much more to go. And as long as you're in the bullish control zone, sellers have to work much harder to keep the momentum down. So once after we made this, my bad.
Sorry, this is in the RSI always, right?
This is the RSI right here.
Yeah.
Right here, you see we made one low right here. We made a lower low right here, and then we made another low right here. But we had no lower lows on the RSI.
Yeah.
So then this pushed momentum back up where we touched the edge of the bullish control zone, which was there at 61.8, which was at this time it was around $25,000.
Okay.
The difference between that and hidden bullish divergence is that hidden bullish divergence, whenever RSI makes a lower low, but price action makes a higher low. So right here we made a low, then we made a higher low, but the RSI went way lower. That also tells you that the sellers put in much more work, but they were not able to drop the price lower than the buyers were supporting it. And that often signals indecision and also a direction in price movement. So right here, you got the hidden bullish divergence of the mid zone of the RSI. Then you got to move up to the edge of the bullish control zone. Usually the zones in the RSI will tell you where price is going to go. Like if you were to get a bullish divergence here at the mid zone, you can target, at the very least, you can target the edge of the bullish control zone. Right now we're getting a rejection there. We don't have a lower, another local low here. To get a local low, we would have to close below 64,000 flat on a weekly basis. We have to get two closest below that, and we'd have a local low in, and we'd have bearish divergence. But for now, we still have this hidden bullish divergence, and we can get a logical target of the edge of the bullish control zone from those three drives. As you can see, every single time that it makes a hidden bullish divergence on the mid zone, or it makes a bullish divergence in the bearish control zone. At least it's very powerful moves. So right now, based on this RSI that I have, which is called the caretaker's RSI, it tells you what the price would have to be to hit every certain zone. Usually the regular RSIs don't tell you that. Like, you have to get a paid RSI to tell you that. Right now, the edge of the bullish control zone sits at 80 on the RSI. And it tells you right here the price would be around 106,577.
Insane.
To hit
And
that
by the way,
control zone.
is there not like a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders on that RSI too?
Yeah, there is somewhat of an inverse head and shoulders. And from my experience, the patterns on the RSI are much more effective than the patterns on the price action, because everybody's looking at these patterns in the price action. Everybody can see the head and shoulders, the inverse head and shoulders, other than the price action. Everybody's trading that. Not as many people are looking at the patterns on the RSI.
Interesting.
Yeah. A head and shoulders on the price action has around like a 60% hit rate. Head and shoulders on the RSI has closer to an 80% hit rate.
Holy shit balls. That's pretty good.
Not as many people are looking at it. And right here, this is one of the most powerful signals you can get in terms of CME, which is why, like, last week I had opened up a long at around, like, first I opened it at 60K, then I added to it at 66. So then my average was around 65. Yesterday when we went to 70K, or the day before that when we went to 70K, I was up like $10,000 on my long. Did not take profit. Walked it back to break even.
That's the fucking sad part of it, right? That's exactly the sad part of it. You don't want to take profit because you think you can get it to run longer, and that's where we at. We need to figure exactly this shit out. Alrighty, let me just translate to everyone real quick. Rápidamente, solamente estamos hablando de Bitcoin, obviamente. Simplemente viendo el gráfico semanal, estamos viendo que tenemos un objetivo de $81,000 y cerramos donde estamos en la semanal el día de hoy. Momentum está empezando a voltearse para arriba. El Joule acaba de desactivar su señal de venta y ahora está esperando a que se convierta en una señal de compra. Esté neutral. Tenemos soporte en los $65,100 y esa podría ser una muy buena zona de oportunidad. Hay 3 divergencias escondidas alcistas en el RSI, que también es bastante bueno, que acabamos de explicar en inglés, pero ni de chiste voy a poder explicarlo en español. Voy a tener que traducir eso después y treparlo para todos ustedes en la librería que estamos construyendo. Así que es lo que estamos viendo. Vamos a empezar con sus preguntas, como de que no, para todos ustedes, empezarle a dar lo que buscan. Vamos a empezar con Coinbase. Which one of you guys want to do Coinbase?
I guess I can look at it. Let me see.
There you go. Bring it up, Alex.
Yeah, we've been watching Coinbase for a few weeks now, so let's see how it's opening with New York.
I should probably also open a chart myself. There you go.
Perfect. Let me see. Nice. So yeah, here's Coinbase. Last week we were looking at the potential for a breakout. Let me go to the 12-hour. So we were watching for a potential breakout after the 12-hour reclaimed the 9. It was a nice push up. Unfortunately, resistance did win this time, so it did reject an area we've been watching now, right around that 265, 264.80. So now what we see on the 12-hour is it is under the EMA 9, a simple just support and resistance. When it's above, usually price likes to hold it, as we see here, rally up. When it's below it, it can act as resistance, as we see here. So the next step I'm looking for is I'm going to extend this line here. Something it's been working, so I'm just going to keep using it. We can see the reactions off of it. And so the next level I'm watching is that 220 area. I think that'll be key for price to hold. Ideally, what we'd want to see is it not to break the June 24th low. If it breaks the June 24th low, that would signal weakness, especially on the 12-hour. And that would probably confirm to me that we'll get a breakdown, which then would also, in my opinion, lead into potentially Bitcoin.
Yeah, 100%. These are correlated.
So if we go, let's check out the 4-hour EMA 100. Yeah. So what I like to see here on and the 4-hour EMA 100 is this green line. I like to see it moving with price action. You can see price really hasn't back tested it actually since breaking out. So when I see this, especially on like a 4-hour, and I see a major EMA that hasn't been technically tapped yet, and it's lining up with our meme support line, to me that indicates like this could be a strong area. So I definitely be eyeing this because for every 4-hour closure, this will keep moving up, which is a good sign. So ideally, theoretically, it should move up to that 220 region, and then I'd look to see the reaction off of that, just like we were doing here. And the nice part is, Coinbase does have nice reactions and big moves, right? From this support, this was an easy 26% move. So something to watch here is, that 218, like high, we'll just call it 219 to 220.50 area for sure. Let me see here. Let's just go to the weekly really fast. Yeah, and the weekly, the nice part about this weekly is, ideally we want to just see the low, like I said, on June 24th hold, forming a potential higher low here, because we see that this weekly did wick above this high here. Even though, I will say though, the candlesticks aren't too healthy here. There is 3 days to go, but this was a massive red doji, potential top candle here, especially in the weekly. So ideally what we want to see is maybe it to come back down, and then we see buyers take control there, and this just leads to a nice wick, kind of like what we're seeing on Bitcoin's weekly chart.
Now, how do you feel? Because while you're seeing that, the next candle was not a confirmation towards the downside either. So it's more playing in the in between, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's more just a wait and see. If we go to the daily here, you can just kind of see technically Coinbase did give us, it lost support. It gave us the bearish retest. If you're not short biased, then you're just kind of waiting in this area. If you are short biased, then you would have taken a short in this area, and you just had your stop at this rejection zone here. That's how I would have played it, assuming then it just forms the lower low. But yeah, right now, I mean, if you're bullish on it, it's kind of just in a no trade zone. I wouldn't buy it here. If let's say Coinbase starts reclaiming like 238, which actually lines up with the daily EMA9 right around 239 to 240, that'd be a welcoming sign for sure. The reactions after it reclaims is nice each time. So ideally, that's what we'd want to see. But for now, the structure is bearish. It's not looking the best. And this just kind of ties in with Bitcoin kind of looking weak with that 70K rejection. We see Grayscale, GBTC essentially down. I think it was down like 12% pre-market. So there is pressure, I mean, with crypto overall. But when we dissect it and we look at stocks and indices, they're also looking slightly weak. So it makes sense. So for now, just kind of I'm watching just that 220 zone on the daily, and then on the 12-hour. You could front run the daily essentially by playing the 4-hour. And if we go here and we turn on that EMA 100, if the 4-hour goes and taps that EMA 100 and starts holding and basing it as support, and keep in mind, it hasn't tested it in a long time, that would be a welcoming sign for sure. And then you could potentially front run the daily and take position on the 4-hour. And the thesis would just be 4 hours hold the EMA 100.
Okay. Why?
Yeah.
Oh, because, just simply the trend, right? That's so far.
Well, essentially, I like using the 100 and the 200 to measure trend. So when price is above it, it just measures an uptrend. And then when it's above it, it doesn't like to be under it, essentially. And so when it is under it, it often uses it as resistance, and then we get nice downtrends. So when it's above it, though, price likes to move big. So ideally, when I see something like this with it breaking out in October, it didn't hit it technically here, and it's just been kind of up only. Now we're consolidating while it's moving up, especially with our meme support here, right around 220. To me, that just could be an opportunity zone while everyone's getting, bearish and shorting, while we potentially could just be testing it again.
Yeah. And it's also, there's a lot of confluence there, even from your meme lines and everything that you're seeing with it, which makes me feel like there is a high chance and a high probability price will go towards it and rebound.
Yeah, exactly.
Bounce back. Yeah.
It's definitely an area you want to, not, just disregard. And that's something I'd be watching because you'll often see many people get really bearish across the board, especially on like crypto Twitter and whatnot. But, when we dissect and look at the bigger picture, it does start to look like, yeah, I mean, we see the reaction on it and we see, let's go back to it. Let me see here. Yeah, I think I lost it, but no, it was on the 4-hour, I think. Yeah. So we see here, like when we get the reaction of it reclaiming it, especially right here, right? It was under it for just a little bit, gets reclaimed, breaks out. We see here once it got lost at this point, price is in a steady downtrend. So for me, when I see it breaking out and it hasn't tested it, this is definitely an area, especially in the 4-hour, which makes it nice because then we just have a logical trade here. We just wouldn't want price to lose it essentially.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So
Nice.
yeah, no, Coinbase overall looking slightly bearish. Coming, it's approaching support, so I'll be watching that 220 to like 217 area.
Thank you, sir. Let me just try to share with everybody my disgusting Coinbase chart. All right, ahí les va. Ahora sí, tenemos Coinbase. Justamente lo que nos estaba comentando Alex es lo siguiente acerca de Coinbase. Se ve un poco bajista en este momento, simplemente por lo que estamos viendo todos. Déjenme lo pongo acá. En la de 12 horas, que es donde empezamos, básicamente el área de los 220 es lo que estamos buscando que aguante, que es justamente por acá. Pueden verlo. Es literalmente esto donde está el EMA 100, pueden verlo acá, el indicador, lo que les dice esta línea roja. Algo interesante que me dice Alex y que nos cuenta a todos y que podemos aprender es simplemente usando estos EMAs nos podemos dar cuenta de en dónde está el precio. Cuando estás abajo el EMA 100 o del 200, normalmente te está diciendo que vas en tendencia bajista y pueden ver aquí justamente donde lo rompió, hasta dónde cayó el precio, hizo un nuevo mínimo, aquí lo rompió, tienes un nuevo pop, aquí estuviste un poco entre arriba y abajo, pero cuando lo rompes contundentemente, tienes este tipo de movimientos. En este momento estamos muy encima, muy encima, como pueden ver acá, del EMA 100, que es el rojo. Lo que probablemente es que veamos, y como pueden ver, todo esto está juntándose, todas estas líneas acá, es bastante es más como atracción del precio. ¿Qué es lo que no queremos perder? Queremos justamente mantener esto, sobre todo viéndolo en la de 4 horas. Aquí es donde se empieza a poner caliente la cosa y es lo que queremos aguantar, estos niveles. Queremos no romper esta tendencia a la baja y quedarnos ahí. Esperamos, y lo que dice Alex es, en la de 12 horas tiene que aguantar y no romper para abajo el mínimo del 24 de junio, que es justamente en los 207. Con que aguantemos eso se ve bastante bien. Eso nos diría que que simplemente es un rebote hacia la alza. Fue lo único que vino a buscar. Pero si rompemos esto, muy probablemente nos esté diciendo que vaya a haber una caída mucho más grande. Así que ahí es donde tenemos que poner atención. En la de 4 horas, que es el gráfico que estamos viendo, el EMA 100 todavía no ha tocado en un rato, por lo que probablemente vayamos a ver el precio rebotar en él, que es justamente lo que está literalmente haciendo en este momento. Estamos buscando que el precio mantenga entre los 218 y 220, que de nuevo coincide con estas líneas por acá. Así que siempre y cuando el precio aguante arriba de esta línea morada, yo creo que todo va a estar bien con un buen rebote y que no se caiga y aparte una buena salida. Lo que básicamente es eso. Es así de sencillito. Discúlpeme, todavía es temprano, estoy calentando motores en todo esto. All right, that was Coinbase. Now, Amazon.
Nice. Let's see.
Let me go get my Amazon chart out. There's this motherfucker. Oh, wait, this would be Farhan.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, fuck.
Looking interesting, actually.
It is. It's kind of like wanting to bounce up on the EMA 9 on the 4 hour.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind-
Especially
kind-
that EMA 100.
Yeah.
We can see it hasn't
Kinda-
tapped it too many times.
Yep. Are you looking at it on the daily? Hang on. Let me bring Farhan's thing up. Remember that you're muted, Farhan. And let's do this.
Okay, unmuted.
Ahí les va.
All right, so
All
we're
right.
looking at the weekly right now. It is looking a little bearish because we closed below the 9 EMA, then we rejected it, and we're also below the median. Whenever we are below this median on this indicator called the HBDR, it means price is more often than not going to be bearish. Like you see, we were above it this whole point, then we ended up closing below it. We had a little deviation above it, and we ended up closing below it again. Whenever this type of situation happens, you can usually target the bottom 50% because we already tested the bottom 38.2%, which is at 179. We tested that and we held it. But since until we close above this median zone at 191.02, I would feel that it's safer to consider this bearish and this to be a rejection zone. If we do move up, this will be probably this 191 zone will probably be the best short opportunity zone, like the point of maximum financial opportunity for shorts.
Which is where at 193?
Yeah, 191. And if you could
Okay.
close a weekly above 91, that would be a risk management point. You could cut it there. But until it closes above 191, I would say that it's more likely than not to come down and hit 175, possibly even down to 170. And what gives you the same type of confluence is that the jewel is giving us a fresh sell signal on the weekly right now. You see, whenever we get a sell signal on the weekly, we get a pretty decent sized move. Like we had one right here. We ended up dropping almost 10%. So the sell signal on the weekly is pretty significant. What we would look for, what the bulls would look for, is on the jewel for them to find support somewhere right here, which is like basically the support zone for this previous high. If this can find support here and then start to lose its curvature like it did right here, then I would say that the current bottom is probably in and we're going to go up from there. But until this looks like this and we're below this median zone, I would say that it's more safe to play on the bear side.
Got it.
Let's go to the daily. Daily, we're starting to get upward curvature on the momentum, but we're still at the negative zone. It's not going to be considered bullish until we break above this negative zone and go into a positive curvature. As you saw right here, the last time that we broke above negative and went to positive, we had this move up where we went from, we had like a 12% move up after that. So if we can apply the same 10 to 12% move from here, from this current low, we would get. And now the daily, we're getting a fresh buy signal on the jewel, and we're getting it right at the bearish control zone, which is also where the bulls would want to see it hold. But if we can count another 10 or 12% move from here, that would take us probably up to previous all-time highs or a little bit higher. And once we get probably even a tick of price action above $200, I think that would be good enough for us to see a move back up. Right now, we're getting silver cross, which is on the verge of crossing to the downside. As long as price action is below this green 55 EMA on the weekly, as long as the weekly closes below it, the next week or the week after that they're most likely going to cross down. And then once they cross down, then you've confirmed the bear setup to this, at the minimum right here at 174, if not a little bit lower down to this weekly 200, which is probably going to rise with the next close, and it's going to be around 170. So I have a lot of signals right now pointing towards that $170 zone. See on the 6 hour. 6 hour, we're getting upward curvature, like very positive curvature on the jewel, and we're getting positive curvature on the volatility, or the same thing with the jewel. So right now, this is leading us towards a little bit of a bounce. What I'm looking for is we bounce towards 191. What happens there? If we find any type of weakness at all around 191, that's going to be, in my opinion, the maximum opportunity zone for shorts.
Okay.
Because as long as we close below 191, it's bearish as fuck. We're here on the 4 hour.
That's why Jeff was selling all of his shit, dude.
Right?
Yeah. Okay.
Up here at the 4 hour, we're getting positive curvature. We're getting a positive jewel, which is also supporting the idea for the bounce. We closed below the 200, and now we're above it right now, which is for now a deviation upwards towards that 191 area right here on the 55, a little bit above the 55 EMA. If we do, you can also watch the 4 hour for the 55 EMA and the 78.6%. You find weakness around there, you can short as well. And the secondary short signal you would get is if we close this 4 hour below the 200. If you close the 4 hour below 200, then at that point I would target that 175 to 170 zone again.
Okay.
But right now, multiple time frames are giving me the same 170, 175 target area, unless we close above 191. Then all bets are off, and we're making new all-time highs.
Yeah, that seems to be the only way on this one. I mean, on every single one, you got the same shit. Let's do this. All right, I'll translate this motherfucking shit. Probably just butcher it, but I'll do my best. Ok, estamos viendo Amazon sencillamente en la de 4 horas. Voy a empezar en la semanal, que es donde empezó a platicarnos Farhan de lo que está viendo en la tabla. Pueden ver dónde estamos. Estamos viniendo en una caída después de ser altos históricos. Rompemos esto a la baja y ahora estamos empezando a retestear zonas importantes. ¿Cuáles son estas zonas? Simplemente el EMA 9, también estamos rebotando, intentando que rebotara en el EMA 21 y aquí abajo en los 150 tienes el EMA 100. Pero lo que ve Farhan así sencillitamente en la semanal es, denme un segundo, por si lo tengo en la semanal. Lo que queremos es que, perdón, tengo mis notas confundidas, estoy confundiéndome un poco con lo que escribí arriba, bla, 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 bla. Ok, aquí está. Estamos buscando básicamente poder aguantar la zona de tener un cierre arriba de los 191. Si no tenemos un cierre arriba de los 191, muy probablemente nuestro siguiente objetivo sea por ahí de los 175, 170 dólares, que es más o menos por acá para que lo puedan ver como referencia. Es lo que estamos viendo rápidamente en la semanal, lo que probablemente se está dando como una oportunidad de trade para todos ustedes que están buscando tomar un trade acá, es si tienes un cierre arriba de los 190, si tienes un cierre por ahí o llegas a ver que el precio llega a los 191, pero no tienes un cierre ahí, esa sería una perfecta entrada para un short y lo puedes cortar a los 193, porque todo esto en la semanal, en la diaria y también en la en time frames más cortos como la de 6 horas y 4 horas, nos está diciendo un poco de la misma historia. Vamos rápido a la diaria, ajustamos el tamaño de esto y lo ponemos acá para que lo vean. Cómo estamos cayendo bajo esto, el precio está consolidando por acá y ahora es a ver qué vamos a hacer, si vamos a rebotar acá con el EMA 9 o si vamos a ir a buscar el 21, que es justamente la movida que está diciendo Farhan. Estamos en una zona negativa de momentum, necesitamos romperla a la alza si es que queremos ver el precio subir. Hay una señal de compra en el Joule en la diaria, pero si aguantamos nos llevaría altos históricos arriba de los 191. Eso nos llevaría por aquí de los 200 o un poco más arriba de los 200. Pero cuando volteamos a ver el gráfico de 4 horas, 6 horas, el Joule y la volatilidad empiezan también a empujar a la alza. Queremos poder una vez más romper los 191, que es arriba de esto. Es básicamente aquí. Quieres tener un cierre encima de esta zona para poder sentirte a gusto de que esto va a volver a ir a la alza. Por ahora estás peleándote con esta zona y podríamos en cualquier momento ver el precio caer potentemente a los 174 o arriba. Como pueden ver, están literalmente en medio de esto y depende mucho del cierre semanal y aparte el cierre diario para ver a dónde vamos en esta ocasión. Vale, pues. Eso es Amazon. Netflix.
Netflix, let me see and pull this up.
Is Rodrigo's live over?
I don't know why. Is it?
I think it is. I tuned in, but I didn't know what he was saying because he's speaking Spanish.
That might be a problem for understanding it. That's Netflix. All righty.
Nice. So
daily.
Yeah, so this is the we can start a little higher here. We can go to the 5-day. And the 5-day looks kind of interesting to me on Netflix. You can see that this is a big area, right? What we don't want is we don't want to replay what happened right around 2021, where we got the rally up, rejection, and then it just basically couldn't hold this support zone here, leading to a massive deviation. So ideally, right now we can see on the 5-day there is weakness on this chart after the rally up to almost 700. It was $697. So ideally, we want to see this area hold as support right around that 219. Yeah, 219 to 218.50.
619.
Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, 618.41 to like 617.50. That's kind of, this is the area that we want to see, and it is promising to see that we are getting a nice bounce from there so far. But this blue line is the EMA 9 on the 5-day, and we do see that it lost it and then it rejected off of it. So it just like Amazon. So ideally, we want to see this get reclaimed and this level to hold. Let me get into the exact number. It's 619.07. Let me go here to the daily. Yeah, so the daily, you could probably, I would personally get positioned if the daily EMA 9 got reclaimed, in my opinion. That way I wouldn't have to wait for the 5-day closure. I would just front run it with the daily, because you can see each time the Netflix gets above that EMA 9 on the daily, it precedes nice rallies. We can see this one here from rejection, 9%, and then once it got reclaimed here, this was a nice bounce from, yeah, this was 7%. So these are like tradable moves for sure. So that's an area I'll be watching as well, right around $637.38. Technically at support, hitting it again wouldn't surprise me. Maybe something like this we could see where we fizzle out, goes down, and then gets reclaimed, almost like a small deviation here. That's something I would play, and then you just have stops at the low. Let's go to the lower time frames here. Yeah, so the 4-hour, it's doing what we would expect since the daily is under the 9, which is it's simply rejecting. If we throw the EMA 100 on, we can see here that it is sitting right around $604.34. We would expect this to move up, ideally right around that 610 level to 618 level. That would give us good confluence of a bounce. But right, if it starts losing this support, I would look at the reaction right around that $604 level, because that's where I would expect at least a bounce, and then possibly it rejects at the support line. But if it reclaims it again on the 4-hour, that would just look like a deviation, and it held where it needed to. So if you trade lower time frames, then this is an area I would be watching, this support zone here.
Got it. That's on the EMA 100, right?
Yeah, on the 4-hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it is lining up nicely in the support zone. So I would be watching this area for sure. And then, if you are short bias, ideally you would have wanted to get positioned short. Just anywhere around this EMA 9 on the daily has been good short areas. But right now I wouldn't short this, just simply because we are at support. It's kind of right in the middle, so we really wouldn't want to play this in the shorts. I'd be aggressive. The short would be if we lose this support level right around $620, just like right here. We see it lost it, rallied up to it, rejected it, and then dumped. So ideally that could be an actionable play. But if you are short bias, you wouldn't be looking for shorts right here. You would just be waiting essentially.
Exactly. It's too risky to go in where it can just bounce back.
Yeah, exactly. And if you were a bear, you would just be watching this 9. Very simple, this EMA 9 on all time frames essentially, because it is essentially under it. It just depends what time frame you trade off of. And then if we start dumping hard, I would just switch to the 4-hour and then look at that EMA 100.
Yeah, 604.
We ideally really wouldn't want Netflix to lose this 592 to 593 level. It doesn't give good reactions every time we lose that level. Here it kind of shows it well. This is very clean setup, right? We got hit the resistance, rejected, deviated, rallied back up, put in the bearish retest, while also putting that lower high, because it didn't break this high here. So this was the lower high, leading to that massive dump. So the 5-day shows it well as well. We just don't want it to repeat that. So this is the area we're watching here. We just don't want this to repeat. So ideally, this support zone holds, which also lines up with that 4-hour EMA 100.
Got it. Perfecto. Excellent. Muy sencillo. Ahí les va. Básicamente, y déjenme pongo esto de este lado, en Netflix estábamos viendo la tabla de 5 días, aquí la tenemos, es lo primero que con lo que abrió Alex. Justamente en la de 5 días estamos en esta zona peleándonos, que en la misma zona del 2021, lo pueden ver acá, esto es diciembre del 2021. Queremos que aguante los 618, 617, que es más o menos, ¿dónde está esa área? Justamente donde está el EMA 21, la línea amarilla que están viendo acá. Esta es una temporalidad de 5 días. Lo bueno es que estamos en este momento rebotando. Pueden ver ahí el rebote. Estoy casi seguro que sí lo pueden ver. Estamos rebotando, que es bastante bueno. Eso sí, estás perdiendo el EMA 9, pero estás literalmente entre esas dos zonas en esto. Queremos que aguante los 619.07. Eso mínimo en la de 5 días. Vamos a la diaria. La diaria nos cuenta un poco de la misma historia. En la diaria, si volvemos a retomar el EMA 9, es donde dirías, güey, éntrale, papi, porque ve, lo pierdes y tienes estos movimientos a la baja, lo ganas, tienes estos movimientos a la alza. Es algo bastante accionable que pueden ustedes usar para poder hacer este trade de Netflix. Y queremos también que aquí en este mismo gráfico aguante más o menos los mismos niveles por ahí de los 619. 620 es como la mejor zona para no perder, para que podamos seguir pensando y teniendo esa tendencia alcista todavía enfrente de nosotros. Si quieren ver temporalidades más cortas y está haciendo un poco más de trades más rápidos, estamos en la de 4 horas. 604 es donde queremos ver cómo va a reaccionar el precio en esta zona, porque ahí es donde está pasando el EMA 100. Si quieres abrir un corto, yo creo que simplemente lo que estás buscando es venir a tocar el EMA 9, que está en los 633, más o menos por esta zona. Con que lo toques, probablemente tengas una buena oportunidad de entrada. Ahora, ve lo cerca que estás de tu soporte, por lo que aquí mismo tal vez no valdría tanto la pena hacer el corto, tal vez valdría más la pena hacer el corto. Si rompes esto aquí abajo, intentas regresar aquí, meter aquí tu corto en los 621 y después esperar a que vaya a la baja. Pero ahora sí que tienes que ser paciente porque estás justamente en una zona muy reducida donde el precio simplemente no se va a mover tanto como esperas, porque estás de los 630 a 622. Vamos a ver cómo se da esto. Eso es, damas y caballeros, Netflix.
Let's go.
Ethereum.
ETH, such an interesting one after the launch of the ETF.
Well, that did nothing.
Yeah, quite disappointing.
Everybody was like,
All the people that just max longed after the tweet of the launch kind of got wrecked.
Yep. Well, like in everything else, it's also now doing, no, it's kind of looking better now.
Yeah, it is for sure.
Yeah.
ETH BTC. Yeah, ETH BTC is looking not the worst either.
I'm muted.
Yeah.
Like I was saying though, like if you fellas don't know, Ethereum is the biggest scam in the market
Why?
because it just doesn't perform until it does.
Yeah, and it's expensive.
Oh, they hold it nicely. Yeah. Well, you don't want to ever use Ethereum. You want to buy Ethereum just to hold it and then expect those results to be incredible for some, like, I don't know what results, but like the on-chain, and then just expect it to go to the moon. Because if you want to use something, using Ethereum is absolutely retarded.
Ethereum has not really done a thing since 2021.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you look at ETH BTC, it's literally just down only.
I agree.
Solana, like I cannot figure out what Ethereum does better than Solana.
Nothing.
Other than the fact that the network shuts down.
Well, JP Morgan has a massive interest on Ethereum, so that's what he does better than Solana.
Jamie Dimon gets his way.
My boy always gets his. Don't you ever fucking forget, Uncle Jamie.
Right here on the weekly, we're still in this long-term range that we've been in since around February. We've just been bouncing around these two lines. Right here, we're still below the median, just like on Coinbase and Bitcoin. Where as long as we're below this this median right here, the price is still technically bearish. We are getting an upwards curvature on the momentum, and we're getting a little bit of a higher low right here on the momentum as well. So while we're getting that and we're getting volatility a little bit like upwards, but kind of flat as well, we can target this median zone, which is right here around this yellow line. If we do close above it, then we can easily target this zone right here at around $4,500, $4,600, possibly up to $4,900, and we would hit new all-time highs. But before I can say even the possibility of that happening, we'd have to close above this yellow line right here at 38.81. Right now, the momentum signal is giving us a direction that we're going to hit it, but it's not telling us right now whether we're going to close above it or not. Right here in the jewel, we have a sell signal, but it is sort of kind of starting to lose its downward curvature. We want this to happen. Once we get this to happen right here, while we're still above this green line, that will give us more of an idea that we will probably break above this yellow line. But as long as this is on a sell signal, as any touch of the yellow line, I would consider to be a sell or a short point for maximum financial opportunity. Because if you could short it up here at this yellow line, your stop loss would be basically any close above it. Even if it closes a little bit above it, you just close it and you get into a long on a retest of this yellow line. But if we reject the yellow line, then you would hold that short until at the very least, these lows are here at 227.50. But I strongly doubt they're going to hold, and I think we're going to go all the way down to around like 23.30, which would also correspond with Bitcoin going lower to around I want to say like 58.8. That's the next like major support zone for Bitcoin. If we lose that, we're probably breaking our July lows and we're going below 53K. But until then, we have to assume that it's bullish until it's not. With your invalidations of your maximum financial opportunity zones. Like right here was your maximum financial opportunity zone for a long, and up here is going to be your financial opportunity zone for a short, which has worked out every single time so far. You would have gotten, just playing this range here for the meme lines, you would have been able to pull a 29% move the first time.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Second time, you would also got another 29% move. That's not bad. 227, 28% moves. You just made a living for the year.
Oh yeah. And now the question is, where's that point on your chart? What's the price? 34.41?
It's 38.81.
So that's the perfect shortable
right here
area.
Yeah, but around 38.80. That's what I
it.
would say is the zone for maximum financial opportunity for a short. And if you were to close above it, then you would have a very simple invalidation, and you could just close it there and re-long. You've lost like maybe 1%, 2%. And then on the long, you would make from here probably around like 18%, 18 to 20%.
Wow.
And if you're leveraged at 5x, that's 100% return, which is pretty good if I do say so myself. Things like Ethereum makes it very simple for you with these opportunity zones. Like right here, this was your maximum zone for short opportunity, where you could short it here and you would have your stop loss above it. So after we closed above it right here in the slightest, you would close it, same thing, and you would this one would have been a loss because you would have longed it right here on the test of the this line right here. Then you would have closed it for risk management when you close below it.
Is it mostly because of the blue range?
Yeah, because we price normally likes to follow this blue range. This blue range is the 38.2% level on the Fibonacci levels, which is like while price is bullish, that's considered the shallow fib. That's going to be the zone of maximum opportunity, whether you're on the long side or the short side. The 38.2% level is always the zone of maximum financial opportunity.
Okay.
Which you can probably see on the daily as well, where the price does not like to be above the blue zone on the daily. It doesn't like to be below it either. Like whenever it's below it, it quickly reclaims it. Whenever it's above it, it quickly breaks back into it.
So you go above, you short, you go below, you long.
Yeah. And right now we're below it, but we're holding this 200 SMA. Once we lose this right now it's still leaning bearish because we're below it, but we're still above this 200 SMA. If we break this 200 SMA, that would be my next zone of maximum financial opportunity for shorts. Because if you close below it, like right here, you wait
31.60.
Yeah, it's currently at 32.13.
Okay.
So if you close below it, you would take a short on the retest. And if you see any strength there, you would just immediately close it. If you see it continue to reject and break down, then you would hold towards these lows, which I don't think they will hold. I think they're going to go pretty low, a little bit lower from 2,700. I think it's probably going to go back down to that 23 level, 24, 23 level, like which we have on this chart.
Wow.
Let's see if we have any divergences. This is basically the only thing that I use the RSI for divergence.
Makes sense.
Like you'll usually see people telling you, "Oh, the RSI is too high, the RSI is too low. It's
For
overbought,
oversold
it's
and undersold, yeah.
That's just bullshit. There's no such thing as oversold or undersold.
No.
It can always go higher and it can always go lower.
I'm a big fan of people that say, "Oh, it's oversold, but it can still be oversold for a long time." Then it's not oversold.
So then, what's the fucking point of telling us it's oversold?
Yeah, literally.
I know. Yeah.
We're getting the same thing on Ethereum. We have a test of this top moving average here at 4,000, almost 4,100. We rejected it exactly. Same thing right here. We rejected it very clean, much cleaner than Bitcoin at 4,900 over here, then 4,100 over here.
Mm-hmm.
And we're finding support. We first found support at the green moving average. Then we broke above it, and then we went to the yellow. Right now, we broke below the yellow, and we're finding resistance there, which is looking weaker than Bitcoin because Bitcoin is also above the yellow too, and finding support at the yellow.
Now, is it not making anyone nervous that all of these things are touching the fucking very high line that rejects the shit out of them and then nukes the price down? Or am I the only one that is looking at this and going like, "Holy fuck balls"?
It's definitely a cause of concern.
It's in one of those. It's in one of those zones,
yeah, right,
where Bitcoin wants to shake the fuck out of technical analysts.
Oh yeah. Oh, dude, it absolutely is, because now you see both camps, right? Like everyone's 50-50 right now. It's going up, it's going down. But I just simply based on what the cycle has ever done, this is the shakeout. This is the worst part of the cycle, which feels like it would be the easiest one, which is when you make the most money. But this is the shakeout. Or it could be, I don't know, it could be just a top signal. And that's
it's true though. I mean, because we can't disregard like the weekly on Bitcoin and even ETH here.
In my opinion, though, this is one of those situations where everybody who's looking at technical analysis, they say price closed below my line as time is short, is the point where everybody who does that gets fucked.
Yeah.
Because we have technically on Ethereum, the weekly, we still have an uptrend. Because right here, our low is at 28.14, and this one is at, let's see, 27.91. So for now, we still have closing higher lows. As long as we still have closing higher lows, we've maintained an uptrend. And as long as that uptrend is intact, like it doesn't really matter that we close this week right here, as long as we still have this uptrend.
Sure.
So this is one of those situations where I think like TA doesn't matter as much as experience in the market does, because you can see where everybody's getting extremely bearish while we're still technically bullish.
100%. This is one of those legit moments, exactly, dude, where everyone is told to go to one side and then completely the opposite happens. And if we just follow trend and past just literally I would say if you follow the emotional trend of crypto, you would know this is part of it. You would know 100%. That this is the shakeout, right? Although technicals are telling you we're in the middle of everything, emotional trend is literally where we at right now, where everyone just, it's kind of like when we were at $30,000 on that summer when in April, May, we reached 64,000. And then it went on November on to do 69,000. It's kind of like there where everybody at 30 was like, dude, we're going below. And it might have gone to 27, 28, but then it just bounced back up. That's where mentally everyone is.
We went down to like 31,000 and 30,000.
Yeah.
Everybody's saying we're going to 22, 25, 26.
And that's when you knew that's where exactly that was the bottom. All righty.
Here. But if you, I don't know if you noticed, but this is the most interesting thing about that 69,000 all-time high. That if you're looking at it, Bitcoin towards the US dollar, sure, we made a new all-time high at 69,000. But if you compare it to M2, because we did a lot of money in between 2020 to 2022. So if you look at M2 versus Bitcoin, we made a lower high at 69,000. That 69,000 Bitcoin is worth less than 65,000 just a couple months ago.
And I feel like not a lot of people ever understood that. I agree.
No, because everybody was looking at the US dollar price. They were not looking at the actual value of the coin.
Yep.
And another way to look at it is you look at the price of steel, because steel is relatively stable in price. So if you compare the price of steel, you get the same thing as if you're comparing it with M2, where you see it also made another lower high.
That's fucking really smart. I wish I would have known that back then. But at least now we know.
I would have saved so much money if I knew that.
Yeah.
We have this range on the weekly on Ethereum and we still have this. We have the same on Bitcoin. We have 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, and we have a little bit of inverse head and shoulders on the RSI. So we could draw a price target based off of that inverse head and shoulders and see what it would give us.
Let's see.
Yeah, this would take us all the way back into the bullish control zone. Any break above here takes us into the bullish control zone. While it's in the bullish control zone, it has strength. So very likely we would end up touching this bullish critical zone. But right now, the minimum target for the bullish control zone is at $39.98, basically $4,000. And the top of the bullish control zone, I'm pretty sure, is going to be no, it's even higher than I thought. It's currently at 71.46. With every week though, it's going to come down. I'm guessing by that time it's going to be probably around like $6,500 to $6,000. But this is our natural magnet for price action, as long as the RSI is not closing below this zone. If the RSI closes below this zone, then we have the inverse head and shoulders invalidated, and we would have to apply the opposite move, which would take us basically down to the bearish control zone. Right here. The bearish control zone target is at 2251, which is that same 2300 number that we looked at before.
Mm-hmm.
So right now we're at we can say it's a maximum opportunity zone for both bulls and bears. Because either we go up to 4,000 to 6,000 within the next 2 months, or we go down to 2330.
Yeah, it's just basically all with all crypto. There's no.
Yeah, that's true.
We'd love
Right
to
now-
separate this. Yeah.
Yeah, right now everything is sitting at support, sitting at the RSI support and the price support. The RSI support I consider to be much stronger than the price support though, because less people are looking at it. Where if you were to draw a horizontal line right here, you can see where the RSI support is at. Right here. You see every single time it touched this area, there was a significant reaction. We bounced off it here, we deviated, and we went much lower. We went up here, we bounced off it, deviated, hit the bearish control zone again. So right now we're just finding support here. We deviated below it. After you deviate below it, you can usually expect a touch of this bullish control zone, which is here at $4,000. And once we even get a little tick above that, the inverse head and shoulders will be confirmed, and from there we can keep long until maybe $5,000, $6,000, and that's going to be Ethereum's time to shine. On the opposite end, though, you look at ETH BTC, and this is just on a steady downtrend. It hit its highs around May. It went down to the red moving average, which is significantly lower than weaker than Bitcoin, because Bitcoin has not touched the red moving average.
Mm-hmm.
The last time Bitcoin touched the red moving average was in summer of 2023. We went down to 25K. We haven't touched the red moving average ever since then. Ethereum has been living off of this red moving average, which is not the strongest thing. And every time you close below this red moving average, like we did right here, price is going to absolutely nuke. When we close below the red moving average right here, we move down another 50%. Sheesh. It's pretty fair to expect like a 40 to 50% drop if we close below the red moving average, unless you on the next close you quickly reclaim it. That's why you want to see, ideally, to have any setup be the strongest it is, you have to see 3 closes below your psychological level. If you get 3 closes below, that tells you the bulls were not able to push through, and it's gonna follow through.
Go down. Mm-hmm.
If you just get 1 close, if you're an aggressive trader, you could take that trade and you could put your stop loss right there. I personally wouldn't. I would wait for a second close, because you see right here, after the second close, we quickly reclaimed it, and then we started moving back up to the top of the range.
On that one, yeah.
Yeah. So your risk management would have been there. You would have lost probably. Oof, that is pretty heavy. You would have lost 20%. If you're not too over levered though, you'd have been okay.
Yeah.
But you're long after that though. Once you your risk management procedure played out and you got out over the red moving average, you would have proceeded to make around 235%. So I'm sure that little 20% loss wouldn't hurt that much once you're up 235%. All you really need to know to do is how to play these levels. It's very simple once you know how to play these levels.
Yeah. Yeah, in a way, the more data we look at and the more you analyze, the more you realize how simple it is in a certain way, just like that.
Mm-hmm.
Just keeping those levels up. Is there more?
No.
All righty. Give me 1 second then. And what was I gonna do? Oh, Bitcoin's losing the 66,000 level. It's on the 4 hour. Should we put some? Hang on. before we do, because Ethereum is doing the same thing and it's right now touching the 21 EMA on the 4-hour, might bounce or might not. Let's see. Right. Let me bring it. Ethereum, vamos a ver, Ethereum. Y para toda la gente que nos está viendo también, tengo que decirles, estamos en Blofin. Si quieren y viven en Estados Unidos o en cualquier lado del mundo, honestamente pueden usar nuestro exchange Blofin. Es bastante fácil de usarlo. Entras a la página principal, literalmente te metes a futuros. Acá abres una cuenta, no tienes que hacer KYC ni nada. Abres tu cuenta y te puedes mandar cripto, puedes comprar con tarjeta de crédito para meterle acá. Y acá es súper fácil. Pones un short cruzado, un short solo, pones la cantidad de dinero que quieras poner, lo puedes poner en Bitcoin, lo puedes también hacer en USDT, que es mucho más fácil hacerlo en USDT. Y de ahí, ¿qué más puedes hacer? Puedes comprar, irte long, irte corto, y acá te pone todo súper, súper sencillo de usar, honestamente, y les vamos a dar una buena clase de esto, carnales. Pero bueno, vamos de vuelta para acá a la gráfica de Ethereum y simplemente voy a sacar lo que nos dijo Farhan. Viéndolo, lo tengo, perdón, en una temporalidad de 4 horas. Lo vamos a poner rápido acá en la semanal. Y en la semanal es un rango bastante grande en el que estamos desde febrero. Es lo que hemos estado haciendo. Si lo pueden ver acá, esto es literalmente todo el rango desde febrero, este movimiento. Estamos justo en la media del indicador de Farhan y siempre y cuando estemos bajo el precio, les voy a dar el precio, porque momentum y volatilidad están yéndose de lados. Lo que queremos es poder tener un cierre arriba de los 3,881. Si tenemos un cierre aquí arriba en los 3,881, muy probablemente esto nos vaya a llevar a 4,000 y de ahí de los 4,000 se va a ir tenemos un objetivo de los 7,100. Pero el problema acá es que en temporalidades más pequeñas, el Joule está en señal de venta y muy probablemente si no podemos aguantar este nivel donde estamos, perdemos el EMA 21, nos vayamos a dar una vuelta a esta zona de los 2,300, 2,200, muy probablemente donde estás viendo el SMA 100, el SMA 200, perdón, que está ahí abajo. La mejor oportunidad podría ser para un short o un largo en los 3,213, que es más o menos donde estamos, un poco más para abajo. Si rompes esto, el EMA 21 en la semanal, a la baja, lo que probablemente quieras hacer es en el rebote y cuando intente volver a retomarlo, hacer un short justamente aquí hacia la baja. Porque una vez más, cada que tomas estos niveles, y a veces es un poco más fácil tradear de lo que lo hacemos ver, porque ve, claramente Ethereum pierde el EMA 5, que es esta línea verde, y vean el bajón que tiene. O sea, estás hablando de una bajada de cuánto. Aquí lo perdiste y llegaste a perder un 80%. Y luego tienes lo contrario del movimiento. Lo retomas acá y te da esta oportunidad. Tuviste estos altos de otro 70% a la alza. Entonces podemos ver lo efectivo que es simplemente seguir sencillos indicadores como estos EMAs, el 9, el 21, 55, 100, etcétera, que te ayuda bastante a entender esto. Entonces, justamente todo lo que nos dice Ethereum, porque estamos viéndolo en la semanal como había pintado un alto más alto y ahora tienes un alto más bajo, pero lo que no tienes son bajos más bajos. Eso quiere decir que puedes seguir una tendencia alcista y puedes volver a retomar este canal. Entonces, tenemos que mantener un ojo pelado, pero la oportunidad grande de Ethereum está literalmente acá para poder hacer un short o un long, dependiendo de qué es lo que pase con el precio en este momento en la tabla. Y ahorita estamos a punto de retestear, estamos retesteando justamente el EMA 21 en los 3,000, en los 3,304. Queremos aguantar ese nivel. Si no, tu siguiente objetivo son los 3,285. ¿Y qué te digo? Si ya rompes esto y lo pierdes, pues probablemente tenga bastante camino a la baja. Eso es lo que es Ethereum, damas y caballeros, para que no se lo pierdan. Rápidamente, vale, vamos a ver. Alex, do you want to watch Bitcoin right now? Just real quick.
Yeah, let me pull it up.
Let's do it. Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, so I mean, I found that interesting looking at ETH while Farn went over it. ETH is looking better on the weekly than Bitcoin, but it still leads me to the fact that like Bitcoin is still king and everything still runs on Bitcoin. And overall, I still think the weekly looks worse on Bitcoin versus ETH, which I think is still relevant. And the reason I say that is just simply because we broke this the low that we made in April, sitting right around that 56,000 level, 56,400 level. Technically, this was the lower low. So, like I said in my earlier analysis, the bear hopium would be that the weekly loses the EMA 9, and then that will probably lead to loses it and then rejects off of it as resistance. Would probably play into the thesis that this is a lower high, and that these lows aren't safe. I'm basically right now I'm 60% bullish. I'm not 100%, just simply off the fact that the way the weekly looks. Now, something that could simply change my bias to max bullish would just simply be if we broke the right here, the last higher low that the weekly technically did make. Sitting right now at like 71,900, I guess we call it 72,000. If pricing break above 72,000, that would look good. And like right now, technically, there's not a cause of concern right now because the weekly is above the 9. And every time it's above it, it doesn't matter how big the dumps are. As long as it's simply above that, it's full bull mode. And Bitcoin likes to go up exponentially above that level. So, that's like a major level to watch. But then also, when I'm looking closer at like, let's say futures, this is also on the weekly and it's looking interesting to me. We can see here that the weekly, which does close in 3 days, is basically hanging on to a lifeline. Now, the difference between now and let's say when we were dumping pretty aggressively, right around, the 4th of July here, the difference here is overall stocks are holding up pretty well. So what is Bitcoin going to do? That's kind of where my head goes to if things do turn bearish, right? Because we had a nice dump and stocks relatively were holding. I often wonder if what will happen if, this is the lower high, let's say, and then stocks do churn. It is just something that I keep in the back of my head. That's why I'm like 60% bullish right now. And then just like, in the morning, I brought up this chart here, which I do think is important because not many look at it when they are in crypto. But I really do think that UST dominance is really key right now. And you can see it hit a massive point on the chart, on the weekly, massive support. Actually bounced right here where exactly it needed to at that weekly EMA 100, which is a massive level for price. Finally came all the way down and hit it. But another thing I'm noticing here is after we made this low here, the weekly is starting to form some structure on USD dominance, which is interesting to me. We see it made the low and then it made the high. And then this could be the higher low. And then was this
a higher high?
Right, exactly. And when I see that, right, remember this chart, and then let's go back to my Bitcoin chart on the weekly, right? We made the high and then it dumped. We didn't break this high, so we fell down. And then this high here never broke this high, came all the way down, broke this lower low, rallied up. Is this just a lower high while Tether is making a higher low on the weekly? I don't know. That's just something I'm watching. That's why I'm not full bull mode overall, especially the way stocks look. We have ES1 futures. Basically, you can see the reaction here. It's crazy. If you just would have like essentially longed, from October, basically went long every week on futures, you would have, you would have been green.
Gilded.
Yeah, and it's kind of
Yeah.
crazy. It literally is up only with stocks, and it's really funny in hindsight because you can see the reaction here when we just simply reclaimed the 9. Like if you just had like a higher time frame trading system, and I think people overcomplicate trading systems. It can literally be this simple. Maybe you just trade on a higher time frame, like a weekly. Anytime the weekly reclaims the EMA 9, you long, and anytime it backtests it, you add to it. And then if we lose it, the nice part about EMAs and SMAs is they move with price. So let's say you longed here, and you're adding every time it hits. You know, it sucks to add. Everyone's bearish, but you add, and then we keep going up. You add here. The moment we lose this point, you could just, your system says to sell, and you sell still in really nice profits from where you previously longed.
Way higher.
Yeah, and that's why I like just using, you know, it's so easy. You know, anyone can understand that. And I do feel like, you know, less is more with trading. So overall, I mean, the way this weekly is turning out on futures, you know, is a cause of concern. We see Nvidia too is slightly holding on to support currently, if I could pull that up. And, you know, it essentially rejected here. Let's go to a lower time frame. I think it'll basically show us what I want to see more clearly. So we got the loss of support. It kind of just like fizzled out. It was a nice dump immediately to our bounce zone. Bounced nicely, formed a really nice candle. Unfortunately, it still couldn't reclaim the 9, the EMA 9 on the 3 hour, and then also just meme support, which is now meme resistance. It was support, flipped it into resistance here, which was around 116, lost it, retested it again, rejected, and now we're getting that follow through. And this candle is very strong to the downside, you know. So if, you know, this area, we'll call it 102 to 106 doesn't hold, not a good sign for risk on. I mean, Nvidia's kind of been that anchor for risk on, where, you know, Nvidia's been doing well. Risk on, that's kind of a metric for risk on. You know, risk on does well. I'm unsure here. Looking at the weekly as well, is this a lower, you know, lower high? Is this the lower low brewing? Are we just going to break down here? So, you know, markets are at a very interesting point, in my opinion, where we're just kind of like, you know, it's always, we always say I feel like 50-50, but like for me, it's hard to be max bullish when we're looking at so many different charts kind of showing us like tether dominance, for example, forming structure on the weekly, while Bitcoin potentially could be forming bearish structure on the weekly, unconfirmed, if you still want to use like the third lower lowest confirmation, which could still be brewing. So getting back above 72 would be a welcoming sign on Bitcoin.
Yeah, I personally just think if I'm just looking at charts and I'm looking at this, and I don't know shit about crypto, and I don't know anything about basically crypto emotion and how it fucking shakes people out. I would say this is bearish. I would get the fuck out. And the same thing with the stock market, and especially looking at the deflation trend. Dude, McDonald's fucking lost money.
Yeah, that's not a good sign.
McDonald's, right?
Yeah.
Like everybody always eats at McDonald's. The worse shit gets, the more clients they get. This is bad. So if we're looking at that, we're looking at Ford, we're looking at Tesla, we're looking at old results altogether. This is bearish. But we also know we have the elections, and we also know that there needs to be that fuel that keeps them party going for a while, because otherwise people are going to lose their shit. I legitimately think that all of the bullshit that we see on the news is to distract everyone from understanding how shit and fucked they are with their lives, financially speaking. I straight up think so.
Yeah, and you know, seeing Trump at the Bitcoin conference in theory is good. Yeah, but it kind of was, and I was telling Farn this when we were watching it. You know, it kind of is giving me Elon Musk Saturday night SNL vibes. Yeah, I'm just like,
the difference that I see.
I don't know
between the two events though, is that everybody was looking forward to Elon going on Saturday Night Live, and that was the end game. Like him going up there was supposed to be the pump, versus Trump speaking at the Bitcoin conference was just the beginning, because he announced the strategic reserve. So we have something else the market is looking forward to.
That I agree.
At the end, he pulled through at the end. The very end, he pulled through with that one comment.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That he's gonna.
After Elon had spoke at Saturday Night Live, there was nothing else the market was looking forward to.
Yeah. Yeah. Whereas with Trump, it's like the release of the NFT. He's letting you know that he's going to release it when he gets into office. So now we all got to wait and speculate until it goes, until he gets into office.
You know what would be funny as fuck though?
What?
If this senile old man, Joe Biden, just to spite him, sells it all before he takes office.
That's what they're saying. That's why apparently this is the fear that we're seeing on the market, right? But that's why they're doing everything they can to scare us right now.
So overblown. The U.S. government moved $2 billion of Bitcoin, but they moved it to another private wallet. Yeah. They didn't move it to an exchange.
But that's what I'm saying. If I'm looking at what they're doing, is like they're trying to scare me.
Yeah. Especially when you hear like Germany selling, and then whoa, the U.S. government's moving billions of dollars. Maybe it's not to an exchange, but to a wallet implication.
Yeah,
You know, it kind of you start thinking like, oh, maybe I need to get out before
I
they get out.
feel like the sell-off would be warranted if they had moved it to Coinbase like last time.
yeah.
They still could though. That's like where that's where the fear is. I guess they still could essentially.
I guess we'll see what these motherfuckers do to us.
Yes, sir.
The reptilians in office.
Exactly. Let me just do this in español real quick for everybody to know. Estamos platicando de lo cabrón que está el mercado parado en estos momentos, cuando volteamos a ver la bolsa, cuando volteamos a ver todo, ¿no? Y les quiero compartir rápido, no vean esto, por el amor de Dios, no vean mi tabla de degenerado. Lo que quiero compartir con ustedes es algo como Nvidia, ¿no? Que habíamos visto, estaba trepe y trepe y trepe, están viendo la semanal y ahí vamos, literalmente a tocar el 21 EMA que está en los 104.48, está el precio en este momento en 105 y es donde empieza a haber debilidad en el mercado, donde todo lo que venía en su vida, como este canal alcista en el SP500, lo empieza a perder el EMA 5 y el siguiente objetivo sería esto. Lo estás viendo literalmente en todas las cosas importantes. Lo puedes ver también en el Nasdaq, donde ya perdimos el 9, nos vamos a buscar el 21 y probablemente la parte de este canal, ya saben que me encantan mis líneas de tendencia donde no hay nada, es una probabilidad grande. Y todo donde estemos volteando a ver, mismo Tesla, ¿no? Altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, y este es un bajo más bajo que estos. Entonces, si estamos volteando a ver a todos lados y ahora tienes a Bitcoin, de verdad que discúlpeme por ese gráfico, pero ahí tienes Solana, que está haciendo básicamente lo mismo. Ethereum, que creo que también tengo un cagadero. Ethereum básicamente haciendo lo mismo. En todos lados es donde empiezas a preguntarte qué está pasando. ¿Esto es una corrección o qué es? Pero del otro lado volteas a ver al oro. El oro sigue subiendo, creando altos más altos, bajos más altos, está encima del EMA 9, perdón, empujando el precio, etcétera. Y sobre todo, vemos los bonos cómo van en caída, perdiendo todos sus niveles importantes, el 10 años, el 30 años. Y de nuevo, cuando pensamos en todo lo que están haciendo y escuchamos el discurso de Trump y todas las estupideces que hemos estado viendo y teniendo enfrente nuestro, ¿no? Porque en verdad nos están intentando espantar para vender. Es donde digo, no sé qué tanto me la creo, pero también masa monetaria está bajando. Tenemos que ver cómo juega esto, honestamente, y no simplemente hacer una apuesta loca a largo plazo. Tenemos que ir paso a paso y yo creo que es de lo más importante que tenemos que aprender todos de trading. Pero bueno, sin más pendejadas, Microsoft. Who wants to do Microsoft chart? Well, you both are muted.
What did we just do?
We just did ETH.
Ethereum?
Why is this showing like this? There it is. Now we want to do Microsoft.
Let me see. Farney, you want to pull that up?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Did you guys hear Microsoft had a whole bunch of outage issues this weekend?
Well, the whole CrowdStrike thing is destroying the entire world, no? Like
Yeah,
literally the entire world. And where's the FTC? What the fuck is the whole point of like not having a monopoly on something when there's one company that provides like all of this infrastructure for everyone, clearly? Banks, airlines, car dealerships. Like, what the fuck?
Crazy. Yeah, all of them were just down or malfunctioning.
Yeah. But I just feel like these are all excuses to give bad results in every single thing, just like they did with the strikes, just like they did with, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it feels in a very gay way, really manipulated.
Yeah, exactly. It's all like timed weird too, especially around the assassination attempt and all that.
It's all, I'm telling you, all of this is noise so that people don't understand how fucked they are. Because people really don't realize that. There are people saying, like, this is not a recession. America's economy is strong. Did I tell you guys I had dinner with a guy that works for a tech company? And he was telling me that the economy was great, that they were hiring more people, that they were doing more stuff and exporting more stuff. Mind you, this is a technology company, okay? So their exports are just software. So he's telling me all these great things. And then he proceeded to tell us that probably for the next 3 months, they're not going to be able to afford groceries. But they might if everything goes well. But he was telling me how strong the economy was. I was like, this is the problem.
Right.
Like, these people are this really stupid fucking, like this, like straight up. It's crazy.
I love this scam that the government likes to push on us when they're saying, look how many new jobs we made.
Oh, dude, it's all government.
Don't worry about the fact they make half as much as the jobs that we just wiped out. Don't worry about that. Don't talk about it. We don't talk about that.
No. But that's the funny thing. Like, it's all we're basically using the ruler that the government provides us with to measure everything, which is retarded. We're fucking retarded.
And then they're feeding us fake CPI numbers.
Yeah, dude. And by the way, why would anyone care? Why would anyone care?
3% CPI, my ass.
Yeah, dude. Ask anyone out there. Like, they say that the compounding inflation level for food is 25%. Shit at the grocery store is 3 times more expensive than it was in 2019.
100%.
That's
have
not
you been,
25%.
Have you been to the grocery store to buy steaks recently?
Yeah, meat's gone up a lot.
As fuck. And imagine eating one every day. You're down like $20 a day.
I eat 2 a day, so I'm down like and I do grass-fed, grass-finished, and we go to these fucking nice places. Each steak is $45.
Yeah, no, I feel that.
Bro's paying $100 a day.
Yeah, fuck it. Hey, you gotta eat nice.
Health as well.
That's the only thing. Yeah, that's the only thing I do. That and drink like a maniac, and also just smoke a lot of weed. But that's it. That's all I do.
You haven't seen drinking until you drink with me, sir.
Soon. I'm terrified. All right, Microsoft weekly.
All right, cool. So, I'll go to the weekly. We'll start there. We see the big deviation here. Essentially, Microsoft is slightly looking bearish. This is a strong weekly that it's forming to the downside. Let me see. How is the Bollinger Bands looking? So we can see we had almost like a false breakout. We're back in the Bollinger Band range. Let me take these EMAs off just so it becomes more cleaner. So we're losing right now the mid band. Microsoft likes to hold this mid band on the weekly. We can see here that it was getting tight. It did break out slightly. It just couldn't hold above this upper Bollinger Band, falling back in, closing below the mid band, which is this orange line, which it was basing as support when it was rejecting off of it. Now it's rejecting. So, we'll see. This still can get tighter and just kind of range off the Bollinger Band. But it is starting to get tight again. So we'll see.
What happens when the Bollinger, I'm sorry, just so that everybody knows, including myself, what happens when you get tight Bollinger Bands?
Yeah, so essentially when they start pinching, it mainly happens when it's more prices in a range. If I go down maybe to, let's say, a 3-day, and then
I'm sorry to interrupt you, by the way, but you guys know that volatility indicator I use? The one where I say like volatility is at this percent or that percent? That is based off of these Bollinger Bands, because the Bollinger Bands are essentially a volatility indicator.
Yeah, exactly. So when we see here, like price starts consolidating and ranging, all that essentially is doing when you're viewing the Bollinger Bands is it's causing it to get tighter. When you start hearing people say they're pinching, it essentially means this is happening. So you can see here that they're almost like touching, and then essentially when it's above the mid band, it's a great sign. We want it to base, more of a chance of a breakout, especially when they pinch like this. It's essentially saying that we're going to get a volatile move soon. You won't know the direction of the band. You'll have to use other confluence, but I use it just to understand like a move is brewing, and the consolidation is usually when people get the most chopped out. But it often is the most important time, because that's when we're starting to see volatility really compress. And so that's essentially what that means. When they're pinching, it's compressing. So, we definitely could see these start coming down more and compressing more. Let's take these off now. Let's put the 9 back on. And then I'm also just going to slap the EMA 100 here. And I want to go back. I want to check the 5-day. And so the 5-day is not looking too good. It does close in 4 hours. So it's going to be interesting where and how this closes. Ideally, what we don't want to see if you're bullish is us losing this 9. Next closure, it probably comes more down to this red line here around 430. What we don't want to see is it lose it, and then it probably gets a rally, and then rejects off this area, leading to a bearish retest. that wouldn't be good. I would start expecting a move probably back down to the next support zone, right around 388, 81. And we'll see what the reaction is there. You can see here that price on the 5 days forming structure after we started losing, after we made the low, right? We made the low, it pushed up, it slightly rejected here, came down, made the higher low. This is often what you'll see. People will get accustomed to shorting all the way down. We'll base here. This is 5-day candles, so 10 days we kind of based around here. And then we pushed up, rejected where it needed to, but came down, still held the 9. That's why I like watching it, the blue line. Only leading to that breakout. We get that breakout because everyone puts their stop here that shorted this candle, leading to that higher high. So still structure is quite bullish on Microsoft. If I go and draw a meme line here, what we can see is, it is technically holding the meme support. We can even move it to this candle right here, this one instead of this one. Ideally, what we don't want to see is just this low to get lost. What we can do to use this channel here is we can go to a lower time frame. It's kind of like what I like to do, right? And I can see the reaction off of it. If we start losing this channel that we just drew together, let's say on the 6 hour, right, and it starts flipping this into resistance. And the funny part is that's EMA 100 on the 6 hours perfectly lining up with this channel here. Simple channel, just from the low here to the low.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking nuts.
Easy stuff. We start losing this while also losing that EMA 100 on the 6 hour. Would probably be a cause of concern and signal weakness, essentially. More likely giving us a bigger move down, essentially. Okay. So ideally, we don't want that to get lost. Overall, Microsoft is still in an uptrend, so we must respect it. I wouldn't want $404.77 to get lost, essentially.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me just check the 4 hour real quick. Yeah, so the 4 hour, instead of using the 6, you could even use the 4 hour if you were like trying to aggressively trade it. You can see the reaction here on this EMA 100 on the 4 hour. Acted as support, reclaimed it, deviated, then rejected it again, came down, rejected it again. This is really clean. This is why I like stocks sometimes more than crypto, because it can just be really clean like this. Breakout, you wouldn't long up here. You'd wait for the retest, let price prove to you that's bullish. It flips it, right? Support into resistance into support. And then we get that breakout move. So ideally, yeah, we just want to kind of see and wait. This reaction around this level will be key. Again, right around that $416 to $417 level.
Got it. Perfecto. 1 second. Básicamente, damas y caballeros, esto es lo que les tenemos para Microsoft. Déjenme quito esta chingadera de un segundito. Estamos viendo, voy a ponerlo en la semanal, es el primer time frame que analizó Alex, y lo que estamos viendo es una gran deviación, obviamente, del precio con este movimiento aquí arriba. Yo creo que todo el mundo lo puede ver. Se ve algo bajista cuando ves esto. Viéndolo, había puesto los Bollinger Bands y los voy a poner en chinga. Déjenme ver si Bollinger Bands. Solamente lo voy a poner rápido para que lo puedan ver. No sé si este sea mi indicador favorito de cómo se ve y de la versión, etcétera. Pero dentro de estos rangos, ¿qué es lo que mide exactamente los Bollinger Bands? Esto es para la gente que esté aprendiendo algo. Muy sencillo. Cuando lo que está midiendo el Bollinger Band de arriba y abajo es la volatilidad del precio. Tienes también una parte en medio que es la media del canal de volatilidad, y cuando la gente dice que normalmente se aprieta en los Bollinger Bands es este tipo de zonas donde están viendo esto, que es literalmente donde se hace más chico literalmente toda esa zona donde está pasando el precio, como pueden ver acá. Digamos, a Microsoft le gusta estar bastante arriba de la media, claramente, y una vez que la pierde, pues se ve bajista. Y acá está un poco perdiéndola, lo pueden ver que está en 4.27, el Bollinger Band, la media del Bollinger Band, estamos en 4.22, esta es la semanal, lo vamos a poner en la diaria para que también lo puedan ver. En la diaria está completamente ya perdido y vas para la parte de abajo acá. ¿Qué más? ¿Qué les quería decir esto? Básicamente los Bollinger Band cuando aprietan te dice que va a haber un movimiento grande, ¿ok? En la diaria están viendo que está aflojando, no está apretando, pero en la semanal aquí había apretado en esta zona, por lo que te dijo, va a haber un movimiento grande, te dio esto, pero fue probablemente un fake out y ahora vamos a tener que lidiar con esta parte de el precio. La cosa que nos dijo Alex, si lo estamos viendo en la tabla de 5 días, que es algo que les voy a poner acá también, si lo estamos viendo en la tabla de 5 días, no queremos perder exactamente el EMA 9 en la diaria. Es más que en la de 5 días, en la diaria. Y aquí estamos. Lo que estamos buscando es intentando no tener un cierre, varios cierres abajo de esto y completamente perderlo. Si perdemos eso y además el meme line que tenemos aquí dibujado de acá, acá, probablemente el siguiente objetivo de esto vayan a ser los 338.81. No queremos ver eso, obviamente, si somos alcistas, pero lo que no queremos perder es simplemente el promedio del precio en los 400, es este bajo, los 404.68, porque eso nos diría que estamos creando un nuevo bajo, lo que probablemente vaya a hacer que altos más bajos, y eso sea el principio de la tendencia bajista a la que nos tenemos que seguir todos. Vale, pues. AVAX.
The coin that had so much potential, but then died after the Coinbase listing.
Yeah, right. A lot of people was hold AVAX, but AVAX just fucking went to shit and it never did anything, and everybody's saying that it's never going to come back.
Yeah, I mean, Coinbase delisting, it definitely wasn't a good factor. That's like when we just like kind of immediately saw weakness from that.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Which makes sense. Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest exchanges delisting it.
Yeah, you get pulled from one of the biggest places where people can buy your product. Guess what's going to happen? Your sales are going to go to fucking shit. Right? It's really simple.
Yeah,
it is simple.
Everybody thinks that, oh, look, we have a new place where we can buy this shitcoin. Nobody ever thinks there's a new place to sell this shitcoin.
Yeah, which is a huge problem for everyone that has the shitcoin. Okay.
Where is the Tether version? There we go.
What do we? AVAX.
It should be that constant cycle in 2021 between AVAX, Luna, Solana, and FTM.
Phantom. Yeah, Phantom.
Mm-hmm. Those were the days.
Yeah, the good days. The four horsemen. Now,
back when you could print $20,000 or $30,000 in like a couple hours on shitcoins.
Those were the fucking most beautiful times that Earth has ever given us. Hopefully we'll get back to that. Earth is healing. That's what I heard.
Back in those days, it literally felt like you had a money printer.
Oh yeah, I remember just everyone just talking at anything that we did together with friends or like any kind of reunions. Everyone's like, "Yeah, dude, I'm doing really well. Yeah, me too. Like we're all like killing it." That and I remember exactly a moment where I'm sitting in my house with everyone like talking about that, and I was like, "This is probably the top." And I just ignored it, but I just remember that moment, and it was, by the way, it really was.
Yeah, every time everyone thinks they're a genius, that's the top.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. Hit it with AVAX.
So here on the weekly for the past couple of months, since December of 2023, we've been stuck within this range. We went up to test the top of the range. We came back, bounced off it, and rejected off of the 21 and the 9 EMA. Right now, we've closed below it. We retested it and held it as resistance. So right now, to me, it's looking very bearish. We are getting starting to get a curvature upwards on the jewel buy signal over here, and we're getting momentum to start flip back up with volatility flipping back down. That would give us a natural magnet for the price to go to the median, which is currently around $27.45. Based on how the if we were to close above this line again to go to the median, even if we reject the median, I would say we probably come back down to this line and retest it, and this will probably be the opportunity zone. And what I could say for risk management is that you could probably long here, and then you can, if we get even a little close below it, you would just cut that trade, and then you can just short the retest.
And that's 27.45 for the median, right? Which is exactly where your level is. Got it.
Yeah, it's around 27.45.
Got it.
And the no, actually, the median is at Yeah, it's right down here, 27.45.
Basically,
So we're rejecting it like basically exactly. We're rejecting the median and we're rejecting this line here. So we already have that touch of the median, which this setup gives you. The only thing that's giving me caution to short here is right here. The jewel is giving us a buy signal. Let me mark the significant level here, the 35. That is the bearish control zone. Let's see. All right, so right here below 35, we can mark with a vertical line every time we went below there, and we flip to a buy signal. Let's see, right here,
there,
right here, and right here. Then we can look at the price and see what happened at those levels. Every single level was at the very least a pretty decent sized bounce. As you can see right here, we bounced 106%. It doesn't look like that much on here, but that was a pretty significant move. We got one right here. We bounced up 20. What is that, like 43%? Even though this one was weaker than the previous one, that's still a hell of a bounce. And then right here on our recent switch up, and in this one we went 613%. Wow, that's insane.
Holy shit!
And we're getting that same signal right now. So at the lowest case scenario, if we do the weakest move we had before based on this signal, we would do a 40% move. The strongest, which I doubt is going to happen, that would be a 600% move, which I don't think is going to happen. But with a 40% move from here, that would take us back above the range, and it will probably take us above this lower high right here too, which is around like $40 area. If we can close above that, at that point, I would say that this is not going to hold, and we're probably going to go significantly higher. Let me get a target based on the fib extension, see where we would go. So right here, we're still finding resistance here at the golden pocket. We'd want to see it. What I like to see is whenever this golden pocket lines right up with this blue level. They're very, very close. So we would get a close above the blue level. We'd also get a close above the golden pocket. And at that point, we can retest these highs right here.
And that would be 33.45, right?
Yeah, that is around 33.42.
I'm sorry if I missed it for 3 cents. Jesus. Okay. So you close above that, and then you're looking
close above that. Then
healthy.
I'm looking for a test of these highs right here. Which at that point, I don't think they're going to hold because based on that weekly jewel signal. And I think we're going to go up to this 99%, which is over here around $110. I strongly think we're going to find resistance up there because this is the extreme levels. You see the 99 to 100%. You have to subtract those from the 100. So if you hit the 99%, you only have a 1% chance of continuation from there. So that would be the smart area to close. And then you could probably, if it plays out cleanly, like by the textbook, you'd get a retest of this top right here, of this range, this meme line. And then from there, I would look towards the 161.8% extension, which is currently at $227.75.
Calm down.
It doesn't seem as likely to me right now based on how this coin is like doing long term. It still has yet to break its 2021 cycle highs. It has not even gotten close to its 2021 cycle highs. Then another thing that adds confluence is if you look at the Bitcoin chart at the AVAX BTC. Open that, and this is literally just down only. Literally only been down since 2021. It made a major lower high over here, made another lower high over here, and now we made several lower lows. So the weekly on the Bitcoin pairing, like most other shitcoins, is in a straight downtrend. This tells you like no matter what the US dollar pairing does, eventually this coin is most likely going to zero.
Yeah,
it's more likely this is going to go to zero than it goes to 100 or not 100, like $500. More likely it goes to zero. That's every shitcoin.
I would say even more likely to go to zero than 226 even.
Every shitcoin is trending towards zero.
Yeah.
The thing is, in an altcoin market, nothing makes sense. It doesn't have to make sense for the pump, right? And I'm not saying we're there.
It's just built on the hype.
We're quite far. Exactly. It's just based on that. And again, I'm not expecting old coins to do new all-time highs because now there are so many of them, right? Like there is a large amount of new coins, but I feel like a lot of them will concentrate this time around Solana and like the bigger names.
Solana, Binance.
This bull market is more of like a coin pickers market, to where most shit coins just barely perform, and some of them perform insanely well.
That's what's happening with the stock market too, if you pay attention to it. This
True.
is what no one understands. Everyone's like, oh, it's all concentrated. But also the economy is all concentrated in very few
Yeah.
pockets, and
I
everyone
don't
else
see
is fucked.
I don't see that as a problem, to be honest. Or how people saying only 7 stocks are performing and carrying the S&P, I don't see that as a problem.
Oh, it's just a
I
new
think
reality.
I think it's overblown.
Yeah, it's
Everybody's
just a
trying
new
to
reality.
everybody's trying to be smarter than they actually are, and they're like, oh, only these 7 stocks are performing, so the market has to go down.
No, because
And
that's
yeah. And
dude,
I'm over here
like,
saying the market can be irrational longer than you can be solvent.
but yes, and it's not. It's also not irrational because if you think about it, like across time, I think we talked about this. How big companies are just going to absorb smaller companies. So if that's going to be the case, and that's what we're seeing, because there's less companies, there's more small and medium-sized companies filing for bankruptcy. There's less investment in those companies. You're seeing that the big companies are getting bigger and more efficient and making more money. Their margins are better because simply they just have like that power, that output that's insane compared to everyone else. That's the real economy. It's 7 companies like that are worth $8 trillion each, basically, just leading the charge, and that's what it is. Like it's identical. There's no deviation from the market to the real economy, in my view.
And another thing that fuels this 7 stocks carrying everything is that people see what's performing and what's not performing. So they're selling their losers to buy the winners, which
They'll just
naturally
buy
pushes
it,
those
yeah.
other stocks down
That
because
makes sense.
they're being sold to buy the Nvidias, the Microsofts, and those companies.
So
So
the last part, what's pushing that all those stocks down?
is that the people are they're not performing as well as their other holdings, so people are naturally selling them and moving into the stronger holdings.
Yes,
So
100%.
those stocks are getting selling pressure while the stronger ones are getting buying pressure on the opposite end, because whatever is being sold from the weaker stocks is being put right back into the higher performing coins.
100%. Because why would you take it out?
It's that same previous metric where the strong get stronger and the weak will get weaker.
This is why Bitcoin should follow the Nvidia trend to go fucking absolutely mentally parabolic at some point. I'm not saying it'll be now, but it should. Just
And
like
we're getting all the signals on the volatility and the momentum charts in the weekly that move is gonna be coming sooner rather than later.
I think so. Well, I think so too, but the fuck do I know? What else on AVAX, or is that
So
it?
on the AVAX
Okay.
Bitcoin pair right now on the weekly, we have upwards momentum and downwards volatility, which would give us a target of the median. Right now, we are rejecting the median, which is right here at 0.00041, I believe, or 4 flat. What we like to see is that same on the tether pairing, where we have a buy signal on the jewel, we have it severely below 35. So that would, if we can close above this median, that would give us an easy target zone of this top meme line right here, which is at around 0.000604. If we can close above that, then that would say I would be very comfortable saying this is deviation, the bottom is in. I would target these highs, if not these highs, all the way up here. And up, if we were to hit these highs, that would co-align with the AVAX USDT target hitting up the upper 150s to the $200 area.
That's so stupid.
And this is also what I would consider the maximum financial opportunity zone for bulls. To long above this median, any closure below the median, you would just cut it.
Yep.
And you would get an easy trade at least all the way up to here, which is around 46 to 50%, if not to this meme line, which is around 170%, which is going to be a very significant move from the tether pairing.
Now, what about the reverse of that? What if you want to short because you think it's going to go
If you
down?
want to short, you would wait until this line right here, which is, aligns with the 55 EMA, because we do have a silver cross to the downside, which is the bearish cross. If this 55 would be the maximum opportunity zone for shorts, where you would short it right up there. We get any close above this 55 in this meme line, you just cut it. And if we do reject this 55 over here, we're almost certainly going to get a lower low. And that would be a free, like we're probably going to break this low here. And even to this low, that would be a 50% gain. Which is still massive. You could cut the trade here and cut half of it here and let the rest ride. And put your stop loss like right here. If we were to close above 0.00035, then you would just cut it. And you'd still be in massive profits. You'd still be 40% up. But realistically, I don't think we're going to stop here. And I think we're going to come down to this level over here, which is around 0.00002752, which is around a 53% drop. We're probably going to get somewhat of a bounce here. Even if we make another lower high, we will probably get like a pretty significant bounce at the 78.6% level. Right now, I'm leaning bearish with a little bit of hopium. If we can close above this level, that it would reverse, and we would probably deviate above the line that we closed below on the tether pairing. But it's in the same place as Bitcoin. Like we can either close below it and it's gonna nuke, or we close above it and we omega pump.
Up or down.
Yeah. By the way, everyone watching this shit, just it's up or down. Just throw a fucking coin,
up or down, sir.
Flip the coin, pick tails up, heads down, and then just go with that and do your short, do your long. Like, why pay attention to all
like this Bitcoin market is so simple. You can literally make money just by playing the moon phases.
It's true.
Yeah.
There's like a 70% hit rate on the moon phases.
Crazy.
The new moons mark local bottoms and the full moons mark local tops.
What the fuck?
70% hit rate.
This is a simulation, by the way. This is why. Vale, pues.
Imagine telling people you're looking at the moon face and they're like, "Are you retarded?"
My trading was based on the moon.
Still winning, bitch.
Yeah, literally.
Ok, vamos a ver. AVAX, muy sencillo lo que estamos viendo con AVAX. Estamos viéndolo en la semanal, es lo que justamente dijo Farhan, y también nos sacó la comparativa con, bueno, la relación AVAX-Bitcoin. Pero vamos a hablar primero. Hemos estado en un gran range desde diciembre, como pueden ver, que es toda esta zona, literalmente es simplemente un gran rango. Lo que también parece estar pintando es un potente hombro, cabeza, hombro, pero eso ya lo habría roto en algo muy sencillo en la semanal. Sí, y hang on. Wouldn't you guys say this is a head and shoulders on AVAX on the weekly? Let's look at it.
Check it out on the weekly.
You got the first shoulder, the head, and then you have like the next shoulder right here.
Yeah, I could actually see that. Let me get a closer look. Yeah, that's interesting.
Because he'd already broke it to the downside. Right?
What I would have liked to see is that right shoulder a little higher.
This one?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for it to make even more sense.
It would have been cleaner, but it still technically could be one based on that wick. I mean, and we are getting the follow through to the downside. It doesn't look clean. Good, strong. This chart doesn't look good.
No. It would take us down to like 0, basically.
Yeah,
if it plays out with the objective. Okay, thank you. Bueno, estamos viendo aquí probablemente tenemos un hombro, cabeza, hombro, aunque el segundo hombro está bastante pequeño comparado con el primero, pero sí tienes la ruptura de esta línea de tendencia que va para la baja. ¿Qué fue lo que vio Farhan en su análisis semanal? Muy sencillo. Hemos estado en este rango, se ve bastante bajista el precio. Empezamos a ver el Joule que está intentando irse a señal de compra, que es su indicador favorito. La volatilidad va para abajo, el momentum va para arriba, lo que nos está diciendo que muy probablemente el precio vaya a ser rechazado de la media de su indicador. Esa media está en los 27.45, que es justamente también muy cerca de donde estamos y donde ocurrió este rechazo con el EMA 100, lo pueden ver acá para acercarlos un poco más. Pero el Joule está sacando una señal de compra y eso podría dar un movimiento agresivo a la alza. El objetivo de eso y lo que estarías buscando es un cierre sencillo arriba de los 33.42, que es básicamente arriba de esta línea que están viendo acá. Si tienes ese cierre, esto probablemente nos lleve a un nivel extremo y ese nivel extremo pueda tener un objetivo hasta los $111. Pero la realidad es que si volteamos a ver esto contra Bitcoin y lo ponemos, ¿no? AVAX BTC. Y te ponemos esta comparativa, puedes ver cómo simplemente está cayendo y va para nuevos bajos, un alto más bajo y empieza a ser nuevos bajos que probablemente vayan a buscar un nuevo bajo y esto te dice que esta moneda probablemente vaya a irse a 0. De nuevo, como todo en cripto, está literalmente la oportunidad en todo en cripto existe en este momento, que es un volado. por más que estemos viendo tablas y todo, todas nuestras tablas nos están diciendo, es casi un 50-50. Alex mismo decía que él está 60% alcista, 40% bajista, pero viendo simplemente los precios de todo, a dónde va, te pone en un dilema, ¿no? Porque literalmente es como, ¿para qué entonces hacemos todo este puto análisis si todo está en 50 de probabilidades para subir y 50 de bajar? Pero es justamente la trampa del mercado y aquí es donde tienes que agarrarte los cojones e ir con tu tesis de acuerdo a lo que creas y pegarte a ella. Perdón, no he tomado nada de agua hoy. Nexo. ¿Qué es Nexo? Vamos a ver
Nexo, let's see here.
Do you know what Nexo is?
Seems like a coin. Yeah.
Is it? Nexo
Oh,
USD. Yeah.
yeah.
It's not too terrible. It's kind of making like I mean, there's a very simple pivot point that's already below that I'm looking at.
Yeah, let me share my chart here. It's
Please.
your typical shitcoin, but let's see here. Let's analyze this, boys. Let's see. Nexo. Cool. So looking at the weekly chart here, interesting chart. Simple line, 3 lines together. Let me throw in that EMA 100. It is on. Perfect. Weekly. We're just going to focus on the weekly right now. Overall, I mean, Nexo, it's not looking the worst. I 100% agree with Alejandro on that. We can see here that it did form a double top here on the weekly. This high rallied up, formed a lower high while forming a double top. We're deviating, rejecting, coming all the way back down to support here, right around 0.925. We can see now it based off of it pretty nicely, which is what we want to see. So essentially, Nexo could just be in a nice range here. Support at 0.925 and resistance at $1.39. Ideally, what we'd want to see is we'd want to see this probably come down a little bit more, something like this, right? It's now under, it lost the EMA 9 on the weekly, now is rejecting. Wouldn't surprise me if it started to come down, reject, only to get bought up like that, forming some kind of higher low. Wouldn't surprise me if it did that on the weekly. That would be kind of like bull hopium. Gets everyone shorting this downside move while kind of forming structure here. But that is just an assumption. For now, this chart is bearish on the weekly. You can see how this level it was holding for a while. Losing it and then rejecting off it is definitely not strong, especially with how Bitcoin's looking on the weekly along with tether dominance. I'd be very cautious with this coin. Now, if we go to let's go to the 2-day. So yeah, the 2-day is also confirming the bearishness where, this 2-day candle, ideally the hopium would be it turns into a green doji and holds the EMA 9 on the 2-day, which is closing in 8 hours. But this 2-day has momentum to churn bad. And I say that because it's leaving a nice candle body wick here. And this could have a lot of momentum to go down. Kind of like this candle here, or it forms some kind of top 2-day candle leading to that momentum down. Ideally, we'd want, if you're bearish, to see this body form more before the close today. Basically, it going down. Let's see here. We have the EMA 100 on the 2-day coming in right around that 83 cent level. But with these new coins, you don't have a lot of data. Remember, the EMAs and SMAs are based off data in the chart. So when you have a coin that basically launched, let's see here, in April of 2022, it's not the most amount of data.
Yeah.
But, on the flip side, we can go to a lower time frame that probably will have more populated data, more accurate data. But it is just something to keep in mind with these newer coins, because even Bitcoin itself is a very new asset. So these coins just have very low data, making, viewing EMAs and SMAs on the higher time frame less accurate. But here we see on the 4-hour, this EMA 100 is very interesting to me. Price likes to pump when it's above, and it likes to dump when it gets under it and act as resistance. So if you were trading this coin, what I would do personally is I would be watching this EMA 100. The nice part right now is that we are holding it as support. You can see every time it's wicked down below, it's getting bought up. So that's a promising sign. Still the downtrend though on the lower time frame. It's essentially grinding right around it. So I guess the hopium right here, if you're bullish, would be that this EMA 100 on the 4-hour holds. You basically could argue that since this low, it's trying to make some kind of structure here. The issue is with these new coins, when they get these liquidity grabs where, this wick high rejections at $1.26, it makes it hard to form a higher high. So we still have to respect the trend. Hopium right now is this 4-hour EMA 100 is holding, possibly right resistance, now flipping to support after it deviated here. Now it's reclaiming it. The idea would be that it holds this, reclaims the EMA now on the 4-hour, giving us momentum to push up to that $1.40 level. On the flip side, if you're bearish, you definitely wouldn't short here. There's no setup. The only setup would be if we lost this EMA 100. Yeah. That would be the only logical setup. Basically, it deviating, it bearishly retesting it, kind of like here, right? Retest it, and then we get that full-on rejection. These coins are very predatory because we'll get a bearish retest. You'll be up massively. Like from this rejection point, you're up 12%, right? 120% on 10x leverage. And then we get these liquidity grabs where, it's still making a lower high. Maybe your stops break even at this point. It stops you out only for the real rejection to happen. And then when it lost it and retested it, impressive 33% move down. So very key area on the 4-hour to watch. Overall, lower time frames are, holding where they need to hold. But right when we go to like the 3-day, the picture kind of becomes a little more clear, and it's not looking the best, especially with this double top structure. Not looking the best on the higher time frames, but the hopium would be the lower time frames bleeding the higher time frames.
Yeah. Well said. Well done. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Adding you, Farhan, back. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that you weren't here, although you
My
were.
apologies. My power literally just cut out.
Fucking Texas. God damn it. No, I miss it so much. Ok, Nexo. Nexo es otro de esos hermosos shitcoins que no tiene tanto historial. ¿Qué vamos a usar para poder medir esto? Simplemente nuestros indicadores, nuestros EMAs, SMAs, que te da una excelente idea de dónde va a estar el precio. Simplemente tengo el 21 y el 9. El 9 es el verde, que es el que más usaría. Estoy arriba de esto. Probablemente pensaría que va a la alza. Estoy abajo, probablemente voy a pensar que voy a la baja. Ahorita lo que estoy esperando es ver si rompemos esta zona de este EMA. Si esto lo rompemos a la baja, probablemente tengas más downside, pero también algo importante acá es, ve exactamente cómo vino a tocar este SMA 200 una vez y de ahí dio un zampompazo. Estos son movimientos bastante grandes, aunque no se vean. O sea, esto es un movimiento de 50%. Eso quiere decir que si estás usando 20X, estás haciendo una cantidad brutal de dinero. Entonces, sí, lo único que estás en una situación donde no hay mucho ni para arriba ni para abajo. Lo único que tienes que esperar es saber cómo, si aguantas esto a la alza, a la baja, pero te está enseñando, literalmente está en medio de los dos y puedes ver que el maldito precio justamente se está burlando de nosotros. Está intentando ir a tocar el EMA 9 en la de 2 horas. No lo hace. Vamos a un mejor time frame, uno más corto de 4 horas. Estás tal cual. Probablemente vayas a ser rechazado y vayas a buscar esta parte abajo. Y básicamente es todo. Otra cosa rápida que también dijo Alex es, estás viendo que hiciste un alto más bajo, un alto más bajo, bajo, bajo más bajo, bajo más bajo. Así que con precaución cuando compres tus shitcoins, por favor. Con mucha precaución comprando tus shitcoins. Wow, ¿por qué me salté a tanta gente? Discúlpenme, algo está moviendo esto. Vamos a ver. Nike.
Yeah, I've been watching Nike.
It's interesting, no? Because everyone, some guy brought it to me saying, dude, I'm going to go in before the Olympics. Nike always does like a 30% move up. I'm like, this time is different, son, because this time we're all broke as fuck.
It still looks like trash.
Oh,
on
dude,
the higher
it
time
looks even
frames.
worse because now it's consolidating at a level where it's probably going to take another leg down.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Wait. Oh, yeah, fine. You're
Fine
muted.
back on? Is he muted? Oh, yeah, you are muted, sir.
I was saying that I went to the mall in Mexico and I was asking them for the Nike store, and they were looking at me like I was retarded. And like, you
There's
mean
no
Nike?
Nike stores.
They're like, you mean Nike?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Also, Nike.
Nike.
Yeah, we don't call it Nike.
That's funny.
What do you got on Nike?
So we have a massive gap right here on Nike. Let's see how much of a percentage it is.
That's the weekly, right?
Yeah. Oh, this is the 8 hour. Let me switch to the weekly.
Got it.
Let's start with the weekly. We don't have as much of we don't really have any identifiable gap on the weekly though. We have it on the 8 hour. But this weekly candle right here, it ended up being a bearish engulfing, and we engulfed the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 weeks of price action. The past 3 months of price action, we just bearishly engulfed, which you absolutely do not want to see. Right, and right now the momentum is on the floor, and volatility is starting to point down. Usually, whenever that happens, momentum gets all the way down here. It doesn't like to be down there that long. As you can see right here, last time it was down there, it ended up getting a 55% move up.
So you get a bounce up whenever you have momentum on the floor, and then volatility wanting to go there too.
Yeah, because whenever it gets this low, it takes much more work for the sellers to keep the momentum down. Eventually, like the price that the momentum pivot would be to flip it back bullish is much lower once it gets all the way down here. It doesn't necessarily say you're going to make new highs, but it does say you're probably going to make a lower high from there. So if you're short, you would probably want to cut your exposure and re-enter it at the lower high. But right now, with this setup, with the momentum starting to flip up and volatility flipping down, we would target naturally the median. And right now, the median is lining up with the 55 EMA right here at $96.80. Yeah, $96.45, $96.80, which also, like, if you were to reject here, that would be another lower high, and we would almost certainly come down and break this low. Like, probably a 90% chance we're going to come and break this low. We're going to probably come down at least to around like $64, $65. Maybe get a little bit of a bounce here, retest this zone right here at $70, and then we would eventually come back down towards somewhere in the 50s. And that would be a 50% drop from where we are now.
Whoa.
Everybody says, oh, it's down so much, it can't go down lower.
Oh, no, it will.
It could go down another 50% very easily.
I learned that a lot recently.
On the daily, we have that gap, like, very visible here. And the gap is currently 17.8% of a gap. Pretty massive in traditional markets. 17.8% is a sneeze in the shitcoin market, but in traditional markets, 17.8% is what gets people starting to, look for the easy way out, if you know what I mean. Self deletion. We're getting the upwards momentum on the daily right now, and we are getting a buy signal on the jewel. So that would give us the confluence to go up towards our lower high. I don't think this is going to happen, but it very possibly could happen where we go up to fill this gap. Everybody gets insanely bullish, thinking the bottom is in. We've caught the bottom. Nike is going to new highs from here for it to just make a lower high over here, because it would be very in the same thing where we were in the low side, where momentum was on the floor, and it would take a lot of work for bears to keep it down. It would be the opposite up here, where we're going to be at the opposite end of the extreme zone at the 100%. So it's going to be that much harder for bulls to keep the momentum up. And if we get any sort of weakness here, that's going to mark our lower high. Very likely we're going to get some bearish divergence, and from there that will give us the fuel to break this low right here. We have to watch what happens at the reaction over here at the 55 EMA, and then if we can break above it, the final confirmation will be a close above this $92 to $94 zone. After we get a close above that, then I'd be comfortable saying the bottom is in, and then we can mark this as a deviation. But until then, it's safer to say that it's bearish until proven otherwise. Let's check out the divergences, see if we have any. This will tell us a lot if we do have some divergence building up. So right here on the weekly, we do have a drive of bullish divergence, but it was negated when we made a local high over here. So now we're into the bearish control zone. So we do have we have a lower low here on the RSI, on the price action. We have a higher low on the RSI. So we can make a local low here. We'd have to close above about $78. We'd have a local low. Then we confirm a second drive of bullish divergence. At that point, we can target this upper $90 area, and it wouldn't tell us that we're going to close above it or not. It would just tell us that we can target that. And once we target that and we close above this, then we can target these previous highs. And at that point, we're so close to this high moving average, it's just going to become a magnet at around $206. And with every close, it moves up higher. Right now, we see volatility at the absolute extremes. Whenever volatility gets here, we're looking for a mean reversion move. A mean reversion basically means the opposite of the move that we just had. As you see right here, when volatility hit the absolute lows on this dump right here, we got a mean reversion move back up, and we had a higher low, then we made another lower low. So we're at the same place as we were right here and over here, where we have extreme volatility. So we're going to be looking for an opposite move right here, which also coincides
with your bounce.
Yeah, and that coincides with the upwards momentum on the previous chart that we looked at. See the daily.
So what you're saying is we long, then we short, then we no.
Exactly. Just 100 exit. You can't lose. We have multiple drives of bullish divergence here on the daily, and we have them exactly where you'd want to see it at the bearish control zone. From here, you'd get your minimum target of the middle zone for the RSI, which is right now at $77.61. So that kind of lines up with our previous lower high area to watch for. If you get a rejection here and make a lower high, we're probably going to break back down to this bearish critical zone. Right now, it's at $58, which also lines up with that 50s number that we had targeted earlier before.
Yeah.
So our zone for maximum opportunity for bears is going to be right around that $70 zone. We're going to watch that. See any weakness there, then you would get an easy short. And if you were to close above this red moving average, then you could just cut your short and flip long to this green moving average, which is around $92. That's like, I want to say 30%. I'm not good at math, so my bad. No, it's about a 6% move up. And then from there, how much of a move is it to the top line? So you get an easy another 17 to 18% move. So you would have caught 6% up here. You would have long the retest of the line, and you catch another 17% with very minimum risk, because you'll be so close to your invalidation point. And right now here on the jewel, we're also getting another buy signal. We're getting it flipping from it flipped to neutral over here for a little bit, then it flipped from neutral back to buy, exactly where we want to see it. And these lines over here are volume. So the more these lines go up, the more the volume there is. So what you would like to see with a positive buy signal is the volume increasing. If we continue to see this increasing and get above this moving average, then it'd be safe to say that you'd be able to hold more of this long and not close all of it at this moving average, because then you have more confluence that we'll probably break above it. But before that, you would want to see that signal first, and then you could with more confidence hold your long, and you could take more risk. But until then, you're just looking on lower high watch and expecting it to reject. If it doesn't reject, that's a nice positive, and you can just flip back long again, and you would have your short profits, and you would have a pretty nice long there too to fill this gap.
And just important, just so I'm completely on the same page as you here. Your lower high, you're referring to the 77.15 area.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
If we get above that, we could still make a lower high at $90. It's just not as likely.
Yeah, I mean, you can still go. Yeah, those are the zones that I have. Literally, I have just 2 lines on my chart. Those are the 2 lines that I have.
Let me mark
so it makes sense.
Mark this off with a horizontal line. And this line lines up right with that 55 EMA, which also gives you more confluence. That if you close above this, you would fill this gap, and this whole move would be a deviation. And at that point, we can very easily target these previous highs of 124, 125. At that point, I don't know if we reject. It's very possible we do, and they come back down to retest these highs over here around $98, $99. And then from there, everybody would get bearish again. Everybody was hard shorting, and that would fuel the next move up. But for now, it's leaning bearish, and it's leaning pretty heavily to the bearish side.
Heavy as fuck. Okay.
All the bulls have is hopium.
Oh, that's so cute for the bulls. No.
So much hopium.
Ahí les va, Nike, rápidamente. Hemos estado viendo lo que Nike está haciendo. Estamos hablando temporalidad de una semana, para que sepan, cada una de estas velas es una semana para la gente que nos está empezando a ver. Lo que vimos acá, esto es un bearish engulfing candle que literalmente absorbió las 12 semanas pasadas. Es algo que no quieres ver. El momentum del precio está en el piso y la volatilidad quiere irse para abajo. Esto probablemente cree un rebote. Ahora, este rebote tenemos que estar al pendiente para ver hasta dónde se quiera ir. Este rebote nos puede llevar a esta línea que están viendo por acá pasar. Lo que queremos ver es poder romper básicamente esto. Los 77, donde he hecho este tope, digamos 77, 20, o ahí júzguenlo como ojo de buen cubero, que lo estoy viendo de lejos, ¿no? Y aparte traigo mis lentes de viejito. Queremos romper esto. Una vez que rompas esto y confirmes, muy probablemente tengas una muy buena posibilidad, simplemente basando en todos los indicadores que estamos viendo, porque el momentum va para arriba y en la diaria y hay una señal de compra en el Joule también, lo que nos dice que probablemente vayamos a cerrar un poco el gap que existe arriba en la diaria. Y ahora, si les enseño la diaria, pueden entender de qué estoy hablando con el gap. Este es un gap, aquí no hay nada de absolutamente nada pasando por ahí, lo pueden ver. Este gap es literalmente de 17%, eso es algo que no quieren ver. 17.8% es el tamaño del gap, es algo que no quieren ver, pero eso nos llevaría por ahí de los 92, 94 dólares, si es que podemos romper este bajo de acá. 79 dólares es donde yo lo pondría. Olvídense los 77, yo pondría esto acá, eliminaría esto y teniendo un cierre aquí arriba, probablemente nos dé un buen rebote hasta acá y de ahí a seguir bajando. Quiero que entiendan esto. Esto es algo que se ve negativo y se ve bajista. Por más que vaya a haber un rebote, la probabilidad es que el precio se vaya a los 50 dólares. Es lo que más está hablando la probabilidad de a dónde va a llegar el precio como un objetivo, pero estamos intentando también entender los niveles de todos lados, a la alza, a la baja o lo que sea.
I think Alejandro disconnected.
Sorry, boys. I keep fucking everything up and I just
No worries.
keep clicking out of this. Okay, hang on. There's so many people here. What's going on? Oh, no. Every time I enter, I lose the older comments. That's why. Okay. Sorry, guys. Let's see what's next. Have you guys looked at Snap?
I haven't looked at that in a minute.
I mean, I'm not a Snap type of guy, but
Yeah, me either.
yeah, I mean, who is it anymore?
I mean, most of these apps get their money off like advertising. Yeah, I just don't think Snap, is as big as like, let's say, Instagram ads, Facebook ads.
Oh, no. Oh, no. They're having so much problems and they're paying people too much money for absolutely nothing in return.
Yeah,
It's
like
not
I'm
gonna
sure
be-
you've heard of like their incentive on paying like creators to use Snapchat and just post stories.
I
Yeah.
mean, are you guys saying that Snapchat isn't bussing?
It's not buzzing.
That's
not-
cap. That's cap.
No cap, Farhad. No cap. All right. Let's see. Although
All
we're
right, let me see my
making higher lows, we're not making higher highs.
Yeah, so Snapchat right here on the 3-day looks interesting to me. It basically based around support, which is what we want to see. You could see this area here is kind of big on Snapchat. We at least get some reactions every time it does reclaim. Let me see here. This level is around $11.24. So you can see here that it did reclaim it pretty healthily on the 3-day based on it. And then we got that expansion up. The issue here is on the 3-day, if you zoom in, it kind of looks like a double top here. Just slightly though. And even maybe like head and shoulders potentially.
Yeah.
So what we're dealing with here now is, let me see if the, yeah, so we're below the EMA 9 on the 3-day. It doesn't look healthy at all. Ideally, what we want to see, we can draw basically a tiny meme line here at this rejection high. Ideally, kind of like treat it like a mid-range in this support. The hopium would be we kind of base off of there. let this EMA 9 come more down. That way we have more of a chance to reclaim it. For now, I wouldn't be looking for shorts right here, mainly longs. We can see here that this EMA 100 on the 4 hours, pretty strong resistance. Now it's again flipping resistance. So if you were like trying to play this, the idea would be we first wanted to reclaim this EMA 100, which will probably lead into us reclaiming it on the EMA 9. This is all on the 4 hour. Then we might have a play. But until then, we're seeing it lose it, reject off of it, and we're getting expansion down. Now approaching that support at $12.67. Just out of curiosity. So yeah, it still has around like a 3% move to go. 2.8 to 3% move until it hits the support level, which should be a bounce zone in my opinion. So that seems likely that that's going to hit just based on the higher time frame. If we go here to the weekly, yeah, the weekly is not looking good, especially it rejecting off the 9. If you're short bias and you want a conservative short, the play would be essentially to wait until we get to this bounce zone. Ideally, this EMA 9 on the weekly will come more down. Maybe eventually it'll reach like $14. And the idea would be we bounce sizably, reject off of it again. That's where you can go short. And then you would just simply target like 1124 region. High 1180s to 1124. And if you're long, the idea would be, you get positioned here right around $12.60 with the idea of that holding that rejection high right here, basing off of it, letting and consolidating too is important, letting some of these moving averages come more down. And then you just flip to the daily and you would want it basically to reclaim at least the daily EMA 9. You can see once it did it here, it was a sizable bounce. So we essentially right here too, right here, and then it based off of it, and then we got the expansion up. So for now, Snapchat is not looking good. It's looking quite bearish. It is approaching a bounce zone, so I'd be mindful of that. If you're actively day trading this, I'd focus on the daily and also the 4 hour. The 4 hour and the daily, I would focus on. Right, we're rejecting off resistance here. Mindful of that, but then also I would be mindful that the fact that we are approaching the daily EMA 100, which is a lot stronger than the 4 hour. Rejecting the 4 hour gives us momentum to go down to this daily. If we lose this daily, it wouldn't be a good sign. So this is lining up perfectly with the support. So we'd want to see a bounce or reaction here. Right around, like I said, $12.50 to $12.60.
That's basically the key, whether it's a bounce or it's just going to break through it, right? Because mostly you're seeing the confluence of the EMAs also basically landing there.
Yeah, exactly.
On the higher time frames.
And we've already had a sizable downside move. So, 24% is pretty big in the stock market world. So a bounce, a bounce wouldn't surprise me, especially that it's approaching here. And that's why it's good just to be mindful of that, because where maybe people are eeping in the shorts here, we're very close to a bounce zone, in my opinion. So I'd be mindful of that, and then watch for a reaction around that level.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Give me 1 second. There it is. Okay. All right. Perfecto. Let me bring up my screen. Share screen. Share snap. Aquí tienen Snapchat básicamente y esto es el resumen de lo que nos dijo Alex. Un segundo. Hemos visto también, por cierto, en este gráfico, esto es la diaria, déjenme lo pongo en la semanal para que tengan una idea de cómo se ve esto, cómo ha caído y está aquí en una aparente tendencia alcista consolidando, pero si ponemos tantita atención en esta semana, en esto semanal, pueden ver cómo esto es un bajo más alto que esto y podrías que decir hasta posiblemente esté pintando un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido. Digo, un hombro, cabeza, hombro tal cual, hombro, cabeza, hombro, y que se lo lleve el nepe rompiendo esto a la baja. Yo lo que básicamente, y para ponerlo un poco más sencillo, lo que pone Alex es bastante fácil. Perdimos todos nuestros EMAs en la semanal, en la diaria también, en la de 4 horas también. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? Básicamente un rebote en esta zona. muy probablemente vaya a haber un rebote de los 2.64. Si quieres entrar en long y poner simplemente ¿cómo se llama? Tu stop loss aquí abajo, ¿no? En los 12.25, ponte tú. Pero también si quieres hacerle un short, que rompas aquí, confirmes una vez más aquí, que vengas a buscar otra vez la línea y la rompas a la baja, los 12.61, ahí probablemente tengas también espacio para hacer un short, porque estás perdiendo todo esto, se ve bajista, pero de nuevo, tiene la oportunidad de dar un rebote y sobre todo cuando volteamos a ver en la semanal, darte un rebote e ir a buscar esta zona de los 14.52, no sé qué tanto vaya a ser de movimiento a la alza. Estás hablando de un 15% más o menos, pero es la manera de jugar un poco con snap. Ese es un nivel importante, el 12.61, para arriba o para abajo. All righty. Let's see. We already did NVIDIA, right? So
Slightly, yeah, we did NVIDIA a little bit.
let's do NVIDIA properly because people, this
Yeah,
is
let's go
a
deeper
very,
into it.
yeah.
It's important, you know. I think it measures risk-on environment kind of inequities.
Oh, look at this. Look at this.
Oof.
Yeah. Oof is
Yikes.
right.
I was muted. So what I was saying though is the funniest thing about NVIDIA is that because you guys know how I'm a huge computer nerd.
Yes, sir.
So back in the day, NVIDIA made the best graphics cards that you could. They still make the best graphics that you can get, video cards. And back then, I was first getting into computer gaming, and I was like, "What's the best thing you could get?" And I was looking at NVIDIA. Back then, they had just released their 900 series of graphics cards, and they were so fucking impossible to get. Like those Yeezy shoes, how everybody lines up for them, and everybody like only the first people, a couple of people get them.
Yep.
So I had to go to this computer store called Micro Center, and I was camping out there for like 7 hours before the store opened because I knew they were gonna have them in stock that day. I get there, they literally have 3 of them.
That's
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I bought 2 of them. So
No.
fuck everybody else in line. Back then, NVIDIA stock was like 1/20th or 1/30th of what it is right now.
Insane run. Yeah, it's been
That
an insane run.
$1,200 I put into those graphics cards would have been over 100,000 at NVIDIA speak.
I was going to say, you should have known at that point you needed it so bad, and there's a line, you go and buy the stock.
These shits are worth like from 1,200 now to maybe 200 combined.
Yeah, of course. I mean, time destroys technology value.
And the stock is just flying.
Yep.
Same shit happened when I bought a Tesla Model S instead of buying the stock.
Same thing with me with the Model X, for example.
That
I'm
was
a
retarded.
fucking idiot. Okay.
Whenever they're put in like 120 into that Model S, and then when I sold it, it was worth 60.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I'm doing that again. So here we are.
what fucked you over the most though is that a few months after you bought your Model X, they launched Autopilot 2.
I know, and it was completely different hardware. It was such a fucking dick move by Elon, but I'm still here being a dick.
Because Elon doesn't do what the other legacy manufacturers do. He doesn't wait for model year releases to release new shit. He just releases it right away.
Whenever, because his cars get better every single day that he produces one. Right, I'm going to go pee, but I'm going to leave you here, and I'm listening to you, so taking notes.
So on NVIDIA right now, we are getting downwards momentum, and we're getting at a very extreme level. We're getting lower momentum than when we had here, while price is significantly higher. So this is giving you a hidden bullish divergence right here in the momentum. The only way to confirm it, though, is that we have to get a local low. So we have to close above this high right here, which is around $116.26. We want to ideally get 2 closes above here. Once we get that confirmed, then we'll have a hidden bullish divergence on the weekly. And on the weekly, it gives you a very significant signal. On the we can easily target the top 38.2% level, if not the 50% level, which is going to be around $151 to around $156. And right here on the jewel, we are getting a God mode sell signal at the top, where we have had several in the past. But when it's on a very strong uptrend and it's still holding the 21 EMA, the God mode sell signal usually is a test down to the 21 EMA. Every single time it's been a test to the 21 EMA. Right now, we're holding the 21 EMA as we speak. If this confirms local low here and this starts to flip back up, it's going to keep the same trend as we've had before. And from there, I would target that 50% zone at around $156 for a new high. But right now, it is leaning slightly to the bear side with bullish hopium with this divergence that's building up. Let's go to the daily. The daily does not look as good. Daily is giving us negative momentum, upwards volatility which means the move to the downside is not corrective and it's more of a impulsive move. And we lost the 55 EMA on the daily. We retested it and rejected cleanly, and we got our move down. If we lose that weekly line, that weekly support that we were at before, we would get a move at the minimum down to this daily 200 SMA, which is around $79 to $80. I think we would very likely get a bounce there because we would be at the 99% range. So it's going to be significantly harder for bears to keep the momentum down. But if we do touch this 200 SMA, I think we're going to move up, get like a little higher low, right around this gap area, maybe 95%, reject from there, and then probably go up a little bit lower down to this $64 zone. But until proven that we lose the 21 EMA on the weekly, I would be looking for higher lows and a long zone. And your opportunity zone for longs here at the 21 EMA, that you can long here at around $104. And if you were to close below 104 on the weekly, you could just cut it. Because at that point, you've lost the 21 EMA and the trend has shifted. Then you would short the retest of the 21 EMA down to this 55, where you would take profit at $79, probably close half of it, and you would hold the rest for this low right here, around $65. And that would be a pretty lucrative trade considering how shorts got absolutely slaughtered on this upside move.
Oh, yeah.
That would be from here. At a minimum, around like 21% to around 37, 38% down.
That's massive.
You'd also get quite a few cloud tokens if you manage to short that and make a good amount of money while everybody else got slaughtered shorting this up run.
The entire year, everyone was just trying to short. That led to the squeeze up and up and up.
Yeah, because everybody had the same ideology. They're like Nvidia has no business at being at this high of a valuation. Time to short, and their liquidity pushed it even higher.
Was it really as easy as a double top / lower high that led to it?
Everybody at this point had been conditioned to buy the dips.
And we just made like the most perfect short, most obvious short opportunity. And
right now at this 104.96 level is what you're saying, that's the perfect level.
Yeah, around 104 at the weekly 21 EMA.
Yeah,
that one is currently at 104.44. This is what I would consider the maximum opportunity zone for bulls. If we lose this, what I would consider the maximum opportunity zone for bears would be a retest of this 21, or as close to the 21 as you can open a short as possible. And then if we get a close above the 21, you would cut your short and flip back long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's very simple trades like here. Whenever you're very close to the invalidation zone,
yeah,
you have minimal risk with a maximum upside potential.
I mean, you're at an actionable place, whereas in other times you just have to wait until price tells you, am I going to go retest? Am I going to go,
Yeah,
you're
most
there.
of trading is just waiting.
Right here on the weekly, which is what we absolutely do not want to see, is we have 3 drives of bearish divergence in the bullish control zone. Like, remember previously when I said when you have bullish divergence,
now
in
you
the
have
bearish control zone? When you have bullish divergence in the bearish control zone, that gives you your ultimate long signal. From there, you can very easily target new highs. Whenever we get bearish controls divergence in the bullish control zone, it's the opposite move, where you're almost certainly going to get a impulsive move to the downside. Right now, we still have not yet touched the minimum target. The minimum target is the median zone on the RSI, which it tells you is currently at $98.49. If we close below this middle zone, then at that point, I would say bulls are fucked and we're going to reverse this whole uptrend. Probably come down at least to the bearish control zone, which right now is at that same 72.66 target. So if we do break this downtrend, I would look for an opportunity zone around $74.66, possibly upwards to $90. Cut it there. If we close above $90, then reopen for new longs.
I see what you're saying.
But each one of these plays is at the maximum point of opportunity.
Wow.
See on the daily if we have any divergence. Daily, we have some hidden bullish divergence, but we negated it by making this lower high at the resistance of this moving average. We're breaking into the bearish controls on the daily. The bulls absolutely want to see this bounce right here. They want to see us close this day above 109.8. If they close the day above 109.8, bottom is in, and we're targeting new highs. If they don't close the day above 109.8, it's going to be stuck within the bearish control zone, and then our next target is the bearish critical zone, which is right now at $70.51, which goes back to that 70s number. So we have a whole bunch in confluence. Right here, this is the BBWP, the Bollinger Band's bandwidth percentile, which takes those previous Bollinger Bands that Alex showed, which is a volatility indicator, but it gives you a number-wise. Whereas the Bollinger Bands, it gives you like 2 bands, which whenever they tighten, you can tell volatility is contracting. Whenever they open, you can tell volatility is expanding. What this indicator does, though, is it uses that same principle, but it gives you a number. In my opinion, the number is much easier to see because right now you can see the numbers at 87.7% volatility, which means volatility is shooting up very highly. And momentum is going down. So that tells you that the move that we're getting to the downside right now is an impulsive move and it's not a corrective move. So you should, like, theoretically with this type of setup, you should be looking for lower highs to short instead of looking for higher lows to long.
Yeah,
because it's bearish until this volatility starts flipping down. Once the volatility flips down, then we can look for a mean reversion. We could look back to retest the moving average, and if we get a close above it, that would be the signal that we're going to new highs. But until this volatility is flipped up, we have a bearish move.
Touché.
Very simple, very simple.
Clean.
Thank you, sir. Bastante sencillo, sobre todo lo que estamos viendo y lo que acaba de decirnos Farhan, ¿no? Cuando estamos volteando a ver Nvidia, literalmente, vean el nivel donde estamos. Estamos en un nivel súper importante, estamos en la tabla semanal. Quiero que vean cómo el precio está abajo de este soporte en los 107.10 y en este momento está en 105, en 105.14. Ahora, tienes el EMA 21 aquí abajo, literalmente en los 104.45. Este puede ser una de las movidas más fáciles que puedas tener, simplemente porque la volatilidad está acelerándose a la alza en la diaria, el momentum está bajando como loco, lo que nos está diciendo que este no va a ser un movimiento, ¿cómo se dice? No va a ser un movimiento en falso, va a ser un movimiento correctivo. Y lo que está favoreciendo es a la baja. Entonces, muy sencillo. Si rompes el nivel, y esto lo pueden anotar todos, si rompen el nivel de los 104.45 a la baja, tienes un cierre y confirmación abajo de esto, la movida más sencilla sería un short. ¿Cuándo? Cuando el precio baje, te dé esa confirmación, va a volver a intentar retestear el EMA 21. Una vez que el nivel que sea el EMA 21 en ese retesteo, ahí es donde quieres poner tu short y simplemente lo invalidas tantito más arriba de tu entrada para que tengas un buen stop loss y que no te lleve el pene si el precio hace lo contrario. Probablemente el precio te va a llevar de aquí a los 98, 99 y si rompes esta zona que es aquí también donde tenemos los 97.13 a la baja, probablemente Nvidia se vaya a los 72.66, que es lo que nos está enseñando el indicador de Farhan, que es más o menos por acá. Entonces, tiene muchísimo camino para acá y idealmente, una vez llegando acá, probablemente vayas a tener un rebote hasta los $98 de vuelta. Entonces, vas a tener la oportunidad de primero el corto, después, obviamente, cuando regrese a retestear el EMA de 21, tienes tu corto, se va a los 72 si es que llegas, de los 72 cierras, abres un long, te vas a los 98 y de ahí te esperas a ver qué es lo que sigue de acuerdo al momentum que tiene. Pero es como se ve Nvidia en este momento y básicamente es eso lo que estamos viendo en las tablas. Bueno, ya saben que nos encanta tradear por acá nosotros Bitcoin y estamos todos los días. Estos tíos tienen un Discord, se los voy a compartir a ustedes para que puedan ir a visitarlos. Denme un segundito. Denme un segundito que me está dando los anuncios de SpongeBob. Greetings, General. Invite people. Privacy settings, invite people. Ready. Ok. Les voy a dejar acá el Discord para todos ustedes que quieran y estén aprendiendo de trading, que vengan acá. Hay una comunidad bastante choncha y está creciendo todos los días. Es gratis acceder, no tienes que hacer nada. Así que váyanse a dar una vuelta. Ahí está el Discord, se los dejo. Y también para todos ustedes, los que quieran tradear con nosotros, se los hemos dicho se los diremos 2 y 3 veces más. Un segundito, me acabo de dar cuenta de esta estupidez. Aquí lo tenemos. Aquí lo tenemos. Básicamente, aquí lo tienen. Esto es Blofin para todos los que quieran tradear cripto. Esto aplica en Estados Unidos y en todo el mundo. También tenemos un enlace para BitGet. Primero les voy a pasar el de Blofin, que queda aquí en la parte de abajo. Se los estoy poniendo. Ahí tienen Blofin. Regístrense con ese enlace. Hay regalos, obviamente. Y para la gente, guys, the prices. The prices on Bluff. I totally forgot. Para la gente que esté viéndonos en México, denme un segundito, ¿dónde está? Que nos están regalando un Rolex para regalarles. Entonces, aquí está. Les voy a compartir esto. Ahí les va. En Blofin, opera y deposita para ganar unos bonos y también un Rolex. Con volumen de operaciones de menos de 1,000, el bono a futuro será de $20. Volumen de operaciones de arriba de 1,000,000, que por cierto, mover $1,000,000 con futuros no es nada. Te da chance para entrar a lo de los AirPods. Si tienes un volumen más allá de 5 millones para obtener un Nintendo Switch. Si tienes un volumen de más de 20 millones, un iPhone 15. Si tienes más de 30 millones en volumen, para entrar y ganar una MacBook Pro M3. Si tienes más de un volumen de 50 millones, te van a regalar los Apple Vision Pro para que seas un raro en toda la calle. Y si tienes más de 100 millones, puedes entrar y participar para ganar este Rolex, damas y caballeros. Solamente el volumen de operaciones del Taker, 15% de reembolsos, el monto transferido a las cuentas de futuros, las recompensas se enviarán dentro de 2 días, etcétera. Es lo que tenemos ahorita en este momento ¿cómo se llama? En Blofin. Y también tenemos una cuenta, un segundito que no la tengo acá, en BitGet. Lo que tiene BitGet para nosotros comparado con Blofin, porque no lo podemos usar en Estados Unidos, tiene fees más baratas que Blofin. Pero pues, güey, es una o la otra, pueden usar los dos. Obviamente, también les dejo acá el enlace de Blofin para que lo vean. De BitGet, para que puedan usar lo que les acomode. No estamos buscando que paguen fees más grandes, pero en Estados Unidos no tenemos estos exchanges de futuro, así que ahí está ese. Y les dejé el Discord, les dejé Blofin y les dejé también BitGet para todos ustedes que quieran tradear, para que sigan. Y también pueden venir todos los días al Discord, usar estas herramientas y seguir tradeando con estos cracks. Vale, all right, let's go. Nice. What's next? After chilling. Let me see. Do you guys know what JTO is? Is that the Donald Trump thing? No, it's
not.
A
crypto coin.
JTO.
Yeah, the Donald Trump one is DJT.
Yeah, you're right. You're
and
totally
Mega.
right.
Was it that DWAC that they changed to DJT?
Yeah.
I see.
And they got a massive pump after they changed the name too.
Yeah.
That's why this man, Uncle Donnie, is not on Twitter.
Yeah, that's the only reason, really. Legit.
The second he tweets, his shit is gonna nuke.
Yep, absolutely. I understand. I mean,
Uncle, bro has like $10 billion in that shit, so I understand.
I think he's good. Yeah. He'll stay away from it. Hang on. Oh, now because I have my keyboard. 1 second.
You remember when he launched his Solana NFTs?
Dude,
and the Ethereum ones too.
And he launched a lot. I want to buy some Trump NFTs, to be honest with you. It's the only thing worth anything.
That was the biggest fumble I've ever made. Because back when they first launched them, I had a lot of friends who were buying a shit ton of them. And they 10x within the next week.
Insane.
It's such a simple play too, buying NFTs. You just buy it when the hype's coming up and then sell them at that point. Yeah, dude.
Like if you can mint it, it's like in my head free money.
I fumbled the NFT games so hard. I remember back when the Crypto Punks came out for 1 ETH.
Oh, no.
And I was like, who the fuck wants to pay an ETH for this stupid JPEG?
Shit. Yeah.
I got told about Crypto Kitties. Like literally a friend of mine was like, you want to buy these Crypto Kitties? They were like $200-$300.
Pudgy Penguins I've been watching for
I've been
years.
watching Pudgy Penguins since they were half an ETH.
Yeah,
now
literally.
Now they're up to like 30 ETH.
Yeah, missed it. Missed that boat.
Oh, well. There'll be another one.
Willie's right. Here we
go. JTO USDT. All right, so let's focus on the weekly here for now. Basically the weekly's been in a very aggressive downtrend here. It is promising to see that this green doji formed kind of at the bottom, and it didn't break this low that it made on the week of July 1st. So that's promising. To me, this looks like a local bottom. and we got the expansion up and also reclaimed the weekly EMA 9, which visually you can see it held it down after losing it for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks. So it was down for a while. So seeing that is a good welcoming sign. This candle is very strong as well. We have the wick to the downside, but buyers showed up, leading to a nice pump. Basically, it bounced where it needed to. You can see here, this is a bounce zone while still holding the 9. So this is so far looking good. We're now getting a rejection here. So what I'm focused on now is to see if that $2.86 level will hold. If we go to the 2-day now, the 2-day visually I think is nicer, just gives you more candlesticks than the weekly. You can kind of see the strength that the 9 is giving this coin right now currently. Each time that it's come down, it's always been like a buy zone essentially. So it will be interesting to see if how price is going to react to that $2.60 level area to $2.80 level. Let's look at it on the lower time frames, and you can see here that the lower time frames aren't looking the best. I could definitely see a little bit of downside, basically giving us more confidence that we probably will go and test, that 280 level, in my opinion, especially with what we saw with the 3-day, I believe. The 3-day, the 2-day, and the daily. To me, I'm just only seeing this as like a back test of support, essentially. And the daily represents that nicely with the EMA 9 coming directly into support. If you're bullish on this, you'd expect that to hold. What you don't want is this to be like an SFP, which essentially is like a deviation where price will come up. The issue with this is it didn't even hit the resistance zone. So if it comes up, deviates, comes down, loses the support, rejects here, that would be the deviation / lower time frame SFP, in my opinion. So that's something you'd want to watch, essentially. If you're bullish, and then if you're bearish, that could be an actionable play. Because you can see here how price essentially doesn't like to lose the EMA 9 on the daily for very long. It lost it for 1 day, quickly got bought up, held here, got the expansion. And you visually can see how it reacts around it. So if you were playing this trying to short it, you wouldn't short it here, because it's right in the middle, and that's what makes it hard when we don't hit the extremity, because we very much could come down, rally up, hit it, reject, and then come down more. But the idea would be, the EMA 9 on the daily holds. You can just long it on a retest, especially when we see it lining up with the meme line support. And then on the flip side, if we lose it, 2 closures under it, flipping that into resistance, basically the retest would be where you want to short. In my opinion, that's how I would play it. Let's check out the hourly just for fun. Why not? That hourly, you can see here that the hourly EMA 100, I really do like the EMA 100 on most time frames, because that's usually where we get nice bounce zones, especially in crypto. So you can see here that every time we've gone into it, it's been a nice opportunity so far for this coin. Now remember, it is a crypto coin, mainly a shit coin, so it all correlates with Bitcoin. All the algorithms are tied to Bitcoin. So while I'm trading this, I'd always be watching Bitcoin, because why would I long this if Bitcoin looks bearish? You'll always get those certain coins that show what we call relative strength, which kind of outperform Bitcoin. But that's where we look at their Bitcoin pair. But on the hourly, right, on the lower time frame, very low time frame, you can see that 280 coming back into play. A lot of confluence around that area. So something to be mindful of. Just to see, let's check out the Bitcoin pair, GTO BTC. I actually I don't see it. Fine, do you see it on your trading view? Maybe I'm typing it in wrong.
JTO.
Let's see.
GTO BTC. I don't see it on my part.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
Okay. Yeah, and see, that's the issue with these newer coins. You don't get as much data. And the more data we have as traders, the more confluence and confidence we can have taking a trade. But nevertheless, just focus on the lower time frames. I'd watch the 280 to 260 area as an opportunity. If you want to take a more conservative approach, just focus on the daily. I feel like the daily is very obvious and easy. You just want this 9 to hold on the daily, along with this meme support line right at like 292 to like 295.
Okay. Nice and simple. All right.
Yeah.
Let me share my screen. Yeah. If you just come up with it all, it's nice and simple for me. Here we go. All right, ahí les va. Esto es JTO USD, damas y caballeros. Recuerden, estos son de esos meme coins o tal vez monedas que tienen muy poco historial, entonces no esperen que vayamos a ver tanto. Esto parece ser como la media del canal en este momento. En la semanal, y solamente para repetir lo que Alex nos dijo, está en literalmente un downtrend agresivo porque vienes de este lanzamiento, un alto más, el alto más alto, un alto más bajo, bajos, bajos más bajos. Entonces, esto tiene cara de ahora sí que bastante bajista, ¿no? Tiene cara de lo mismo. Lo único que inspira confianza un poco es más o menos lo que vimos acá, pero en la diaria. ¿Por qué? Porque acá en la diaria tienes un par de velas. Esta es una vela que normalmente te señala un tipo de fondo. También podrías decir que hay un hombro, cabeza, hombro, algo invertido, etcétera. Vas en esto en camino a la alza. En temporalidad de la diaria estás arriba de todo, pero quieres esperar a ver porque parece que esto ni siquiera va a llegar al nivel pasado alto, que es importante, que es por acá más o menos. Lo puedes poner acá. Yo me comparo con esto. Sí, básicamente acá. Entonces, estás un poco en un nivel en medio de la nada con esto. ¿Qué es lo que puedes hacer para pensar en meterle algo? Tenemos la de 2 días. La de 2 días lo pinta un poco mejor. Lo que quieres hacer es ir a ver dónde vas a caer en el EMA 20, en el EMA 9, y una vez que lo toques, puede ser tu long o puede ser tu short, básicamente y sencillamente en donde lo esté tocando. Acuérdate que el short, si vas a hacer un short de esto, no lo haces en cuanto toque, lo haces en la reconfirmación. Eso quiere decir que, digo, en el retesteo, que cuando pierdes el EMA 9, va a volver a intentar buscarlo. Ahí es donde lo metes con un stop loss apretadito arriba por cualquier cosa. Pero esto se ve en sí bajista y parece que ni siquiera vamos a poder retomar este nivel acá de los 3.7, que bueno, ni siquiera los 3.7. Vámonos en algo más tranquilo en los 3.6. No se ve nada bien. Nada, no se ve tan bien. Así que long, short, lo que guste, simplemente esperar a estos niveles. Vamos a ver. Gold. Hang on, you're muted, Farhan. Seems to be a
Gold.
tradition.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
Shiny rock time.
Shiny rock. Look it up. Shiny rock. Oh, fuck.
Bitcoin on the 8 hour did confirm a swing failure pattern.
What does that mean?
It wicked below the previous liquidity and closed above it, the previous wick low. So it gets people very bearish when we go below the previous low. They short that, and then we end up closing above it. So we took the liquidity, and we still heavily uptrend.
What time frame are you looking at?
At the 8 hour.
8 hour.
And on the 2 hour, we have a buy signal confirmed in the jewel. Okay, so we were looking at.
We should go back to 67, I think.
The idea would be, that we just wouldn't want to break the last 8 hour low then. 65,500.
Shiny rock doesn't look so bad.
No, this shit's gonna, like, it's about to blow the fuck up.
My original plan from back in 2023 is still playing out when I had a target for 3,500 on gold.
Really?
Yeah, so it's not going to happen anytime soon. It's an $11 trillion asset. It's probably going to take like a year or two to hit it, but it's still going right along plan.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think it was going to go this high. Fucking crazy.
Right here, we see on the, you see my chart? Yeah, we see on the weekly.
Yes, sir.
We are solidly above this meme line. We broke out above it. Now we're retesting it. Let me draw another one so we can get another point of confluence. So we have another one right here. We could possibly come back down and retest this one, but the reason why I'm thinking it's less likely because right now we're still holding the 9 EMA and we're holding the top 38.2% level, which is right here at $2,387. If we were to lose this 38.2% level, then I could say that we're probably going to come back down to this bottom 38.2% level, which lines up with this meme line right here. If we were to lose this name line on a weekly closure, at that point we could say we're probably going to go down to this one, maybe get a little bit of a bounce here, up to around like 22.16. I think it's going to reject there, and we're probably going to break lower and reverse this whole upward move. But right now, it doesn't seem likely because we're finding support exactly where we need to find support. We're getting the jewel right here. The jewel is continuing to give us a God mode green background with the buy signal right here. And this God mode on the weekly is very significant. Like, we've had it ever since. Let's go back.
What does it mean when you have a God mode green background? Hang on, who's stuck? Can you guys hear me? Alex? Is it me? Am I fucked? No, my shit's still live. ¿Me pueden escuchar todos ustedes? ¿Me pueden escuchar ustedes, jefes? Jefas? Jefaturas? Bueno, Nel, veo que tenemos a 4,000 personas acá. Se está poniendo algo, algo pesado. ¿Esto? Perfecto. There you go.
Back.
Yeah, there you go.
My computer crashed.
I was getting very worried. I was like, did we lose everything just now? Okay.
Yeah, it gets very annoying whenever it just shuts off all my browsers.
It's, you know, it's part of the gig, my friend. Part of the gig.
Okay, yeah, so like I was saying, we had this God mode buy signal all the way. Usually, whenever we hold it for this long,
Wait.
it means.
Share your screen with me, please.
Oh, my bad. Can you see it?
There you go.
Yeah. So we had this God mode signal for the longest time. Whenever we have this, it means that we're in a very, very strong uptrend, and price is going to have to work, or the bears are going to have to work very hard to break the lows.
That's when the background is God green, like when you get a God mode green background. That means that bulls are basic, like the bears are going to have to work extra hard to be able to keep the price down.
Yeah, because while we have this green background, bulls are solidly in control.
Okay.
We have had it for a long time.
I want to say for at least a year and a half.
Yeah, we've had it since gold was right around $289 an ounce.
Holy shit.
We went from there almost 10x to $23.90. And we still have it. So right now, I would still be, while we still have this and we are on a buy signal, I would be on a higher low watch for longs. And right now, we're getting the exact zone where I would consider it to be the maximum opportunity zone for bulls. Because if we still hold this 38.2% level, we're almost certainly going to get a new highest up towards this 88.3%.
And where's what's the price at that 30?
That's around $2,600.
So as long as we hold $2,600,
yeah, and as long as we hold 2380, we're looking at $2,600 next.
Got it.
But this the point of risk management would be that if we close below this 9 EMA, you could just cut it then. Okay. Because then we're below the major moving averages. We're probably going to come back down to this line. We've tested it so many times before. Each time you test it, it becomes weaker. We've tested it 3 times already. The 4th time is not likely to hold, and we're probably going to break down here and reverse this entire trend. And once we touch this line, it's going to be probably the bulls' last stand, hopium for right here. If they manage to bounce here, we can target new highs, but I don't see it as very likely at all. I see it as like more than a 60% chance that if we come down here, we're going to break lower, and we're probably going to come test this 200 SMA, which is right under $2,000 at $1,915. But it's looking pretty good for now. It's looking, as long as we hold the support, that we're looking to new highs very soon. And the market currently has 2 rate cuts priced in for this year. We have a rate cut priced in September, and then one priced in November. So if it does play, and usually the Fed does exactly what they say. Everybody's trying to play games like, oh, the Fed is saying this, saying this. I don't think they're going to cut. I think they're going to do this instead. Almost always the Fed does what they tell you they're going to do. So for now, I'm aiming on 2 rate cuts. And once the first rate cut comes, like not only gold, but Bitcoin and gold both are going to fly to the upside massively. I see this common misconception that everyone talks about, like, oh, look at these times every time the Fed cut rates and look what happens to the market. But they don't give you the nuance behind that. Because every time the market went down after the Fed cut rates, we were in a recession. Right now, technically, even if the numbers are fake or not, because it doesn't matter if the numbers are fake. The only thing that matters is the market believes them. The market takes consensus on those numbers and they believe they're real. So whenever those numbers come out, we are going to go up.
I
Especially
actually
when they cut rates.
on that, I'll say the only reason why this could work the way you're saying is because he would cut differently than from every single other time. Because before he was cutting aggressively down, and now he wouldn't. So he would be giving the financial system basically the pressure to the upside that we're looking for, whereas the economy just slowly keeps getting choked. So
like in 2018, 2019, when they cut rates, we were in a recession. The GDP was going down. And also, every time they cut rates, they would cut it by like 50 to 100 basis points.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And right now, the market is pricing in 25 basis points cuts for each cut.
Yeah.
Which is not that much.
Yes, and I'll leave this there for you, because also they said that they would not increase interest rates in 2020 until like 2024, 2026. That's what they were talking about. And then it ended up being completely different than what they said. It's just the only thing that worries me is deflation, because if we're really getting into deflation.
Yeah, and you've been making good points about that too, that I haven't even been thinking about.
And we just keep seeing more and more results going in that direction too. So
that's saw what like Bitcoin, how it performed in a inflationary environment. So when we get deflation, it's very interesting.
It should be the complete opposite, right? So hopefully we won't enter that yet.
Yeah, because Bitcoin is considered the hedge to the S&P, NASDAQ, and the dollar.
Yeah. We're going to fucking see what happens. All right, here we go. Rápidamente. Tenemos nuestro gráfico del oro. Estamos hablando de temporalidades semanales, damas y caballeros. Voy a sacar esto rápido por acá para que lo puedan ver bien. Ven cómo vamos en la parte del canal. Va bastante bien, honestamente. Pueden ver altos más altos, bajos más altos en todo esto. El movimiento es correcto. Estás arriba del EMA 9, estás arriba del 21, del 100 y del 200 por bastante. Se ve muy, muy alcista. La idea aquí es sencilla. Lo único que tienes que hacer es poder aguantar cierres arriba de 2,380, un cierre en la semanal arriba de 2,380 probablemente nos lleve a un siguiente objetivo de 2,600, que no se me hace absolutamente nada loco. Literalmente 2,600 está aquí en esta zona del canal, es lo que se vería. ¿Cómo puedes invalidar si ahorita te quieres meter en un long y decir, güey, voy a disfrutar este subidongo de aquí a los 2,600? ¿Cómo le puedo hacer, no? Para empezar, suerte con la poca volatilidad. No es cierto. Pero lo que puedes hacer es simplemente invalidarlo si rompes el EMA 9, esta línea verde, a la baja. Es todo. Si llegas a romper el EMA 9 a la baja, muy probablemente el precio se vaya de ahí hasta los 2,150. Si pierdes los 2,150, ya estás hablando de una caída mucho más grande que no lo vemos en la tabla. Esto tiene cara de que va a seguir subiendo tal cual, y eso, damas y caballeros, es el oro, que ahorita mismo está en 2,394, buscando ese cierre que acabamos de decir, arriba de los 2,380, que ahí vamos. Vamos a ver. Solana. Solamis.
Perfect. Let me start off with this chart. Are we even surprised Sol's looking good?
Nope.
Strong as fuck. It seems like that's just been the narrative all year.
It seems to be the strongest coin out there.
Yeah, no, literally. So Sol here is looking quite good. I have right now the Sol Bitcoin pair first to start with. I think this is important because it definitely shows the strength essentially associated with Solana. You can see here that Sol was basically in a range here. It kept having failed breakouts right here, rejection. The nice part here is we were getting structure. So the hopium, and ideally what we want now is we need to break this high here at 0.00304949. Mm-hmm. We break that, that'll be a really good sign that this isn't going to be basically a fake rejection leading to a deviation, kind of like what we saw right here. This would prove to me that this rally does have momentum and steam attached to it. And Sol BTC looking bullish. basically tells me that Sol US, the Sol tether pair essentially will be bullish, and even when Bitcoin goes down, it will still hold. It still will go down essentially, but it will hold like relatively speaking against like other coins, other altcoins, that their Bitcoin pair might not look so good. So if we go here, let's check the daily out real fast. So yeah, the daily is holding exactly where it needs at the daily EMA 100 and holding steadily the 9. So ideally, we just keep basing off that, which will basically give us momentum to break this high here. Right around that area I was talking about. It's like 0.03 to, yeah, well, I guess, yeah, this high right here is 0.003949. So now if we go to the tether pair, we can see here that Sol is actually looking quite good. It basically, let me just delete this. That's funny that was on there. I guess it's happy.
I have on my GME chart sad crying face at the bottom of it, and I haven't deleted it because it's the fucking price is going there. I don't care what anyone says.
I guess I was just looking at Sol and it looked good, so I put a happy face.
Foolish.
Yeah, so essentially, like this range we've been in is now getting broken. We, basically formed some structure with a double bottom, which now we're getting expansion. I don't like double bottoms too much, but they do work with this coin. We can see it even here as well. What made this a little tricky was the fact that this wick actually wicked below this low here, stopping out basically everyone that was hoping that this was the low. Very predatory, like we expect with all coins.
Yep.
So then now what I see is essentially, yeah, holding the 9 very well. Interested to see the Bollinger Bands. Let's get rid of the EMAs real quick. Let's throw the Bollinger Band on. You can see here that the daily was getting quite tight. Basically, this range was formed in this Bollinger Band. You can see it hit the top, and then it lost the mid, and now it went to the bottom here. So essentially, it got very tight, started squeezing. Now we're getting that breakout. I like how the mid band's also lining up with support right around that 169 level. So let me put the 9 back on. So we'd expect this area to hold essentially. Let me throw the Bollinger Bands off. First, ideally, the EMA 9 on the daily will hold. If not, then I'd look for at least a wick, especially how strong the Bitcoin pair is. We'd have to assume basically that this uptrend is valid and it's forming, and also that support tapped will just be an opportunity. Currently, like I said, I have it at like 169.68 to like 170 level. Let me just go to the 4-hour now. Very low time frame. So the 4-hour is telling me, yeah, we could definitely get a tiny pullback. This is, though, a nice candle in the 4-hour that we got. I like that this closed green.
Why?
Essentially with these are doji candles. So it means indecision. But oftentimes when we're trying to form a low and we can see the buying pressure right around this level, even if we draw like let's just say like a meme line right here at this breakdown level, you can see the buying pressure essentially at this level here. And this is kind of what we want to see. The buying pressure is shown here, right here, and then also here. So ideally what we want is, this is looking good because with these candles, oftentimes you'll see these form near bottoms, at least locally. Here it didn't work so well, so that failed. Rallied up though, nice move up, but rejected the 9. So when I see this, I would want then for an expansion up and then the 4-hour to reclaim the 9. Just like here, we had the expansion up, but it rejected the 9. So if we can get the same kind of candlestick closure, but with the actual reclaim of the 9 on the 4-hour, that'd look pretty good, especially with how the Bitcoin pairing is looking currently. A reaction like here after the 9 gets reclaimed wouldn't surprise me, in my opinion. So definitely an area to watch. Sol's looking quite bullish though. And this after it reaching close to $200, I think the high was 193.98, so almost 194. Some consolidation and down makes sense. So
yeah,
we'll watch closely on this. This chart's actually looking quite good, and the Bitcoin pairing confirms that. So this 12-hour, which closes in 7 hours, will be interesting to me. Hopefully, ideally, just like we have that 4-hour green doji right here, we can get some green on this next 4-hour closure, leading to the 12-hour potentially turning green and also closing as a doji right at that support level. Potentially, right? It's just an assumption, but maybe it gives us fuel to push up, and then I'll just be focused on the 9. Let's just look at the hourly. Let me throw this EMA 100 on. So yeah, if we start dumping and losing this 178 level, my first eyes I'll be attached to is this hourly EMA 100 bounce zone here. And then you can see here, as soon as it got reclaimed, it retested it, and then that's where we kind of sparked the rally. Right here, it tried to basically break out, deviated. This was, though, in my opinion, a bear trap because it still held support while technically forming. Nope, this didn't form a higher low. And that's why these altcoins are extremely dirty to play, because the idea would be, yeah, this wouldn't have broken this low. But it did by a minimal amount, stopped everyone out like me who was trading this, only for it to have the real move.
By the way, me too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So like that's it's just dirty in that sense. That's why I mainly stick to Bitcoin. But yeah, so essentially if you're trading this, watch 178 level. If we lose that, I'd essentially want ideally a nice quick wick to like 176, 177, get the retest done, and then we reclaim this blue line at 178 and it holds. That'd be cool.
Perfect. Perfecto. Let me share with everyone. This is the gold chart. Ok, vamos a ver Solana. Aquí tenemos a Solana, bastante sencillo de ver. Lo tengo en la semanal, lo voy a poner en la diaria, porque honestamente, simplemente viendo este gráfico te puedes dar cuenta de lo alcista que se ve la cosa en este momento. Estamos arriba del EMA 9, estamos arriba del 21, estamos arriba del 100 y el SMI 200, que pinta bastante bien. Estás haciendo un alto más alto que los de acá. Obviamente queremos romper acá en los 202, pero primero tenemos que enfocarnos en esto. Tienes un doble piso, si lo quieres considerar un doble piso, aunque el segundo bajón llegó un poco más abajo, pero como los dos son wicazos, y normalmente Solana respeta estos. Aquí lo pueden ver también atrás, que es algo que Alex estaba apuntando a. También nos enseñó los Bollinger Bands. Los Bollinger Bands nos dicen que no está muy apretada la situación, por lo que no se viene un movimiento rápidamente potente. Lo que sí es que muy probablemente, y estamos viendo aquí el EMA 21, que es la línea amarilla que estás viendo, muy probablemente, porque si volteamos a ver la tabla en las 4 horas, te das cuenta que perdiste el 21 y el 9, lo que probablemente nos dice que vamos a ir al 100, y el 100 también coincide con el de la diaria. En vez de irte al 100 en la diaria, simplemente a tocar y retestear el 21, si es que lo llegas a perder, ya sería la zona de los 169. Es básicamente lo que tienes que saber. Se ve bastante bien, sobre todo cuando sacas el par entre Solana y Bitcoin, que estoy seguro también lo tengo acá. Claro que sí. Puedes ver la fuerza de Solana en este gráfico. Es bastante potente. Venía de esto, no sé por qué, cuánto tiempo he tenido esto ahí, pero se ve bastante potente. Estás viendo este alto que ha superado y ahora vamos a ir a buscar un nuevo alto. Un segundo. Sorry, that's my wife. Perdón, esa fue mi mujer, ¿vale? Perfecto, eso fue Solamis. Now, on to the next one. Open. What was open? Open table, right?
Apparently, the SEC withdrew their request for the court to classify Solana and Cardano as securities.
I read that this morning. Very interesting.
So when are we getting the pump? When are we getting an SEC pump?
As soon as Mr. Gensler is fired.
What, dude, I love Donald Trump that he went after Gary Gensler.
I'm
going to fire Gary Gensler. Yeah.
I didn't know he was so unpopular. And he said it again. I'm going to fire him on day one.
And you looked at the reaction of everyone. He just wants the applause. Can you blame Donald Trump? All he wants is all the attention. And
bro knows how to read a room better than anybody else.
It's my man. My fucking guy.
He trolled his way into the White House.
Dude, I'm telling you, there's just no better fucking guy to do the job, because the job clearly doesn't entail a lot of responsibilities, right? Like, ask Joe Biden.
Clearly. Yeah, no, clearly.
So why not have Why not have someone that can throw zinger after zinger after zinger after zinger, and you're just there like, thank you, Mr. President, thank you.
You saw
Thank
how the presidency aged Obama when he went in. He was like young. He got out looking old as fuck.
Dude,
Trump,
oh,
from day one to the last day, exactly the same.
identical. I
He
know.
was having a blast.
It's a mystery. It's the dude that goes to work but doesn't really work.
Yeah, he's just
He's
there.
just there.
He's just there.
Like I went to school to have a good time. To be honest, I mean, I went to school because clearly my mom thought that I needed to learn something,
Mhm.
but I didn't. I went on my own agenda and I just had a great time. I didn't learn shit and had a fucking blast. And I think that's what Trump did.
I went through 2 years of university as well, and then I dropped out.
Well, I didn't go to the university. I'm not that smart. But I'm talking high school. Come on.
Hey,
son.
I had a 17 in my calculus class when I dropped out, so I don't know about smart.
Just mathematically retarded.
Oh, 100%.
Okay. Wow. This is a breakdown, no?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is looking pretty bearish. Right now, we made a little deviation where we closed above the 21 EMA, and now we're below it again. We still don't have the weekly close. If we do get a weekly close below the 21 EMA, I'm going to say that we're very likely going to go down towards this median, which is around $1.86. I think we get a little bit of a bounce there, retest this $2 area to $2.15 area. I'm very likely that's going to be a rejection if we lose the 21. Probably lose that and then retest these lows of here, probably a little bit lower. Right here around 164. Probably get another little bounce here, retest this area. If we can at that point, because this median is going to move down. If we can close above the median at that point, the bottom is going to be in and we can target these previous highs. If we reject the median and move down again, then at that point, I'm going to target the 50% to the 61.8%, which is around $1.50 to about $1.42. Right now is leaning towards this outcome until we reclaim this median. We have to say we are bearish until we are finding support above the median. Right now, we're still moving down. The best case scenario for bulls is that we come down, test the 50% of the 9 EMA or the 38.2%. Find some support here and then close back above this 21. If we close above the 21, then this whole thing will be a deviation and we can target the previous lower high. But until we're while we're below this 21, we have to assume that it's bearish until it proves itself otherwise. And we have a silver cross to the downside very heavily. We have the 21 below the 55, and naturally we would expect both the 21 and the 55 to be resistance. This is going to be the lower level resistance. So the fact that we're breaking below it right now does not show us strength. It shows us a lot of weakness, that it can't even hold above the faster moving average, let alone close above the slower one. So as long as we're below this 21, the chart is very bearish. Let's go to the daily.
So below 237?
About 224.
Okay, thank you.
Once we close below that, then I'd say that we're bearish and we're going to go down testing these lows, probably breaking these lows. But on the daily right now is giving us daily. We have a silver cross towards the upside, which is the opposite of the weekly, and we are at the 21 EMA. What I think is going to happen, we're probably going to go down to this 38.2, which lines up with the 55, and that one is at $2.26. If we close below this area though, because right now we filled this gap. If we close below this area, then this uptrend becomes a whole deviation, and then we're going to target the lows. But until this 55 has been closed beneath, we have to assume that this is a bullish setup with the weekly silver cross, because silver cross on the daily silver cross, on the daily is daily silver cross is pretty powerful. It's not as powerful as the weekly, but you can see right here. Last time we silver crossed to the upside, we got a pretty significant move. We got about 64% to the upside after the last daily silver cross. If we don't even get 64%, let's say we get half of that. Let's say we get 30% to the upside. That would put us to easily on the new highs on this lower high. We would close above this 21, which after the second close above the 21, 200, I would see that as also very bullish, and I would personally be looking to long the retest of this. And your risk management opportunity zone over here would be that if we close above it, you would long the retest. If we manage to close below it on even like a 4 daily, or if we close below 270 on a 4 hour, then you could say you could close it for risk management and flip to a short on a retest of this 270 zone down for these previous lows. So it seems very straight cut and simple right here, where you watch for this daily silver cross to hold. If it doesn't hold, then you would expect the weekly silver cross to the downside to accelerate further to the downside. Right now
Got it.
we're at support, so we're at the zone of no positions. We're just watching. Once we get the reaction that we want, if we get the bearish reaction, we short the retest. If we get the bullish reaction, we would long the retest. But until then, we have no signals.
Nice
like,
and easy.
And like me and Alex say, no signal, no trade.
Very true.
That's right. That's right. I'll take the trade then, because I'm retarded. Okay, here we go. Ahí les va. Más que sencillo, yo creo que un poco de lo que vimos con Farhan, con todos sus indicadores, se las voy a poner bastante fácil en Open Table. Lo que viene es que probablemente veamos un rebote, ¿ok? Pero esto en la semanal lo estamos viendo bastante bajista. En la semanal también nos dio un Silver Cross hacia la baja el precio y seguimos moviéndonos para abajo. ¿Qué es lo que queremos ver? Que podamos aguantar aquí el 2.25 y el 2.37. Queremos no cerrar abajo del EMA 9 y del EMA 21. Si cerramos abajo de estos, no se ve bien la cosa y probablemente vayamos para abajo a retestear este 1.85. Pero en la diaria tenemos lo contrario. Tenemos un Silver Cross al revés, que es bastante alcista, pero para que esto funcione tenemos que cerrar arriba de los 2.33. Básicamente quieres estar arriba de esta línea y si puedes también arriba del 100. Si cierras arriba de los 2.40, muy probablemente vayas a ver el precio rebotar hasta los 2.70, que es justamente donde casualmente se encuentra con esta línea de resistencia o soporte, y probablemente de aquí tienes dos sopas: empezar un short de aquí porque esto se va a ir para abajo, o empezar un long esperando que esto vaya a romper la zona de esto con ese Silver Cross que acabamos de tener en la diaria. Aunque el Silver Cross semanal es obviamente mucho más fuerte que el diario es bastante fuerte también, y eso nos podría llevar literalmente aquí por ahí de los 3.30. Así que tu short o tu long, 2.70, espera confirmación arriba del EMA 9 y EMA 21 y vamos a ver cómo se sigue esto. That is open. Uber. What about Uber?
Nice. All right, let's pull this up.
Have you looked at Uber in a long time? Let me see.
I think we looked at it last week.
Yeah, I think we
or
did.
2 weeks ago.
Uber Technologies. Got it right here. Ooh, breaking down.
Yep.
Breaking down hard.
Nice. So yeah, we see this on the monthly actually. This is a very strong monthly to the downside. It's strong because it's basically overtaking this low now. It's kind of like what I've been saying to the upside with the candle body wick to the upside, kind of like this, but this actually is a good representation, assuming that this would have been green. If this was green, this would have been strong. But here you see on the flip side, now we have the wick to the point. It's now up, and we have this huge body down.
Mhm.
You have to think of this just like a lot of momentum down. So not good, especially at losing its 9 EMA on the monthly. Not strong. It's been basically above it since healthily above it since January. So losing this, which we'll know in about a day, that's when this closes, 1 day, 3 hours. If it closes like this, that wouldn't be good. Essentially, then you would look for the retest of the EMA 9 and for a rejection zone. But let's go into the weekly now and maybe see here. So yeah, you can see here it was in a range. Nice rejection zone at $73.52.
Mhm.
And the support I have right around $64.24. You can see how price basically respected it up and then down, and then now losing it on the weekly, just like the monthly. So like what we don't want is to lose it basically $62.70, basically $62.70, $62.90 area. We'll call it basically the May 28th low on the weekly candle. Wouldn't want to lose that. And it's not a good sign that basically we've wicked already below it. Yeah, it's not a good sign essentially. So a closure under it would solidify that even more. Let's check out the daily. Yeah, so the daily, we show this deviation here. one, and then we have the bearish retest. Let me zoom in here so you guys can see that. Lost it, we retested it, flipped it into resistance. Now what we see here is we get that daily EMA 100. Let's see the last time we tested that. So yeah, the last time we tested that was in April of 2023. So, knowing that and knowing that, we haven't tapped that in so long, this should be a bounce zone in my opinion. So if you're bullish on Uber, what I would be looking for then is I'd be flipped to the daily. I'm sure the 12-hour, even if you want a lower time frame, looks the same. Yeah. So then ideally then what we'd want is for this to get hit and then it holds this EMA 100 on the 12-hour or daily. That would be good. And we can see it hasn't tested it since April of 2023. So we can't disregard this as being massive support, which this retest after breaking out, after it being rejected the whole way down, solidifies that this is support for me. So that's an area I'll be watching. Currently, it's at $59.48, but with every 12-hour closure, this will keep going up. So ideally, this will kind of move up, which will essentially help bulls and basically shorten bears momentum to the downside.
Okay.
The 4-hour now, looks very bearish. Now rejecting very healthy off the 9. This 4-hour closes in 21 minutes. And this, in my opinion, solidifies the bearish retest. So in my opinion, any kind of bounce up to $64.98 to, like $65 could be an opportunity to short. The invalidation would just be any reclaim, let's say, of any reclaim of $64.24, or you could have a hard stop loss at $69.30. But in my opinion, you could easily front run that stop loss. If you did place a hard stop loss at like $69, this wick high essentially rejection, you easily could front run it if we start reclaiming it, especially if the EMA 9 pushes down more. Reclaiming this meme line along with the EMA 9 on the 4-hour, I wouldn't want to short that then.
Yeah, I can see why.
And yeah, that's basically it. We can see here, just like the 4-hour, right? We can reject hard, and the hoping would be we kind of base around here. But why I don't think that's likely is the fact that we already got the breakdown here, and then we got the bearish retest and even rejecting off the 9. So it has momentum to come down, especially with how the monthly looks. It's definitely in the bear's court right now. I'm watching this monthly. Luckily, we don't have to wait many days. It closes in a day. So if you're, bullish on Uber, you definitely want this 9 to hold on the monthly, especially. Oftentimes, and you'll hear me talk about the EMA 9 a lot because it's just a simple metric indicator that's free that you can use to measure trend. Essentially, you can see it anytime the monthly is above the monthly EMA 9. It's bull mode, right? And anytime we fall below it, like here, it's bear mode. So seems simple, but it works and it's strong. So I'd be really eyeing that for tomorrow's closure.
Sweet. All right. Let me share my screen and share this. Ok, ahí les va Uber. Voy a empezar rapidísimo con el mensual, que fue lo primero que nos enseñó Alex, para que lo puedan ver. Yo creo que es bastante importante tener buena perspectiva acá. Tenemos obviamente esta línea que viene desde acá atrás del febrero del 2021, que fue el alto más alto, y estamos rompiendo a la baja, damas y caballeros. De nuevo, esta es una vela mensual. Lo chido de esta vela mensual, y estoy seguro que ya la gran mayoría de ustedes saben, cierra en 1 día y 3 horas. Siempre pueden ver aquí en el ticker del precio. El precio ahorita de Uber está en 62.91, y si se mantiene por abajo de esto, está abajo del EMA 9, no pinta bien la cosa. Muy probablemente vaya a buscar esta zona de los $55 primero para ir a rebotar en él. Ahora, viéndolo en la semanal, déjeme rápido, saco mis notillas. En la semanal no queremos perder el piso justamente aquí, tal cual como lo están viendo en los 62.7, digamos 62.7. Si pierden los 62.7, que hace un bajo más bajo que estos, que literalmente nos estamos peleando, pero ya dio el huicazo. Si ponen a ver ya con precisión, estamos más bajo que esto. Si tienes un cierre aquí abajo, abajo de estos, del 62.97, lo tienes más pegado acá, a la parte baja de donde has visto el precio más bajo de esta vela semanal, muy probablemente vayamos a visitar nuestro siguiente objetivo, que son los 57, y de ahí los 54. Lo bueno es que este 54 va a ir subiendo cada cierre, porque cada cierre se va promediando el precio de acuerdo a las últimas 100 velas, entonces va a ir subiendo de dónde viene el precio. Cuando volteamos a ver temporalidades más cortas como la de 4 horas, puedes también darte cuenta acá de cómo estamos rompiendo a la baja y cómo lo sencillo y más fácil de entender es que tu objetivo estaría acá. Ahora, ¿en cuál fue la que me enseñó esto, Alex, en la semanal? Exacto. En la semanal, cuando tocas y rebotas en el EMA 100, ve los madrazos que te da la alza. Y aquí es lo que tienes que esperar a ver si vas a hacerlo. Esto fue un 150%. Vas a venir acá a tocarlo. Pero cuando rompes a la baja, también tienes que saberlo, eso es un gran putazo a la baja. No tiene tanto historial Uber, por lo que es difícil también que esto mida tanto, pero en temporalidades más cortas como la diaria puedes ver perfectamente cómo estás perdiendo todos los niveles importantes y parece que vas a ir en caída libre. Así que ojo ahí con Uber, el movimiento correcto para esto sería simplemente abrir un short en los 67, 79, básicamente en esta línea, si es que quieren hacer algo con el precio. Lo pondría yo arriba en los 67, aquí, que venga a hacer esto, un short a este nivel. Entonces va a venir el precio acá, a rebotar, a hacerle al pedo. Y si vienes a tocar acá, aquí es donde abro mi short. ¿Dónde lo mato? Muy probablemente aquí arribita. Aquí es donde pongo mi stop loss. Y una vez que empiece a bajar el precio, chido, y me daría espacio hasta algo por acá. ¿Y cómo podría darse esto en movimiento al revés? Bastante fácil. Que rompas esto, te trepes a los EMAs, tengas cierre acá y confirmación, ¿no? Y con eso estás del otro lado, pero no tiene tanta cara de que Uber vaya a pasar por esto. Yo a Uber lo pondría en una de esas compañías que probablemente se va a extinguir pronto por lo de Tesla. Así que ojo por ahí. All right, hang on. Let me bring on Farhan again because I don't know where he's going and how I'm doing this or what's going on with these. Hang on. No, there it is. No.
Wait, I see him.
There it is. Okay.
Nice.
Now, let's see. XRP.
Oh, Farn's favorite. You're muted, Farn.
That's why we're checking it.
My love and hate relationship with XRP.
Dude, it's going to change the world. It's the new financial system.
It's the future of finance. It's going to replace the US dollar.
It's and my
World
mom.
reserve currency.
Everything at the same time.
569 loading.
589, sir. Don't be so bearish.
It's kind of looking good. Maybe
yeah, it is. Wow.
On the daily.
The monthly looks insane. Interesting.
I posted on Discord and Instagram like a few weeks back that XRP is on the verge of a major breakout.
I remember
you
that.
did tell us.
Yeah,
it has it's working on a 7-year-long monthly pendant, which is kind of like a little bit of a triangle and a diamond type of shape. And it's been working on that for the past 7 years. So once it breaks that, we're going to get an insane move.
Yeah, the monthly.
At the very least, I think that would break us out to $150 to $2.
Holy shit!
It's a 7-year consolidation is very, very, very massive.
Bullish. Yeah, of course.
That's true.
Or
so right now on the weekly, we're very close to getting a silver cross. As long as we're above the 55 EMA of the weekly, which right now is at 54.48. As long as we're up, we continue to close above that, these two are going to cross probably next week. And once they cross, we have that silver cross, which last time we had it doesn't look like that much on here, but this is a very huge move.
Well,
we've been up more than 80% on the silver cross. And right now we do have momentum pointed towards the upside, volatility to the upside, and we have a jewel setup as well. Let me mark the 35% zone. Horizontal line, 35. All right. Mark the vertical lines where we had the previous instances, and we can see what happened with price action there. Every single time here, we went there on the jewel below the 35 and we switched to a buy signal, we had a pretty significant bounce. From here, we had a 51% move. The next time we had another 52% move. Third time, 44% move. Somewhere around that 45 to 50% seems like the average move we get whenever we get the setup here below 35 and we have the buy signal. And each on the same side, we get the jewel momentum pointed upwards, and we get volatility starting to point upwards too, which we have that same signal right here. We have it right here. We have it right here. Right now, it's seeming to me right now that it's pretty bullish. What we're looking for is we want to see a close above this 78.6% range, which right now we're holding as resistance.
What's the number price?
The price is at 63 cents.
So that's what we want to hold, be able
Yeah.
to close above that.
We want to close above this line here. Then at that point, we would target these previous highs. We'd probably reject the first time around, go back down, hit this zone right here, around 66.5 cents. And then from there, after that, I would target these previous highs somewhere around 90 cents. And at that point, the weekly setup would play out, and we would probably not stop at 90 cents, and we were probably going up to $1 plus. Very likely over here near the $1.30 to $1.50 range. At that point, I'm expecting some more resistance. But if you switch over to the monthly chart, you can see this huge, massive bullish engulfing on the monthly. We're finding support at this 15%, and now we're well above the 38.2%.
Crazy.
We're finding some resistance at this line. With how this monthly is looking, it does not look like this line is going to hold for much longer. And eventually, we're going to get our breakout towards the 90 cent and $1 area. And we see on the monthly, the momentum is pointed up, while the volatility is pointed down. We don't really have enough data on the monthly for the jewel to populate, but we are seeing that it's starting to lose its downward curvature to flip to a buy signal. This wouldn't be as strong if we had a lot more price action, but we don't have as much history on this, so we can't really get a good idea. But for now, it is looking really good, and if we get a close above this, at the very least, we're going up to around the 130, 150 zone. More likely, we're probably going up to $2, and then over the next 4 to 6 months, I would say we're going to retest all-time highs at $3. But this line right here is where it's all going to come down to. If we reject this line right here, we're probably going to come back down to this 38.2% level at 48.7. And then at that point, we're going to be looking for the higher low, because we have so many rejections here at this line. The next rejection from the line is probably going to give us a lower low. But right now, it seems like the ball is in the Bulls' court, where it's the Bulls have it to lose. On the daily, it's looking insanely strong as well. We have 2 tests of this line right here. We have a third test. Usually, crypto works in the power of 3s. So we got this third rejection while we are still holding the uptrend strongly. We're maintaining not even the 9 EMA, but we're maintaining the 5 EMA, which tells us that this uptrend is on a very strong uptrend. It's not weak in the slightest. Once we start closing below this median at 59 cents, at that point, it's reversed, and then we're going to be targeting this 200 SMA. But as long as we're above this median on the daily, I would say we're consolidating below resistance before we break out. Right now, on the daily, the monthly, and the weekly, it's looking very bullish. I'm kicking myself for closing my long on Ethereum on XRP.
Hey, it's never too late.
Not too bad. Pulled a quick $11,000 in 7 hours. So
Yeah, not bad.
Holy shit! Yeah, it's a dream of mine to be able to do. Well, this week I'm gonna go a little aggressive, since now I feel like I got this. At first, I had to get a couple lessons in, not lose my account. That was one of them. That was a big thing that I was able to do without fucking up. So very proud of myself there. But yeah, I had 2 trades that almost decimated my account. I had to build it again and again and again and again and again.
And
now
whenever,
that I'm on,
whenever you're using cross leverage, you have to be really, really accurate with those stop losses.
oh yeah,
Cross leverage opens you up to losing your entire account.
yeah, it's quite scary. But at the same time, it's not. You just set up your stop losses properly,
that
and then
is-
you just see if it runs quickly. And if it doesn't run quickly, fucking close that shit.
With the
Yeah,
benefit
no,
the cross
exactly.
leverage gives you, though, if you have a system, in my opinion, cross leverage is the best thing ever.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
agree.
As
If
long
we
as
could-
you don't take the stop off. That's where people get wrong. Too emotional. No, I think it's gonna hold. Take the stop off. It dumps or pushes
Yeah.
up.
That
You-
happened to me not the first time, the second time. I had a stop and I was like, I'm not gonna need this.
Exactly.
This is all good. The moment I deleted it, the price went.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
With my system, I don't really use automatic stop losses because they don't work with my system. I have to use my stop loss on a manual closure. So if I get a close below a certain level, then I would have to open my exchange app and close it by myself. This doesn't work when you're sleeping because you can't
That's
see
what
it.
I was gonna say.
What is sleep?
So right around February, I had opened like $150,000 long on XRP. I posted on my Instagram story. Right before I went to bed, I was up like 18K, 18 and a half. And I was like, fuck yeah, we're printing. I don't need a stop loss because I might get stopped out and I'm going to lose it, what I have here. And I'm going to lose even more. I woke up, I was down 65K.
Oh, yep. Sounds like me. Like,
And I
too
did
long
not
ago.
touch any shitcoin from February until August since then.
Oh, that was the stay away from it.
Yeah.
God
It
love all
took a lot of balls to open up that long on XRP. As soon as I was up, closed.
Well, Solana did that to me. Solana is the one that kind of fucked me, and I was like, God damn, because I am very comfortable with Solana price, but it almost like completely fucking cleaned my account, and I haven't touched it like ever since. Like I might have like dipped a little bit, but my problem is now I feel like I'm gonna be wrong every single time. So the moment that the price goes against me, I'm like, no, I'm gonna close it. So I'm being a pussy.
Yeah. There's a psychology of trading. See,
Yeah.
the more losses we incur, then our mindset gets wrong. Then we start trusting ourselves. When I lose on a trade, I often just don't think about it. I won't look at what I was looking at before, or I'll base on it for one day. Far knows I'll talk about it for one day, and then I have to just move on from it, or else, it starts messing up my conviction on the next trade because every next trade is different. So you were bullish on Solana too. I remember we were talking about that. So. That was dirty. That was dirty.
The last time I opened the leverage trade on Solana when it was at $20.
You lost $20?
No, I longed it at $20. That was the last leverage trade I took on Solana.
Oh, you fucking piece of shit! I wish
if I would have held
known.
that, I would have printed so fucking hard.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine.
I closed it at 40. If I were to close it at instead of making like 35K, closing it at 40, it would have been upwards of like 800 to 900K at $200 something. Yeah.
With longs, it's exponential growth. Whereas shorts, you make just your margin amount that you set.
Yeah.
And I was like a retard thinking we moved up 100% in the last 2 weeks. I should probably just close it here.
Well, it's just Solana. That's what he does, though. Nothing else runs like Solana. Nothing else. Maybe Bitcoin when it's like on fire, but nothing else like on consistent basis like Solana. It's crazy.
See, logic says take the 100%, but like how 100 was saying, all these coins run on no logic, so that motherfucker pumps another 100% quicker than its first 100%. It's insane.
After I closed it at 40, and the next week it went to 80, and I was like, I'm not longing it here; it's too high. Then it went to 150, then it went to 200.
I sold at 88, like between 80 and 90, my Solana. But I had spot, unfortunately. So I closed my positions there and I was like, it's gonna go back down. It just fucking went up, like you said. I was what the fuck? Like, I was so proud that I held on because it went from 17 to 20, 25, 27, 32, 44. And I was like, this shit's still gonna go up. And I was so proud of myself. I was like, I killed it. And when I saw that the price kept going, I was like, how the fuck? But if I would have been using leverage, I would have closed it way before too. To be honest with you.
No, same. Yeah.
What I was thinking for that first time when it was going up only when it went from $40 to 160 in like 2 months, I was like, wait a minute, is Sam Bankman freed out and we don't know about it?
He's out there just fucking doing whatever he needs to do in order to get that
Solana
price
with
going.
his baby.
Yeah, we need someone to just give Sam the good old Brajul in prison so that he can be happy and then the price can go up.
This is going to sound a little of an unpopular opinion, but I think Sam is too smart for prison. They should give him a deal to where he gets out of jail and he does work for the government or some shit like that, like the FBI or something. I think it's a waste of talent to have Sam in jail.
I think what they were saying is that he's just a little tool that they used in order to be able to launder all that money.
100%. Everyone was pointing the finger at him. He was dumb. He took the fall.
Like,
here's how you know.
He was the best scapegoat you could ever choose. Literally the best scapegoat. Literally, yeah.
Here's how you know the Sam is a real trader. Bro is still trading in prison.
That's true. I heard about
He's
that.
trading rice.
Is he?
He's trading rice in prison.
Wow. Holy shit.
Bro can trade his way back from wherever.
I bet he can. I bet he can. It's just I want to see that video where he's like, he's like, what's it like to be the richest guy in crypto? And he's just doing.
Don't worry about CZ. He doesn't exist.
Yeah, by the way. Yeah, exactly. All right, let me put this in front of everyone. Let's do. Ahí está. Tenemos XRP, damas y caballeros, como habíamos platicado. Quiero que vean esto. Vean la vela mensual. Está, pero absolutamente potente. Es una vela envolvente alcista. Es lo que estamos viendo por acá del lado de la mensual. En lo que se refiere a la semanal, la tabla semanal de XRP, recuerden, estamos viendo XRP, el precio de XRP es 62 centavos en este momento. En la semanal tenemos el momentum que va para arriba, la volatilidad que va para arriba y también tenemos una señal de compra en el Joule. El movimiento, cada que hay una señal de compra en el Joule, en XRP, el movimiento es más o menos de entre 40 y 50% a la alza, para que lo tengan en mente. También, ¿qué es lo que queremos ver? Queremos ver un cierre arriba de los 63 centavos. Un cierre arriba de los 63 centavos en la semanal nos pondría bastante alcista y diríamos que nos vamos a $1, $3. Y de ahí rompiendo eso a $2. En la diaria, si volteamos a ver la diaria rápidamente, pueden ver cómo parece que hicimos un fondo acá. Y esto es algo de lo que habíamos platicado, pero les dije, no es fondo por esta. Pero esta y esta sí nos están pudiendo dar una señal de fondo o mínimo lo que sería el fondo local, si lo quieren ver así, ¿no? Y de aquí empieza a ver una bandera alcista y consolidación de precio. Está arriba del EMA 9, está arriba del 21, está arriba del EMA 100 y del SMA 200. Eso es bastante bueno y bastante alcista para el precio. Lo que estamos buscando, una vez más, cerrar es arriba de los 63, pero para la baja, para la gente que sea bajista, abajo de los 59 centavos, que es donde está el EMA 9, si lo pueden ver. Si rompes a la baja el EMA 9, entonces prepárate para cambiar de planes, pero por ahora se ve bastante alcista y es parte de lo que estamos platicando en este momento entre todos nosotros. Veamos, había preguntado Tere, New Holdings. You guys know New, the bank?
Yeah, let's check it
Not
out.
the Pitbull. There it is. Oh, well, this is going to shit.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking the strongest.
I'm going to take the opportunity to once again remind the people who are watching. Remember, you don't have to play the garbage. When it's going down, it's probably going to go down more.
And it's also important not to fall in love with price, I would say to everyone. I'm not with price, but with the stock that you're trading. Like, who gives a shit if you sell? Who gives a fuck if you buy? You just want to print dollars, right?
Don't marry your bags. That's the biggest rule.
Yeah,
100%. 100%.
So we have new holdings on the daily. It's it is approaching support. The issue is that we really wanted what's it called? $12.20 to hold. You can see the flip would have been nice, especially here. Never a good sign when we drew this last stream, actually, just a simple rejection high showing the resistance. Nice deviation though overall, while retesting and rejecting it. So we wanted this to hold the what was resistance and the support, and it didn't. That's why we're getting the breakdown now. Last, in my opinion, hopium for bulls would be this daily holds $11.82. But the fact that we already broke this low here that was formed on July 2nd shows me weakness, and it's not a good sign at all. And you can see this EMA 9 on the daily still acting as resistance. And unfortunately for this, the daily EMA 100 is very far from price. Let me check the 200. Let me turn off the EMA 100. So the SMA 200 is a little different. It has more data, especially on the daily. SMAs are, in my opinion, they populate more slowly, so there's more data tied to them, especially in higher time frames. Whereas with EMAs, I like using them, like the EMA 100 I've been referencing a lot. I like using them for when I'm trading. So we'll put on both. I'll turn off the 9, and we'll have the EMA 100 and the SMA 200 on the daily. And as you can see here, the 200 SMA on the daily hasn't been tapped yet, and it also is forming, coming up alongside this support nicely. Now, remember these both will move up with price. So essentially what we want to see then, if let's say $11.82 doesn't hold, I would be looking at this area right around 1050 to maybe 1060 area to potentially be the next bounce zone, just like it was here. You know, ideally we wouldn't want to break the low that was formed on April 19th on the daily. That wouldn't be the best sign in my opinion, because many probably longed right here and they have their stop a little below. That wouldn't be a good sign. And so ideally the hopium would be the daily SMA 200 moves up, maybe gets above this April 19th low, right around like 260, 265, bounces from there, and then we can see either if this area rejects and comes down, or if it can break out. But overall the chart's not good. We have the deviation, the bearish retest, and also we're losing support now. So the daily most likely will close under $11 and $12.20, which was the ideal previous support. Then I'm focused on the $11.82 region. If that doesn't hold, then I think a bigger dump will happen. And in that case, I'll just be watching this simple dash line right around 1050. Or ideally, if this daily SMA 200 can move up, then I'd just be focused on that. Ideally, it gets above this dash line. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Let me just go real quick to the 4-hour. And the 4-hour is basing right now off this SMA 200. I don't really like using the SMAs for lower time frame. But I guess since it's on, we are, I guess, catching some kind of bounce from there, which is lining up again with that $11.80 region. Currently, it sits at $11.91. So ideally, we can use the 4-hour as a gauge to kind of see how the higher time frames might shape up. What I would do is I would wait and see for price action to at least officially tap this. As you can see, it almost did, but didn't officially. The idea would be it taps it, maybe comes down a little lower, wicks, gets above on a 4-hour, and then holds it. Then you can use the 4-hour potentially to front run what we were looking at on the daily.
That would be too perfect and too easy. I think it was the weekly, no?
Yeah, it might have been. No, that was too high.
No.
Essentially, yeah, it was maybe it was a 4-hour. No, that's what
I have in here the daily and the 4-hour. That's all that you've shown me.
Interesting. Yeah, the daily, yeah, I'm getting it confused. So yeah, the 4-hour essentially is lining up with this support line.
Yeah.
If we lose this area, it'll just give us more confluence of what I was saying on the daily, which is this SMA 200 probably getting tapped right around that 1050 area. So overall, not good. Looks weak. Is approaching a bounce zone. Would just be watching essentially, just to see how these closures basically, you know, kind of match up. And also, if you're trading this, I'd focus on the 4-hour. Because I think it's just a clear spot that we're at right now. You can see here, price hasn't really tested this 4-hour SMA 200 in a while. Last time was around November of 2023. So losing that to me would constitute weakness, and also would probably give us more fuel to test that daily. And then ideally, yeah, if the daily doesn't hold, that's not going to be good for price.
Yeah.
At all. We probably feel this inefficiency where price just kind of shot up. And then we most likely test that $9 region.
Okay. Makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah.
Beautifully explained. I mean, I even understood myself. So that shows you
there we
any
go.
retard will get it. Tenemos aquí New Holdings para Tere, que nos está preguntando que cómo lo vemos. Esto es la diaria. Fue el time frame más grande que habíamos visto. Lo podemos poner en la semanal rápido para que lo puedas ver. ¿Qué estamos haciendo acá? En la semanal no es tan evidente, pero tienes un tope. Aparte tienes una muy buena vela de tope por acá. Y obviamente tienes la caída. Pero cuando lo volteas a ver en la diaria, se ve todavía más bajista. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes el famoso alto, ¿no? Aquí. Ah, no, pero ese es un alto más alto. Tienes este y luego esto. Y esto es como la doble M, la doble M bajista, ¿no? De McDonald's, si lo quieres ver así, el final de Bitcoin. Básicamente en este momento lo que estamos buscando es que el precio en la diaria nos aguante por acá. Voy a ponerles en este momento rapidísimo porque lo que queremos que aguante son los 220. Un poco más para arriba. Esto aquí. Queremos que aguante aquí en los 220. El precio ya rompió a la baja. Estamos hablando de la temporalidad diaria y estamos en este momento en 207. Pero si les pongo rápidamente mis indicadores, pueden ver en la diaria, acá tenemos el EMA 100 y hemos perdido el EMA 9 y el 21. Y acá abajo, que es importante que se va a encontrar con, ve el precio y el SMA 200. El SMA 200 está en los 10.39 y tenemos acá un soporte en los 10.49 en este momento hasta que lo volvamos resistencia. Si volteamos a ver esto en temporalidades más bajas, puedes ver en la de 4 horas, que es justamente lo que dijo Alex, que quieres empezar a ver este gráfico en la de 4 horas. ¿Por qué? Porque vas a venir a testear este SMA 200. Este SMA 200 no lo ha tocado por años, BBB. Desde donde literalmente no lo ha tocado. Entonces vienes desde acá. La última vez que lo retesteaste o que subiste de él fue esto y ve el zampompazo que te dio. Entonces, si estás viendo esto, muy probablemente va a haber confluencia por acá en esta zona de los 11.94 y es lo que esperas que puedas mantener básicamente de zona que puedas mantener aquí con el precio. Si no puedes mantener esta zona, espera un bajón bastante más importante y podrías estar viendo por ahí de la zona de los 10.39, etcétera. ¿Por qué los 10.39? Una vez más, porque aquí tienes el SMA 200 en la diaria. Entonces, se ve bajista, no tiene cara de que algo lo vaya a detener, irse para arriba. Lo que tiene que aguantar es arriba de los 12... de los 12.20 y seguir empujando para arriba. Pero también acá acabo de ver esto yo mismo. Esto es fuera de lo que nos dijo Alex. Aquí. Así que básicamente quieres aguantar eso. Si no aguantas esto, se va a ir al nepe para abajo. ¿Cómo de que no? Un segundo.
Nice.
All right. Let's do Bitcoin Cash. I haven't done Bitcoin Cash in a long time, and let me just do this as an opportunity for everyone to join us in our exchanges and whatnot in our Discord, right? So let me get the Discord going.
Join in on the Blofin.
That's right.
You can win yourself a Rolex, and I'll be very jealous.
I want that. I want that.
Clean. It's clean.
Nothing, and by the way, nothing is saying that we can't participate ourselves.
Oh, for sure. But imagine if one of us wins, everyone's going to be like, this shit is fucking rigged.
I won like when we were doing our NFTs, I won one of the craziest ones, but I was doing a live in front of everyone and I just got it randomly. And one of the things that fucking ticked me off, like in the wrong way, was one of the staff guys that works with us on the team was like, it looks like you cheated. I'm like, I didn't. You're the one who put the code together. And he goes, God. But it looks like you're cheating. And then he went and told everyone that he wasn't happy with my decision of keeping it. I was like, oh, thank you. Great team. Crazy. By the way, excellent teamwork, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah. What me and Alex were discussing, though, is if one of us somehow it does happen to win, we'd probably have to give it away, or else it's going to look too bad.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, it's a little bit different because this is like finance straight up, right? Mm-hmm. And a bigger giveaway. The other one was just fucking stupid, just random. All right, let me share with everyone this then.
Perfect.
Ok, para todos ustedes que nos están viendo, y discúlpenme que me esté tardando tanto yendo de menú a menú, les voy a dejar aquí el Discord donde pueden venir a que nos pidan tablas, lo que necesiten. Es absolutamente gratis. Se habla español, se habla inglés y aparte existen muchas cosas para el translate. Les dejamos ahí, obviamente, para que lo tengan. Para que lo tengan enfrente de ustedes. Ahora quiero compartir con ustedes esto para toda la gente que anda buscando dónde poder tradear criptos. Vamos a platicar de Bitcoin Cash en este momento. Estamos usando este exchange que se llama Blofin. Les dejamos este enlace para que lo puedan todos compartir. Denme un segundito que lo perdí. Un segundito. Les dejamos el enlace para que todos lo puedan usar. Este exchange funciona en Estados Unidos también. No tienen que usar VPN, no tienes que usar identificación, no requiere de KYC. es eso. ¿Cuál es el intercambio? Tiene fees un poco más altos que, por ejemplo, BitGet, que es nuestro otro socio internacional, pero puedes operarlo en todos lados del mundo, no necesitas identificación, no todo viene gratis y sin problema alguno. Pero también les voy a dejar BitGet por si están buscando una alternativa más barata y quieren tradear con nosotros también futuros. Ahí se puede en BitGet también. Aquí se los voy a poner. Esto es internacional, tiene fees más baratas. Y ahí ustedes decían qué es lo que quieren hacer y cómo. Y algo más. Y recuerden que en Blofin estamos regalando los relojes, los bonos. Les dejo acá esto para que lo puedan ver rápidamente. Si se puede ver, estoy ya confirmándolo. Les dejo acá. ¿Dónde estamos regalando? Solo por tradear futuros. Diferentes volúmenes, desde AirPods hasta Nintendo Switches, iPhones, MacBook Pro, un Rolex, unos Vision Pro, si te quieres ver bastante extraño en tu casa o no sé a dónde vayas con ellos. La otra cosa que quería compartir con... No, nada más. Entonces, ahí lo tienen. All right, Bitcoin Cash. Who's going to share this with me?
Hear me fine.
It's BTCC.
I am muted. Yeah.
BCH.
BCH.
This thing I want to say, like no negative feeling towards anybody who holds it, but this is probably the biggest piece of shit in all of crypto.
The thing is, it holds an incredible story. That's what it does. You know that, right?
Yeah,
you
because when Bitcoin originally forked, they went to Bitcoin Cash.
That's
And
right.
It only ever did good like once.
Yeah.
Ever since then, it's just been down only.
Yeah. And I don't think it'll ever go up, but it does hold like the actual real story of Bitcoin. And for Bitcoiners is held here with these guys, the Bitcoin Cash. Everything else on Bitcoin is kind of like a lot.
You know what the big meme around Bitcoin Cash is? That how Satoshi fucked up, and that's actually the real Bitcoin.
No, this is supposed to be it. Yeah. And that also, not only that, but when the big funds started to get into the Reddit thing and all of that shit, they pushed so that they can get rid of Bitcoin Cash and they could stay on the other network. And yeah, so there's a lot of story behind it, but I don't give a fuck. No one's going to use these things.
What else is so hilarious is I know no matter how this shit always goes down only perpetually since its launch, down only. Every single time an institution is putting up something with crypto, they do Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and Bitcoin Cash. Always. Always.
Like Litecoin is the biggest, I don't know how to say it in English, colado. Para toda la gente, Litecoin es el colado más grande de la fiesta. Litecoin is like the biggest guy that snuck into the party. Because why are you here?
Nobody knows why he's still there.
Yeah,
no one knows, but
who invited you, bro?
But everyone keeps inviting him, but no one knows why. It's like the biggest mystery. Huh?
I use Litecoin a lot.
Do you?
Because it transfers pretty quick. So whenever I want to transfer from crypto to fiat, I use Litecoin.
Oh, look at you. The more you know.
Yeah, and I'm very stingy, so I don't like to pay the fees on Ethereum.
I agree. I am the same way on those.
I will go over to Litecoin or XRP, any one of these shit coins, rather than pay those $30 or $40 in fees. The way I think about it is, hey, do I want to pay a $40 or $50 transaction fee, or do I want to buy an eighth of some devil's lettuce?
Yeah, no, I rather buy the devil's lettuce.
Yeah, same.
That's for fucking
you
sure.
put it that way.
Yeah, when you put it that, now it's clear. I don't understand what I was thinking before this.
All right, so you guys see my chart?
Yeah.
On the weekly right now, we are getting a little bit of a move up. We got a deviation below the 200 SMA. Then we claimed it. Right now, we're still above the median. We're finding a little bit of resistance at the median, which is at $422.43. We're above it right now. If we can close the weekly above the median, at that point, I would say the bottom is in. And at the very least, we would target right here around $559 to $560. Probably pull back there, retouch this previous lower high. And then from there, I'm thinking we're going up to at least around $874. And it doesn't look that much on because I have it on my chart on log scale. But if you were to take the percentage wise, that's a pretty massive move. That is like 100% move.
You also have an inverse head and shoulders on the chart. Like I've never seen one that's so easy to see.
Yeah, but usually whenever they're very obvious, they tend to not to play out.
Yeah, because everyone's playing it.
Here's where you would want to close above to confirm it. If we can close above this, but ideally we'd want to close above the 38.2% level, which is $495. At that point, we could then take the measured move, which would be, let's see. I love drawing these measured moves on the inverse head and shoulders because it seems like it's gonna be bullshit, but it always works.
It kind of works, yeah. To me, it's worked out wonderfully. Holy
This
shit.
would take us exactly right up to that previous target I had at $874.
Yeah.
It's just chef's kiss beautiful whenever it lines up like that.
Crazy.
Right here, we have the weekly momentum pointed up with the volatility pointed down. That would give us a target of the median. Right now, we are at the median, so we have the easy move played out. We're waiting for the end of this week to see if we can close above this median. And to add confluence is that we're getting a buy signal on the jewel, and we're getting pretty sharp words, curvature upwards. Whatever, like the angle of the jewel that you see, it provides more fuel for the direction that it's going towards. Like right here was going heavily towards the downside. Let's mark that on a vertical line, and we can see what price action did. Just a vertical line. We had this move down here where we lost. It doesn't look that much, but because it's on log scale, but it's actually is a pretty decent amount. It was about 28% move down when we got that cross down on the jewel. Right now, we're getting the opposite. We're getting the jewel crossing up. We're getting it above the 35. Let me mark that zone off. This is a very, very important level in the jewel. 35 is known as the bearish control zone. So whenever it breaks into the bearish control zone, the momentum pivots drop dramatically to where the bears have to work significantly harder to keep the momentum towards the downside, whereas bulls really only have to provide like a slight bounce to get momentum back into their favor. But at that point, you would still be looking for a lower high. You would not look for new highs until you pass that resistance zone where we had this line. Right here, the setup is telling us that we're going to tap the line. We haven't tapped it yet. But if this continues on a buy signal and this volatility starts flipping upwards, then I could say that we're very likely more than a 60% chance we're going to test these previous highs, if not go up towards the inverse head and shoulders target at $870. And that would be a 100% gain from here. Right now, all the weekly signals is telling me that we're probably going to do that. Let's check the monthly. Monthly is looking insanely strong as well. You see on the monthly where we went below this meme line. Right now, and we have a silver cross on the monthly where the 21 is crossing up with the 55. We have never had that before in Bitcoin Cash's history. So this is huge. You saw the 50% moves that we had on the weekly silver crosses, right?
Yeah.
So you can just imagine what we're gonna have on the monthly. But to get once again, the confirmation zone is this $475 level. Once we close above that, even on a weekly, this is going to be a major low, and we're probably going to get some divergence. Let me check the RSI. Right now, it is kind of like a no trade zone because we're still below the resistance line, and we're getting the monthly jewel starting to flip to neutral. On the next close, if it does like maintain this 38.2% loan zone, which is $400, this is probably going to flip back from neutral back to buy, and then from there we'd have our long signal up to $874. Let me check the daily real quick. The minimum time frame that I really like to look at for long term is daily. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Like for new traders, I don't think they should be looking at anything other than the daily. Because when you're looking
you get into smaller time frames when you're just like actively trading.
Yeah, if you're day
like
trading
a lot more. Yeah.
And
Rather than just
and like if you're opening up trades for like maybe 2 or 3 hours, that's the only time frame that you should be looking below the daily. Yeah. Unless you know how to trade. In that case, have at it. You can trade the 15-minute, you can trade the 5-minute, but I wouldn't recommend it for people who don't know what they're doing.
No, I think the 4 hour is one of the easiest ones to keep a tag on. Like if you're just getting into smaller time frames, the 10-15-minute ones are crazy.
I have this one rule which I found very beneficial, is that whatever time frame you're trading, if you want to get an entry, like you want to get like a better idea of it, you go to 1/4 of that time frame. So right here on the daily, if you were looking at the daily for a setup, you would look for the entry, you would look at the 6 hour.
I see what you're saying.
So right here on the 6 hour, like on the daily, we have an uptrend right here where we are above every single major moving average, and we've closed above, and we're finding some support at the 78.6% level. But on
That's some fucking good information right there.
Yeah, the previous time frame I was on was the 6 hour. Yeah, so right here on the 6 hours where you would look for an entry. The ideal entry zone for the 6 hour based on the daily setup was this 9 EMA, which was at $429. We're currently bouncing above that. If we close above this red 5 EMA, at that point, I would target this line. If we reject this 5 EMA and we close below it, then I would say that we're probably going to come down to the median, which is right here at $417. So right now is what I would consider a no trade zone.
Yeah.
If you were very aggressive, you could probably open up like 1/4 of your size right here and add over here. But if you close below this median zone, then you would want to cut the trade and take the loss. But if you were like more watching it and more with it, you would have longed here, and your stop loss would be right here below this 9 EMA. We already missed that. Right now, we're above the 5, and we're getting support there. So right now, it's looking bullish on the high time frames and the low time frames. But this
Clean.
You also have to remember though that this shit has been a disappointment since its inception. So it's a much higher chance that this is going to make a lower high versus it continuing up.
And by the way, there's also like look at this shit. Sorry, I have 39 million screens.
Bitcoin
open.
Cash is to its holders like I am to my parents' disappointment.
All right. So look at this.
Oh, that's a massive head and shoulders. And we've broken below the neckline too.
And you broke it below, like we're talking about the opposite, right? But this is playing right here. This would take us straight. Right?
Below $150.
$115. And by the way, that goes really well with this area right here. Hang on, you just can't see it because it's right here.
The previous zone of breakout.
Yeah,
it's right there.
When was that? 2023?
Which one? The
breakout zone?
2023.
Yeah.
So right from the beginning when the bull market actually started.
Yep.
And the funniest thing to me that I found so hilarious in 2023 when it was obviously a bull market is the people who were adamant that we were still in a bear market. Like bear the all away.
I think I'll give it to Garrett. I think he gets a lot of shit because and you'll see this because you guys will get this at the same time. People are fucking retarded, and I mean this in the best way possible for everyone. They don't even know when you tell them like, oh, this is a bullish setup. This is what you're looking at. They'll look at you straight in the eye after watching that and going like, but you were bearish.
Right? I've had that happen so much to me before.
That's what I'm saying. Like people don't understand, don't understand. I was on Twitter saying, hey guys, I don't know the answer to this. Can you guys tell me? And some guys, don't give your opinion if you don't know what you're talking about. You know about cars, but not about this. I was like, this is literally a question.
Sir, I asked.
Like, how stupid.
You know what that takes me back to? One thing I saw on your Twitter where you were talking about one time how it was a bearish setup and then it ended up going up. Ever since then, everyone's like, weren't you bearish to that point back then?
Yeah, and they never stopped. Like no matter what you say.
Nobody has the 100% accuracy rate. You just got to know when you're wrong.
Dude, you get 7 out of 10 right, 8 out of 10 right, you're golden, like it's impossible to get 10 out of 10. Impossible.
In 2023 and 2024, I had like literally 0 misses. I was bullish from like 25K all the way up to 73K. I was wrong once when I longed 70,000 and we ended up nuking from Iran's attack on Israel. Everyone goes, weren't you bullish at 70K?
But it's a great story though. So it doesn't matter.
Like, yes, I was bullish at 70K. I was wrong. It is what it is.
I won them all, I guess.
Exactly. Esto es Bitcoin Cash, damas y caballeros. Hemos visto Bitcoin Cash lo voy a poner en la semanal, porque en la semanal, y quiero que pongamos atención a esto, déjenme simplemente arreglo la tabla, para que vean de dónde venimos a dónde vamos, ¿ok? Completamente diferente a otras monedas que hemos estado viendo, pero cuando lo volteas a ver en la semanal, ve, estás encima del EMA 21, el EMA 9, el 9, el SMA 200 y el EMA 100. Y cada que estás arriba de ellos y ve esto, es bastante alcista, aunque tienes este bajón, pero este es un bajo más alto que el pasado, ¿ok? Lo que nos dijo Farhan ahorita es que siempre y cuando, porque la volatilidad está para abajo, el momentum va para arriba, ¿no? En este movimiento, en la media de su canal, en donde estamos, lo que queremos hacer es tener un cierre de $495. Si podemos cerrar arriba de $495, esta cosa se va a ir al cielo. Estás hablando que tu siguiente objetivo serían $560, de $560 a $874. También tienes un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido que normalmente decimos, no lo quieres jugar cuando se ve tan obvio, o sea, literalmente te trepas acá y puedes verlo. Hombro, ¿no? No tienes que ni siquiera, no se los voy a pintar, no se preocupen, pero vean, hombro, cabeza, como el de Rivian, hombro. Y esto jugaría hasta la zona de los 800, eso quiere decir que romperías este máximo, lo pasarías a la alza. Se ve bastante alcista, honestamente, Bitcoin Cash. Lo único que tiene que hacer en este momento es aguantar vara en los 495. Con que tengamos un cierre arriba de los 495, probablemente se va a ver bastante bien la cosa de aquí para arriba. ¿Ok? Vale. Vale. I'm trying to find something that's interesting. I love that there's someone saying, this is great, guys. Just subtitle it in Spanish. This is live. We can't add subtitles as we go, sir. Oh, should I say it in Spanish? Because clearly it needs subtitles. Should we do the S&P 500?
Yeah.
Traditions.
I think we should go to the roots. Let's see it.
God damn, dude, this doesn't look good.
No, it is not. And that's kind of why I'm like, 60% bullish on Bitcoin, just because it's like stocks were holding up well when Bitcoin was going down. What will it mean if this shit rolls over?
The other way around, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, here we have the S&P 500 index. Not looking the best. I mean, ideally what we want to had happen was this support at 5,000, like 500 to hold.
Mm-hmm.
You could see how this has been a rejection zone here. And it breaking all-time highs just gives us less data essentially because we're in the unknown. So we're working with just like simple data here, but essentially what we have is we're on the daily. We see the EMA 9 likes to hold, especially on the S&P 500. We see here that we broke out, kind of put in a what's it called, a doji top here on the daily, leading to that downside expansion. We got the breakdown, so we know that this is support because as soon as it basically lost it, we broke down nicely, rallied up. We've just been kind of rejecting that area now. Remember, it's at 5,500. And now we see the EMA 9 on the daily is pushed all the way down this resistance zone even. And the daily keeps rejecting it. So for now, I would look at the daily, how it's positioned. I would look for at least a move back to 5,262. Maybe we could draw a line here at this last rejection / support zone. Just a simple line if we want kind of like a mid-range.
Is that 53.28?
Yeah, so that's sitting right now at 5,339. Lose that, then better chance we go to 5,264. Let me go now to the 4-hour. So yeah, the 4-hour looks like a breakdown after a bearish retest here. To me, it looks like, this thing has still more room to go down, especially in the nature of kind of like what we've been seeing with NVIDIA, right? It's like a lot of stocks overall that we've been viewing today seem like they're ready for a cool down, in my opinion. Let's check out the weekly because I've been watching this. The weekly is looking interesting to me. If the lines want to populate. Yeah, so I was watching this weekly. It closes in 3 days. Losing the EMA 9 on the weekly wouldn't be a good sign. It basically has only lost it. Let me just double check this while we go all the way back. Yeah, since it reclaimed it on October of 2023, we lost it for 1 week. And that was in April. Quickly got reclaimed, breaking all-time highs. Now what we're seeing here is the EMA 9 again is getting lost. If we get 2 weekly closures below that, I would say that this is a shift in structure, and it wouldn't be a good sign. So overall, S&P 500 is kind of on the edge. It is breaking down as we speak, and it's not looking good on all time frames. And you really can see here how this 9 gets respected. Like I was telling everyone in the beginning of this stream, essentially all year, if you just would have longed, the 9 retest on like the daily, 2-day or 3-day, you would have been profitable, which is kind of crazy. it's truly just been up only from this point. Right, simple strategy like I talked about. Higher time frame reclaims the 9. You long, easy move, 23%. For stocks, that's insane. Safely too. So definitely a big level to be watching here. This could be shifting structure. Let's go to the daily. Let me see where the last higher low was. So ideally, in my opinion, yeah, let me extend this line here. It kind of represents it nicely like that. There we go. So yeah, ideally, worst case, we don't want basically S&P 500 to break the low that it formed on May 31st. Basically right around 5,191. If it breaks that, it'll confirm that there is a shift in structure, especially on the daily, in my opinion, which will probably bleed into the weekly. And we'll know that the weekly's getting bearish because we're losing this 9. A second closure will confirm it, right? What we don't want is, okay, we start max shorting this, and then it goes in for the retest only to get reclaimed. You can see that only really 1 week out of this entire rally, we lost the 9, EMA 9. So it's a very key spot. That's why I'm mentioning 2 closures, just to kind of confirm it. I like to base my trades off 2 closures, ideally 3, but I'll do 2 most of the
Especially
time.
on a weekly, right? Like
exactly.
fucking waiting 3 weeks is insane.
Insane. So probably lose this this week. The play then would be we want to watch the rejection, not a tiny like a real rejection where it dumps nicely and hits one of our levels right at that 5,339 level.
Perfect.
Implications though for risk on Bitcoin, Nvidia is going down as well, losing support. So it is interesting to see all this kind of come together.
Well, it's an interesting time, especially when you look around and you look at the 2-year note, right, from the US government.
Yeah.
That shit's dropping fast. It's like minus 1.23 today, compared to like half of that for the 10-year note and a third of that almost for the 30-year note. So that means we're getting a bull steepener on the curve, right? So whatever the fuck is happening is close to happening now. But the reality of this is, until those numbers completely change and we're looking at a different thing, this means risk on should be good and this should be a correction. Because then who the fuck is buying these bonds and why? Right? Which we all know is the Federal Reserve. But when the yield comes down hard, risk should be coming down hard as fuck too, because that means more money will make it into the market today. And this is one of the biggest hope you might have towards the idea that we're going to continue to go up. Because risk is telling me there's no risk. Like, don't worry about it. We're going to the other side. We're taking care of it. So I don't know. I mean, we just haven't had a correction in a long time. We just don't know how long or how big this correction will be. Right. And that is the other thing.
Plus, what that bleeds into with Bitcoin too.
The 2-year and the 10-year yields are close to uninverting.
That too, but that's what I'm like. That is getting fucking crazy. And normally the recession comes like a year to like 1.5 years later. But this time around, this is really fucked up in many different ways, because there's like a big. You can arguably say that 60% of the country is in a like a mega recession, mega, because they can't pay for shit.
That's what everybody told me when I was bullish on Bitcoin at 25, 26K. They're like, "You're a retard. The yield curves are still inversed."
Yeah, but that's when you go in.
I was like, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, you go the other way out, like completely on the opposite side of the trade. Like it's completely the opposite. That's weird. That
you got to go on the opposing end of the masses. Everybody's doing wrong.
Also, yeah, that's something that I'm playing. That's why I made so much money. That's why I doubled my money with Joe Biden.
That shit went down to like 1 cent.
It went down to nothing, and everybody was like, "That's it, it's done." It's over. I read all the comments. I went in, put the money, and that's what paid for a website. So we'll take it.
There we go.
Fucking take it. Absolutely. Let me finish this one, and we'll go. It's been 4 hours, so we can come back tomorrow because that's what we're doing, right?
Yes, sir.
Very
Fuck
exciting.
Yeah. Let's go. Same here. Vale, pues esta es la última que nos vamos a aventar hoy. La buena noticia es que nos vamos a ver mañana misma hora. en el mismo canal, en todos lados. Tal vez vamos a agregar más canales, pero bueno, estamos viendo el S&P 500 y quiero que vean antes, si quieren tradear criptos, sobre todo criptos y futuros en criptos, les dejé todos los enlaces de los exchanges abajo para que también les den cosas cuando firmen, que puedan participar en los giveaways y todo eso. Es absolutamente gratis, etcétera. Así que ahí les dejo abajo Blofin para que puedan tradear en Estados Unidos o en todo el mundo, o BitGet para todo el mundo menos Estados Unidos con menores fees. Y también les dejamos el Discord de estos tíos para que pregunten lo que gusten. Vale, al S&P 500. En la semanal básicamente estamos viendo cómo probablemente hemos topado. Estamos a punto de perder el EMA 9. Y esto es algo bastante importante porque la última vez que perdimos el EMA 9 fue bastante atrás. Estamos hablando de más de un año. Aquí lo habíamos perdido por una semanita, perdón, por acá, noviembre es literalmente 9 meses. Aquí lo perdimos por una semana, pero siguió subiendo. Lo voy a poner en la diaria para que lo puedan ver bien. Lo que pueden ver aquí fácilmente todos ustedes es, venimos de este canal. Este canal lo ha respetado súper bien el precio y acá tuvimos una ruptura a la baja, pero no has tenido una confirmación. Tu confirmación de ruptura a la baja en este canal está en los 5,389, ¿ok? Pero cuando volteas a ver todo lo que estamos viendo acá, se ve bastante posible la idea de venir a visitar los 5,327. Si no aguantamos los 5,327, porque aquí ya perdiste en la diaria el EMA 5 y el EMA 21, y ahora vas a venir al EMA 100. Al EMA 100, cada cuánto lo toca la línea, se pueden dar cuenta. Literalmente, si solamente compras cuando el precio va arriba del EMA 100, ve los subidones que te da, ¿no? Pero también el pedo es cuando baja del EMA 100, tienes un bajadón. Entonces, aquí esperemos que lo vaya a aguantar. Ni siquiera lo tocamos en abril. La última vez que lo tocamos fue el noviembre del 2023. Así que muy probablemente por ahí va a aguantar el precio. Es lo que estamos viendo ahorita. Así que pendientes con esta zona de los 5,328 y los 5,511. Un cierre abajo de esto, que literalmente para pintártelo sencillo. Un cierre abajo de 5,379 probablemente te lleve a esta zona y ahí es también donde va el EMA 100 para buscar. Y atención, no se nos va a ir con esto, aunque recuerden que todas esas zonas van cambiando de valor porque cada cierre diario los va haciendo subir. Ok. Without anything else to say, guys, you guys want to leave with anything, any notes other than see you guys tomorrow?
Thanks for tuning in, fellas.
Yeah, no, seriously, thanks for joining in. Don't forget the Discord link, the Blofin, basically Rolex giveaway. And I look forward to seeing you boys tomorrow, honestly. Exciting stuff.
Hell yeah. I'm sending everybody to your Discord right now, so good luck with that shit. You guys deal with that. Thank you, guys.
Awesome.
Thank you so much for everything. Today was so much fun, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Tomorrow's
Awesome,
gonna be
boys.
good. See you guys later.
Let's do it. Muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes, carnales. Espero que les haya gustado. Ya saben, aquí vamos a estar también mañana. Estamos empezando a expandir esto. Le estamos pasando muy bien. Nos gusta esto. Estamos todo el día haciendo trades, así que ¿por qué no compartir con ustedes lo poco que sabemos? Bueno, lo poco que yo sé y lo mucho que estos tíos saben. Les mandamos un fuerte abrazo. Cuídense mucho. Estos tíos son Elite Trading Academy. Gracias por vernos. Les dejé el enlace del Discord aquí abajo. Les dejé el enlace de los exchanges abajo para que puedan tradear futuros. Y pronto también les dejaremos una guía de cómo usar todo para que sea más fácil. Un abrazo. Pórtense bien. Nos vemos mañana.